right. I think we are live in effect. Just did a sound check. Sound check, everything looking good. So, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Going to be getting things started. Let me do a couple more things. Make sure you hit the like button when you file on in here. I normally don't do. Oh, wait, no, I didn't want that camera right there. That's the camera I wanted. All right, normally don't do Sundays anymore, but made an exception, came on in to get it in. So let's get ready to go. Let's get
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
Okay, we back. I was looking at something. Had to check something out. That's why y'all saw me with the little confused face. Shout out to everybody in the building. What's up? What's going on? Welcome back. I normally don't do Sundays. Normally don't do Sunday shows. Hopefully people will file on in here. But shout out to the early bird squads, those that make it in bright and early. Shout out to Alicia Sinclair. Shout out to you. She was the lady that I clipped a piece of our conversation that we had when she called into the show. I had a good conversation. Now that video is up. I forgot what it's called. I think female subscriber / caller calls in to say something. I don't know. Just check it out. It's only like a few videos down. But shout out to Ian Simmons in the building. I think you see where I'm going, where you got alpha male in quotation marks. I think you see where I'm going. That's more or less what I'm going. I put alpha male in quotation marks because I understand why we try to retrofit it into certain things. We try to look at modern humans, social interactions between human beings, and then try to put the concept of the alpha male on it. But I don't think it always fits. But I'm going to get into that. Shout out to, let me work my way down there. Shout out to Stoic One in the building. Shout out to Just Being Jazzy in the building. Shout out to Excalibur. Shout out to Golden Child, one of the day ones. Shout out to you. Appreciate you coming on through. Uneducated Lame said, hitting the collection plate. Yes, this is a Sunday service. Hit that collection plate. I normally don't do that, but it's Sunday. It's Sunday. Yes, we pass around the collection plate on Sundays. You know, this is tradition. Black folks' culture. They pass around the plate. People taking a little money, acting like they putting money in, taking money out, doing what Dave Chappelle did in Half Baked. You know, Dave Chappelle in Half Baked, when he was running out of money on that date, he acted like he was putting some change in there, and he took away some so he could afford that ice cream for Mary Jane. You know, that's how Negroes do. Shout out to Uneducated Lane. Appreciate you coming on through and dropping. Appreciate you putting 5 on it. Who else we got in here? See the God in the building. Who else? Aaron B. Iceberg says checking in. Who else we got in here? Golden Child in here says Happy New Year, big bro. Happy New Year to you as well. And Ian Simmons in here says, hey Bernard, would you mind giving me a brief introduction of yourself? I'm new to the channel. Okay, that's whenever I get caught off guard with stuff like that, I'm gonna say something stupid. Don't catch me off guard. Just giving me a brief introduction, but asking for a brief introduction. What can I say? I'm Bernard Riley. I do YouTube content. So like I'm at an NA meeting. Just watch the show. But no, man, I'm just to steal Obsidian's term that he used to use or still use. I don't know. But I'm really just an everyday brother. Used to do blue collar work, and somewhere along the way, I started another business, and I started doing YouTube. When I got laid off the last time, started doing YouTube and started doing something else, and then I basically just transitioned to the point of working for myself and not punching the clock with nobody else. But my roots is in just being a blue collar everyday brother, father, divorced father. I always talk about, I always bring up that I got custody of my kids. I like to talk to brothers about that hard, bloody, brutal fight to get custody that you will have to go through unless she just yield and hand them over to you. But yeah, post divorce, got custody of my children and everything. And somebody in the chat room stoic one saying what state I'm from. So yeah, just a regular everyday brother who speaks up for brothers, speaks up for black male issues, encounters all the naysaying nonsense that's been out there for years. We're in a one-way conversation that's been going on for years, where black women have said any and everything about black men. I laid in the cut listening. I remember I got bombarded with a bunch of Derek Jackson videos on my Facebook timeline, and I'm like, this ain't it. People can't possibly think that this is an accurate depiction of reality of the social interactions or relationships between black men and black women. So that's sort of what prompted me to want to give my take on a lot of this stuff. And then in doing so, I ended up stumbling into the manosphere, found Obsidian's channel, and then, started hopping on his panel, started hopping on other panels, made a little name for myself. And then it was like, all right. And eventually I just like, all right, I'm going to start going live, because I was doing little pre-recorded videos, reacting to things. But then I started going live, and the rest is history. And I'm here right now. That's the most brief introduction I could possibly give. The most brief introduction I possibly give. But I appreciate the $20 super chat. I appreciate the $20 super chat. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see a lot of people coming on through. Big Mag the Fisher, shout out to you. Shout out to Mr. Negative, the Negative Man. He says, I don't allow society to tell me how to be like an alpha. Yeah, right on. Shout out to Mr. Negative Man, one of the brothers who's been in studio. One of the brothers who's been live in studio with me. I appreciate all of y'all that make it on in. Shout out to each and every one of you. Shout out to each and every one of you. But here we go. We getting this thing getting this thing started. I don't know what kind of turnout we're going to get on a random, impromptu, unplanned Sunday, but we about to wing it. We about to wing this thing. About to try to get this thing going. Appreciate each and every one of you. To the topic. I feel almost damn near. See, I know how I do. I'll start talking and I'll forget. I'll forget what the topic is. uh, I'll forget what I came in here to talk about. I'll mess around and forget on ya. But the whole concept of alpha male, we talk about that a lot in this space. It gets thrown around a lot in this space. I don't think we man, RBR gone. I just leave it there. I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to leave it. Okay, what makes them alpha males is the same thing that makes. Okay, I take that. I shouldn't have put that up there with RBR. Shout out to RBR. Shout out to RBR. RBR. I ain't even finished reading that. All right. What makes an animal an alpha male? The using the good old powerful mighty Google, using the good old powerful mighty Google. Origin. Some animals live in a society structure where the most powerful male in the group is decided by either fights or aggressive battles that sometimes end in death. In the wild, the current alpha male must defend his position from the younger members. Sometimes he will die or be forced to leave the group. So when we're talking about alpha males, that's truly what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who's big enough, strong enough, bad enough to basically kick the ass and or kill all the other opposing males. Well, why are they opposing males? Because there's females there that those other males would like to have sex with. So the job of the alpha male is to be big enough, strong enough to kick their ass so they can't have sex with the women, and he could have sex with the women, and he could reproduce with the women. That's what we're really talking about when we're talking about an alpha male. We're talking about somebody who's big, strong, brutal, violent, and by being the last man standing in those battles, he gets to have sex with the females of the group. And the females of the group, in some cases, yeah, they got some choice in the matter, but in some cases, they don't. Or in some cases, they just respect their genetic hardwiring that, okay, this person is the last person standing. This one is the biggest, strongest, baddest. He can kick everybody ass. This is the one that my genetic hardwiring tell me I must reproduce with if I want to produce the biggest, baddest, strongest males. That's, biggest, baddest, strongest offspring. That's just simple genetic hardwiring in the animal kingdom. Now, fast forward to right now where we're living in modern society, modern civilization, modern social norms and customs and traditions and social programming and all of this and all of that. And now the whole concept of an alpha male, it is distorted a little bit. And I'm going to explain it like this. I'm going to go all the way back to high school. There was a guy on the football team, big ass dude. I've actually talked about him before. He was real smart. He was a guy we copied off his paper. But he was also the biggest, strongest dude on the football team. He was about 6'2", 320 pounds. He was like he was like an NFL D tackle, just walking around the high school halls. He played D1 football somewhere, but I think his laziness stopped him from going to the NFL. He could beat up everybody. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I was a strong dude in the sense that I could put, 245s on each side, which, that's 225. And I could hit that pretty good in high school. I was the only one that could do it other than him, because he was putting like 3 plates on each side. I don't even know what that is. I can't even count up that high when it comes to bench pressing. He was like that damn big. Like he was huge. It was literally like an NFL D tackle walking around in the school. It was non-negotiable, and he wasn't. I mean, he was kind of considered fat, but not really, because it was mostly just stocky muscle. But you can't be 320 and not have some fat on you. NFL D tackles are fat, and they technically got some fat on. You know, they got some fat on them. Ain't no other way around that. But it's mostly muscle, Okay, but you know, he still was generally considered fat. Now I'm bringing all of this up because the way that he could, I was like the second strongest one, and he could lift twice as much as me. So like it's non-negotiable, and he was agile because he was like a left tackle. If y'all saw Blindside, if y'all saw Blindside with the movie with Sandra Bullock and the guy that played Big Michael Orr that played for the Ravens, left tackle. You know, left tackles, they got to be light on their feet because they got to defend those fast defensive ends. So he was light on his feet. He was agile. He was all of that, but strong as hell. So it wasn't like he was just some big dude that some smaller dude could probably still beat up. Nah, he can kick anybody's ass. I do believe, I can't prove it, but I do believe, I just said he was 6'2", Ian. Somebody said how tall was he? He was 6'2". He was 6'2", about 320, 315, about 320. I'll give him 320. Much of my memory, he was 320. All right. And agile, light on his feet. The whole works. Okay. He non-negotiably, he could beat everybody ass. Here's the catch. I can't prove this, but I'm pretty confident Anton made it out of high school. I mean, he never had a girlfriend. Never saw him with a girl. He was ugly as fuck. I love this man. I hate that I use his real name, but he was not very attractive. And if you're 320 pounds in high school, you're going to be considered fat. You're going to be considered fat, but he was super strong. It was like, you know, them strongman competition dudes. It's like, but you know, still they be having guts. They be big. No chick wanted to mess with him. So that's how modern that's how modernization, modernity affects that concept of the alpha. Because if we were 50,000 years ago, it wouldn't be any social constraints on whether or not the women would have to have sex with him. All right. He was bigger and stronger than everybody. Whatever guy that the woman wanted to have sex with, who was the protector of that woman, there was no society, no civilization, no laws, no rules, no regulations. He would just walk up to that guy and crack his head open, and that woman would have no choice after that. And if she wanted to be protected, clearly this was the biggest, strongest protector, so she just had to get in line with this guy. With what he wanted, with Big Anton. So Big Anton, if we strip civilization, Big Anton would have been the alpha male. That's what the alpha male is. He could crack the skull of every other man, or in the case of lions, you know, bite, tussle, wrestle down, bite him, and make him, and you know, claw him, scratch him, and he got to go running because he's hurt, he's injured, he's about to get killed. He got to go run off. All right, he got to go run off. He got to surrender. He got to bow down. And then that guy is that lion is the last man standing, and he got sex with all the women. Okay, so if we go back 50,000 years, Big Anton would have been the alpha male. Big Anton in modern times graduated high school a virgin. So you can see where I'm going, how the whole concept of it have changed. No, we wouldn't have. No, okay. I love how you said that. He said we would have jumped him. Me and Game Changer had a good discussion about that. I think it was me, Game Changer, and Zero, because Zero was talking about how alpha males, they're basically selfish. Like we try to put modernization on alpha males today. We say, oh, he's a leader, he's a provider, he does this, he builds he builds things, he employs people. No. Zero was right. The alpha male is a selfish jackass. He don't care about nothing. And it's actually people who would, I guess, work into the definition, who would technically be more on the beta side of things, that build things, build society, created the weapons and did all of this stuff. But the alphas, those that would be considered the alphas, they basically would fall in a line with being just selfish jackasses. They beat up everybody and just go have sex with the women and don't care and lay there until it's time to go hunt. In the case of the lions, the females go hunt and then he go roar and get all them out the way and he go eat. He eat first and then he go walk off and lay under some shade and don't get up, don't stretch and get up again until you see some more lions about to take his holes, and then he have to go, okay, damn, I gotta go beat them up and then go back under my shade. It's like, but they clearly haven't figured out other animals, and as we talking about apes, gorillas, they haven't figured out the Game Changer said this. Human beings, we figured out the jump a nigga rule. Okay, they haven't figured that out. They clearly haven't figured that out. That alpha male that just wake up bullying everybody, pushing everybody around, blah blah blah. Those that are considered, and he got like 5 women to himself, and it's 4 of them that he just beating up and pushing around. They haven't figured out how to huddle up and be like, all right, we're going to catch him slipping when he wake up and we're going to jump his ass. And then we're going to divvy up the remainder out of the 5 women. We're going to divvy up 4 of them and then let him have 1 of them. And then we just going to, do it like that. Like human beings figured that out. Human beings figured out how to make a functional society where the women were ultimately divvied up evenly like that. In the animal kingdom, no, they haven't figured that out. They still on the alpha male stuff. That's why the whole concept of alpha is dying out. Again, I go back to Anton. Go back to Big Anton, who I hate that I'm using his real name. Again, nobody could he was twice as strong as everybody else in the school. Twice as strong as everybody else in the school. And so he would have been able to just basically just in 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, yes, he would have been able to just beat up any male in the way and then just get access to the women. If the men couldn't stop him, the women obviously couldn't go stop him from doing what he wanted to do. And if they were smart, given the world they lived in, they would have had to just fall behind that. But now that we have modern times, modern civilization, westernization, and the whole works, the blah blah blah, the technology, industrial revolution, the whole works. We got all that going on now, and so now what's the situation? All right. Big Anton, they don't gotta have sex with Big Anton. It's against the law for him to just beat us up, and it's against the law for him to just take it from the women after he beat us up. That's all illegal. Okay. So now they can look at Big Anton and say, you ugly and you kind of stink, and not have sex with him. So now it's morphed to doing other stuff. Now being big and strong it plays a factor, but not like before, because now the person calling himself an alpha is not somebody who can beat up and or kill everybody else. But no, a lot of times it's the guy who he get dressed up clean, so might put on some cologne, might not, depending on his particular type of swag, and get some and got some mouthpiece. That's what it has evolved to. Instead of that person having to beat up and or kill Anton, no, he just got to be better at saying, "Nah, baby, see, you need to just come on and come through with me." It's like, wait, hold on. I think Mr. Negative Man got something. Hold on, Mr. Negative Man says, so technically we are jumping him. Yeah, human beings figured that out. The rest of the animal kingdom have not. See, we made it to the point to where we either, okay, it was a time, and Zero talked about this. It's a book that he keeps suggesting that I got to finally go and read. I held off talking about this. I wanted to read the book before I officially, because I just wanted to give the book probably would have gave me a little more backstory and foundation in what I'm saying. But he talked about how that, yes, it was before laws were set up to where people more on the beta side of the scale, if we're going to even accept those terms, they built they built guns. I mean, well, before guns, they built weapons. They came with the idea of a moat. They came up with the idea of excuse me, with any type of apparatus or contraption or something that they could make, build in some way, shape, or form to basically minimize the raw genetics. They figured out how to use their brain, and your intelligence is connected to your genetics. So they figured out how to use that to even the playing field. And they did that. And then fast forward to modern civilization, then yes, now it's laws and everything else, the whole works, that makes it to where, yes, Anton is held in check. Anton is held in check, and the people who get access to the women, and it's off, free choice of the women based off what makes them feel good. So now the alpha has turned into the person who does things that make them feel good. It's almost like it went from chest beating alpha male, I'm bigger, stronger, could beat up or kill you, and then take the women to basically peacocking. And do we consider the peacock that has the prettiest wings that makes the woman get aroused? Do we consider that somebody who's alpha, or do we consider that alpha when you're when you have some physical power, you can impose yourself on the other males and make them back up, bow down, or get beat down, and then that's how you get access to the women? Because that's literally how it is in the animal kingdom. So when dudes talking about they alpha males because they got swag and a mouthpiece, it's like it turns into in a situation where we're trying to redefine it in modern terms. We're trying to redefine it in a modern way. Even when we talk about, because we don't, what always happens in these conversations, somebody say, okay, well, is Bill Gates an alpha male? Okay. Now, I do like the concept of an alpha male being determined based off what you produce in the world and what you build and your effect on the environment and society and blah, 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 blah. I do like that. But if you strip alpha male down to its most rawest definition, no, that's not even alpha male. That will fall in line with the beta males who built the weapons, the beta males who built better spears to fight off the animal threats and the threat from the more physically imposing people with their genetics. So even then, when we try to say that this successful money-making person is an alpha male, we're putting a modern spin on it. When we try to say that this person who's a provider, who's built things, who does who does things that are beneficial to society, to the tribe, to his group, to his family, we try to say that, oh yeah, okay, that person, that's a true alpha male. He's a leader of men. He's a leader in the corporate world. That's us trying to put a modern spin on something. Checkmate. Depends. He says depends. Bernard, explain, elaborate. That's us trying to put a modern spin on something that's pretty, raw, rough, and nasty. That's trying to put a modern spin on something that's pretty raw, rough, and nasty. It's raw, rough, and nasty when you look at what an alpha male actually is. If we're trying to say that this guy who built a business and employs, 20 people, and because he has, 20 men that looked up to him, that he's leading men, therefore he's an alpha male, and he does this, and he's confident, and he's blah blah. We try to put modern things on it, like he's confident, he's assured of himself, he's this, he's that. No. The alpha male in its rawest terms just said, I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, I can kick your ass and or kill you, and I'm the last man standing, therefore I get to reproduce, you don't. That's all an alpha male is. That's all it was. That's all it was. Everything else, I mean, again, strip away society, culture, technology, advancements, and all of that stuff. Even that smart person, he could be smart, but may not have the tools to really flex like somebody like a Bill Gates, born 100,000 years ago. What are you going to do? Okay, what is he going to do? Son is high, in the building. He says there's a video called "The Peak of Male Physique" where it goes into the assumption of the top physical conditions is an Adonis-looking male, but shows dominant champions with Homer Simpson bodies. Champions of what? Some modern contraption, some modern event, some modern game. What, he throwing? He could throw a shot put? Like what? Like, I mean, what do you mean? With Homer Simpson bodies? What are you talking about? What you talking about? Look at it like this. If you've seen Spartacus, the gladiators down in the pit, those gladiators strip society, civilization, and culture away. Those gladiators would be the alpha males. The person who owned those gladiators, I forgot his name, he wouldn't even be in contention. Those gladiators would be fighting each other for alpha male supremacy. It's weaker betas who built society and ran stuff, and then they're the ones who ultimately they came to own the gladiators, who would be the alpha males in an uncivilized world, and have them fighting for entertainment, and they throw them scraps and women, because that in that way, that's how betas with resources ultimately won the day. to some degree. The link is in the chat. Somebody want to speak on this issue? I see y'all saying a lot of interesting things in the chat, but my main largest point is that the alpha male, when you strip it down to its rawest form, is simply somebody he's big enough, strong enough to beat the ass and or kill the other males, and from there he's left to reproduce with the women. Today, in modern human terms, that's illegal. It's illegal to just it's illegal to just beat everybody ass and then take all the women. That's illegal. So it's more of a social game. And yes, that social game, it matters. And that's why we talk about game. That's how we talk about how you dress, how you smell, how you look, how you talk, how you walk, how you do this, how you do that. All of that matters. But but if part of being alpha, if we look at the original meaning and definition of alpha male, but then you look at today, and part of being alpha is making sure that you clean and you got a certain swag to you, it's like we're not talking about being alpha males. We're talking about something else. So that's why I scoff at the concept of the alpha male. Now there's such thing as sexual selection, and you see that in the animal kingdom. In the animals who don't have tournament mating, they have sexual selection, and when it's sexual selection, which peacock got the nicest feathers, they're not having tournament mating. Then they don't even consider they don't even use the concept alpha male. Like we're in sexual selection peacock territory. We're in sexual selection peacock territory. We're not in alpha. We're not in alpha lion territory anymore. So the term of the concept of the alpha male, it becomes meaningless when we're talking about human beings. Kiss My Ass Burgers says delusions make them alpha males. What do you mean by that? like it makes the women all tens. No, see, I don't know where you're going with that. Sweet pea diabetes. You ain't been through here in a while. Shout out to you. What were we? What was okay? What am I just read that super chat. I don't know what you mean by that. Delusions make them alpha males. I don't know what you mean by that. So I do want you to explain what you mean by that. I mean, somebody's not delusional if whatever they're doing in this modern time is getting them results with women. They're not delusional. It's just the terms and the concepts don't quite add up right. You know, I guess what I'm saying is that you couldn't teach somebody, go back 100,000 years ago, you couldn't teach somebody to be alpha. They either were or they weren't. Okay. If in these modern times, if you could teach somebody how to be alpha, you're not really teaching them how to be alpha. You're teaching them how to move and gain access to women in this modern social construct. Or if you define an alpha as somebody who's built a lot of great success, then you're teaching somebody how to move and be successful in a modern social construct. That's not really alpha. The concept of what an alpha male is something completely different. Like being witty and having good social skills can propel you to somebody who can call themselves an alpha, because being witty and charming and having good social skills can get you access to women. And let's make no mistakes about it. We could try to make a modern pivot and say being an alpha male isn't about women. But every definition of alpha male, it is directly related to you defeating other men through aggressive tactics, if not full-blown fighting, if not full-blown killing, and then being the one who gets to reproduce or have sex and or reproduce with the women. So it is about women. Being an alpha male is about women. But the people who gain the access to the women, the people who have sex with the women today, are normally people who have just a certain, I know we got to use modern terms, a certain swag, a certain sex appeal, a certain level of communication skills. Like I said, being charming, witty, having game, all of that matters. All of that is a part of it. Then, I mean, there is a resource element to it too. There is a resource element to it as well. There's a resource element to it as well. He says, man, Debo was the alpha male in Friday. What else do we need to say? Well, not really by modern terms. Debo didn't get what was her name? Debbie. What was Nia Long's name in there? He couldn't get her. He couldn't pull her being cock-eyed. Come on, go ahead and push it open. It's cool. They can't hear that. He couldn't get her being cock-eyed. Oh, you was trying not to spill it. Come on. Just try not to kick the cord. Come on. All right, we good. Thank you. Ah, damn. Hold on, yeah. But no, and I see I got somebody down there. Debo was not okay. Rewind 1,000 years, Debo would have been the alpha. He would have been able to he was able to beat up Cube, but he would have just beat up Cube and had his way with Debbie. He wouldn't have been messing with itchy. I forgot her name. What was the look like the crackhead chick name was? What was the name of the crackhead chick on Friday? What was her name? Felicia. Wouldn't he messing with Felicia? Go ahead. Go ahead. You good. Just go. Just go. All right. And I don't care if you make noise, but try to make that close right down there. Like you got to put your foot on it, and then I got to get a new one for that. Y'all hear it? That's good. Just close it. Just close it. Just close it. All right. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I had to hear me talking to the lady. Talking to the lady. But yeah, Felicia. Debo was messing with Felicia. It wouldn't be considered alpha. He messing with the itchiest, scratchiest, dingiest chick on the block. Hey, JB, don't make me out you, man. I sent that picture privately how you was biting my swag. I sent that picture to you via text message. Don't let me put it on the screen and out you on how you be trying to bite my style. Don't make me do that to you, man. Rewind 1,000 years. Yeah, Debo would have been alpha. That was sort of the point I was making about my homeboy Anton I went to high school with. But rewind. Damn it. Checkmate. Come back. Come back. Come back. I was just about to bring you up. Don't make me out you, JB. I will out you. One of the outfits I had on that I took pictures with, JB was on the Lapeef network with the same damn outfit on. JB Quinan in the building says, great analogy. I will be using it, but I'll cite you as a source. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Debo would have been busting heads and taking all the women. The women would have no choice. They would just rightfully fall in line in that crazy, treacherous world that they lived in. They had to get in line behind the biggest, strongest, baddest, head cracking dude. They would have to, and then that would have been alpha. But nowadays, Craig or Smokey can spit some game to Debbie, or was Nia Long's name Debbie in there? They could spit some long to they could spit some game to Debbie, and now she's on and she's rocking with them. What is that, alpha? It's not alpha unless it's not alpha based off the traditional true definition unless you're beating the ass, unless you could beat the ass of Debo, unless Debo was trying to smash Debbie. Unless Debo was trying to smash Debbie, you could beat Debo ass and then take Debbie from her. Then you could say that you're alpha. But if she has choice in a free society to not mess with Debo and she's legally protected, and then all you got to do is be charming and have a mouthpiece, and now she messed with you because of other things you did that wasn't really alpha, but was more that fell more in line with a peacock showing feathers. And nobody says, you ever heard anybody say an alpha peacock? So it's like that's why we sound goofy when we're calling ourselves alpha for the reasons that we do. But without further ado, we got to bring somebody else into the conversation. We got hold on, let me get my earpiece together. And also let me shout out my man who in the building says, what up, B? I appreciate you coming on through. Shout out to you. Thank you for putting 5 on it. E Black TV in the building. E Capone. Oh y'all. Shout out to everybody in the building. All right, I take it you've been listening. So go ahead. What you got, Checkmate?
All right. First of all, I'd like to say, how you doing?
Doing good.
All right, I'm looking at the definition of alpha male right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it says a man tending to assume a dominant or domineering role in social or professional situations. Okay.
You're looking at the modern westernized definition of it. When you said social or professional settings.
Yes. It says yes.
Okay,
Dominating rural and social or professional situations.
okay, that is a modern adaptation of the concept of alpha. What does what does a professional setting have to do with the natural world in the animal kingdom? Because if we when we're talking, you see how you're trying to put a modern spin on it. That's what a lot of people do. But when you look up what an alpha male is, when they're talking about it at its rawest nature, it has nothing to do with your business acumen. You see what I'm saying?
Was more than that. I mean, I wasn't, I was just
Okay, well,
reading the
go
definition.
ahead and read it out. Go ahead and read it out.
Oh, no, no. I mean, I'm pretty much done reading the definition, but pretty
Okay.
much, um, I like to ask you, how did you come to the conclusion that modernized definition of what an alpha male is less legitimate or um, absolute than prehistoric definition, just the
All
beginning of
right,
time?
that's a fair question because okay, well, let me answer it straightforward because that you asked the question that speaks right to the core of this conversation. Okay, the modern definition of it is something that like after the fact we're trying to do. Okay, we if it had a working definition, if it stood for something, if it meant something, if we knew what it was, if we knew the biggest, baddest, strongest gorilla who could kick the other gorilla's ass and run them off or make them in a position where they not even trying to even come near the women because they know they get their ass whipped, and then he have sex with 5 or 6 whatever many women in the group. If we know that that's what it is, then we're basically trying to take an already existing concept and then redefine it and rename it to mean something in a modern world. And I talked about the multiple ways that people doing it. Now you're doing it in your own way too when you talk about the a professional setting. So now you're talking about the guy who can move well through the business world, who has business acumen, who's successful, who's driven, who's a go-getter, who's this, who's that. You know that. Yeah, I like that concept of alpha. I do. I think that's the guy who should be viewed as it. Okay, but that's one aspect of it. Now the other aspect of it is a person who says that it's based off raw sexual basically your raw sex appeal. That's so it's like everybody is trying to make it something. The guy who's sexy and gets women off his sex appeal, he's saying that that's alpha. The guy who's getting it off a combination of his masculine sex appeal and or his charisma, his charm, his ability to talk to him, he's saying that that's alpha. And then the guy who's building things and is successful and is basically leading people, leading men, leading groups, he's saying, oh, I'm alpha. So everybody is trying to retrofit the term into whatever situation that they see fit to modernize it. So that's why I just went back to just the raw definition of what it was and saying that's what it is, and everybody else is just trying to figure out a way to make them be, considered an alpha. But I think the concept in this modern civilized world, I think it loses its meaning based off if you look at where it started and you look at what's going on in this modern world. I think it loses its meaning.
Okay, but also the modern world is natural. It's from evolution. Humans evolve. We're not the
Mhm.
same as we were hundreds of years ago. Humans change. So,
You said, oh
therefore,
yeah, you said the modern world is natural.
yes, because it involves evolution. The modern world is from evolution.
Is something
And
natural about me and you being on completely separate parts of the world having a conversation over the internet?
I can argue that. Why? Because who developed it? Humans. Humans evolve. We get smarter. So I can
I
argue in
understand.
that aspect
I
that
understand
it
what you're
is
saying.
natural.
If you're saying we didn't defy the laws of physics in order to do this, therefore it's natural. But also, when people talk about the natural world, we're generally talking about the yeah, we're generally talking about stripping away society, culture, and technology. Okay, that's when we talk about the natural world. That's generally what we're talking about. We're not talking about us creating things that ultimately change the whole dynamics of how humans interact. Like we don't live in a natural world anymore. Like that much can't be denied. We don't live in a natural world. So that's why to me the term alpha male, beta male, in that, oh shoot, we got ARC down there. So I'm gonna drop you in a second. I'm gonna bring ARC because this is a topic that ARC gotta, ARC this in this wheelhouse. I'm definitely gonna bring ARC up on this one. But when we talk about the term alpha male, beta male, you notice I don't use them that much. I very rarely use them because they've never really had, they've never really had that much meaning to me. And when I was using it, I was using it in a way that where I was talking about, I think what you were talking about, the person who has, professional success and is successful and thriving out in the business world. I was using it in that way. And then people like ARC, who I'm about to bring up, he's basically saying, well, that has nothing to do with your sexual attraction and your sex appeal and getting to women. But your sexual attraction and sex appeal getting to women don't have nothing to do with you being, able to beat the ass and or kill the other competing males and taking the women. And so it's like it's multiple different definitions floating around. So I just got rid of the modern ones and only looked at the raw natural world without modern human civilization and looked at that. But either way, I'll let you get to get your last words, your last thoughts out here. I see some people in the chat room. They picking up what you're laying down. They feeling what you're saying. Some people in the chat room. I give you the last words before I bring ARC up here.
Okay. Well, since it's last words, I'll just say, again, evolution, how men and women behave towards each other and towards the society right now constantly changes. And I think it's very subjective to dictate which era of humanity is the true that opposed to true definition of a man being alpha.
Good point. Good point. I used it more so. I sort of took humans out of the equation with a lot of the stuff that I said. I mean, I put them back in it, but I was looking at it just stripping it just to raw nature, looking at animals, looking at mammals, looking at it like that.
Alpha males, at the end of the day, alpha males eat first. They eat first.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Lion Kingdom. The lionesses, they hunt down the prey. But who eats first? The alpha male. Is identical to humanity. Who eats first? The men that are wealthy, have power, influence of other men and women. It's the same. It's the exact same thing. The only difference is humanity evolves over time, whereas animals, they remain to be what they always been, animals. So I don't think you can say, well, just because it happened in the Lion Kingdom thousands of years ago, that's the true definition of what an alpha male is. Because what's going to attract more people, what's going to influence more people, a man that can whoop ass, or a man that has the power to hire another man to whoop his ass. You know what I'm saying? Women are going to.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's alpha. That's power. That's what it's all about, in my opinion.
And I'm with you on that. And if I had to lean either way on giving the modern definition to it, that's the direction that I would go with it and say that, hey, that guy who has that power. But then you go back to the book. I think it's called Sapien, that Zero talks about a lot. The guys who didn't have that ability to whoop ass were the guys who built the weapons and dug the moats and did everything they could to basically make society safe, to make the women in the group safe, to make everybody safe. It was safe. And then you fast forward that to modern times, those said that type of intelligence are the ones who ultimately build big companies and technology and do all of this, and they become rich. And then, yes, they do essentially become the alphas that run the world and control the stock market and everything. All the decisions that's being made that affect our lives are being made by basically intelligent people who wouldn't be considered the chest beating alpha. So they're essentially the alphas. So I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. If I'm going to give anybody the title, it would be those. But by some definitions, they wouldn't meet the criteria. But definitely, you definitely got a good perspective. I definitely appreciate you coming on up here. So I'm gonna let you go. Thanks.
Can I say one more thing?
Real quick.
Okay, the less work a man has to do to get women and resources that he wants in society, the more alpha he is. That's
Okay.
alpha.
All right, and again, that's your modern spin on it, and I can rock with that. I can rock with that. But all right, thanks. And we got and hold on, before I do it, let me make sure that because I think I got, before we bring them up, let me formally introduce
A-R-C.
and I know that ain't the right one with your name spelled correctly. I just noticed that.
Yeah. Good morning to you.
Morning. Hold on, SKC, if you listening, resend me the correct one. I think you sent me the correct one. Resend it to me. But I'll try to dig it up. But welcome to the show, ARC. Welcome to the show.
Now you know what I told my wife, because my wife was the one who alerted me to this live stream, and she said, "Look, Bernard doing something about alpha males," and I said, "Bernard is slick.
No,
He knew that 99% chance that I watch from the clouds. Sometimes he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna bring that nigga out the clouds. I'm gonna bring ARC out the clouds. He ain't gonna be able to stay in the clouds on this one. Some of the other subjects, yeah, he can stay in the clouds, but this one gonna bring him to my panel. I guarantee it. I put money on it." And she laughed. But yeah, well, a lot of stuff you're talking about. Let's just lay it out on the table. You mentioned how guys in modern day society have basically redefined, particularly as it relates to, pulling women, dating relationships. Well, if there was any one person who would be the one, it would be me. Because as most of my longtime followers know, I was the first guy who was associated with the worldwide manosphere, what some black guys call the white manosphere. I simply call it the worldwide manosphere.
Yeah.
I was the first guy associated with the worldwide manosphere to use the terms alpha and beta. Yeah, before me, nobody, I did a show about this one time. The main terms that were used when I first entered the manosphere was like nice guys versus bad boys, nice guys versus womanizers, or like Ron Will's book, Nice Guys versus Players. The number one, actually the most popular term for beta was AFC, which stood for average frustrated chump. That was among conventional PUAs in the late 90s, early 2000s. That was actually the most popular term for guys who were struggling to pull women, was AFC. Some would use just nerds and geeks. And the terms, instead of alpha, again, a lot of guys were using just either womanizer, player, stud, slayer, bad boy, and maybe one or two other terms. I can't remember. But yeah, I was actually the first one, because I started using that. My Mo 1 book started off as a pamphlet. I wrote my first pamphlet in 1995, and then my first ebook in 99. And anyway, from 95 to 99 and beyond, I used alpha and beta, and it was I think I told this one time on one of your live shows, but I'll tell you again. For me, it came from, I was watching, I think either the Discovery Channel in 91 or 92 or Animal Planet, and they start talking about how certain the males in certain animal species compete for women. Some of them compete to the death. They have a fight to the death. Other ones, it ain't that extreme. But they, in this documentary I was watching, they kept using the term alpha and beta. Like, for one group of apes, they said, yeah, it's the alphas that, I'm going to put it in modern day terms, these weren't the exact words, but they essentially said alphas are the ones who have the first dibs on the top females in their kingdom. Betas only, they said in extreme cases, some betas didn't get to mate at all. They didn't get to mate or reproduce at all. And at minimum, they only got to interact with the female that the alphas didn't want, or it basically already banged and used up. And that put a light bulb on my head. I was like, So anyway, when I start writing my books, I start utilizing alpha and beta.
See, well, real quick, I'm just to very briefly interrupt you. That's one thing that I didn't exactly know. I knew you use alpha and beta a lot. I didn't know that you were the first one in the manosphere, black or white or worldwide, as you call it. I didn't know that you were the first one to really bring those terms to the table. I didn't know that. That's actually new information. So yeah,
I have people, guys, at least once every so many, I don't know, once every 3 or 4 months, somebody will write that in my comment section. There's a number of my videos where that's been written by long time followers. They say, Alan, you always take ownership of certain things, but one thing I noticed you don't take ownership as much as you should is that you were the first guy I ever heard of to talk about alpha and beta. And then I always say, I don't bring it up that much, but I was.
You really can't take ownership of that though, just because it's alpha and beta. Those are terms.
I don't mean ownership as in I created it. So let me make that clear. I for dang sure did not create, although there are actually 2 hybrid categories I use in my books that I did create, that I did actually originate. And that is what I refer to as an alpha male with a few beta traits and tendencies, and a beta male with a few alpha traits and tendencies. I created those 2 hybrids. Like literally nobody was using that before me. Now, alpha and beta, they were being used, but I said I was the first guy associated with the manosphere. So I wasn't the first like scholar or academic to use those terms. But as far as anybody that was like a major self-help guru in the manosphere, I was the first guy to use alpha and beta. Because again, everybody else was using other terms that I already mentioned. But anyway, what you said, what I heard a lot of your argument was generally true for the time before civilized societies were commonplace. I would definitely agree with a lot of your attributes. And I mentioned Ron Wills. See, it's funny because when I first got on YouTube, me and Ron, we're very cool with each other. It's rare that we have disagreements. But one of our respectful disagreements had to do with this subject. Because Ron doesn't like the term alpha and beta. He prefers, when it comes to delineations of men, he prefers select versus non-select. And he said on a video back in 2017, he basically believes a guy can be very sexually desirable, but not necessarily in his mind alpha. And a guy can be sexually undesirable, but still be, the big bully type guy.
Yeah, I think he did make it. I guess I'll say more precise, or he dealt with the modern problem. I would say that, and you've talked about this, how that guy who's successful and he got money and he's doing this and he's doing that, and then you always respond like, yeah, but can you get the pussy wet? So so I do like that he kind of dealt with that. Like, yeah, this guy is successful. I mean, and really, you dealt with it in your own way. I think, that's the beta male with some alpha traits. He's beta in that he's not sexually select, but he's alpha in the sense that, he can move up through the business world or build businesses and do all of that. So that would make him, that would make him a beta male to the women or to the whole sexual mating environment, but an alpha male, in the corporate world or the business world. So I do like his term. I think he dealt with the problem that I was, having with the term alpha male. I think so that's one thing I do like about this, select, non-select. It takes out some of the some of the counter arguments and back and forths and debates people will have about what's alpha and what's not alpha. He just put it at select, non-select. So I do like what he did there.
Yeah, but so I listened to him and he made some good points, but I've always stuck with alpha because I also talked about this at my second appearance at the 21 convention. And it kind of relates to a lot of your earlier comments. What I was telling guys is that at that conference is that a lot of guys, they're automatic when they hear the word alpha. I said, a lot of you guys in the audience, you immediately think of the tall, muscular, bully type guy. And a lot of them nodded their head.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I understand where that comes from. And I think I said some comments related to what you said earlier in this live stream, basically going back centuries. But I basically said, number one, I said, I know a lot of guys I went to high school and college with that could whoop other guys' asses. But when I would see them interact with their girlfriend or later on in adulthood, their fiance or wife, they would be henpecked. Them women would be talking to them like they was a beta male bitch boy.
Yeah,
Even though
I
they
don't
were
know.
these big, tall, muscular dudes.
I don't know if you watched from beginning, and I hate that I use his real name, but I've already a guy I went to school with named Anton, who he was twice as stronger. I'm just talking about terms of bench press, and he was twice as strong as everybody else on the football team. Like he could kick all of our ass, no questions asked. Like I mean, he was light on his feet. He was like a left tackle. If he wasn't lazy, he would have went to the NFL. But he made it out of high school more than likely a virgin. Because he just didn't have it. He was just he didn't know. I never saw him with a woman. He didn't know how to talk to him, and he was. I mean, I hate to because I use his name, but I mean he wasn't exactly facially attractive, and he just didn't have it when it came to the ladies. He just didn't have it, and so that's true. But okay, so then that go back to the point that I was making. Strip away society, culture, civilization. If Anton wanted some ass, he could have got some ass. If you put us 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, Anton literally I was pretty strong. And football wasn't even my sport, but I was strong. I could bench press. I think he was the only one that could bench press more than me, but he could bench press twice as much as me. So it didn't matter if I had a woman and Anton wanted her. 100,000 years ago, he could have walked up to me, beat me up, and took that woman. in the animal kingdom, that's alpha. That's what the alpha is. So, and that's why I said everything else we're just putting a modern spin on it, basically. So what's your thoughts on that one right there?
Well, it all relates to, and the brother who was up here before me, I can't remember his name.
Checkmate. That was his name.
He said, Checkmate said something that even you said, fair point. Because see, that's one of the reasons why a lot of societies evolved into what's now known as a civilized society.
Mm-hmm.
As you could say, the smaller men, weaker men, they didn't want to be dominated by bullies. Mm-hmm. So the first thing that changed the game, you already mentioned this, weapons.
Yep.
Weapons were considered the equalizers. Whatever guy couldn't hang with a bigger guy in terms of hand to hand, like that's in the Bible with David and Goliath. You know, David, in terms of size and hand to hand combat, Goliath would have squashed him, but he used his intelligence and resourcefulness to create this slingshot and beat Goliath. In the movie, even though that's a fictional movie, but Planet of the Apes, they had gorillas in Planet of the Apes, but Caesar was the alpha. He wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the most muscular, but he was clearly the alpha. He was the leader of them apes. And so one of the reasons I started applying it, particularly as it relates to dating and relationships, I'm going to just put it in my blood terms based on my life experiences. When I was in high school, for example, my senior in high school, there was a lot of guys around the city of Gary, Indiana, who could whoop my ass. If I was just surmising based on their size and muscularity and perceived hand-to-hand, although I didn't know for sure.
Right.
But a lot of the girlfriends of those guys was throwing me the pussy. They was throwing me the pussy. And a lot of them I did fuck. And other ones I could have. So the one thing that Checkmate, who was up here, says to me, and this is how I describe my book, a lot of my definition has to do with resources. Basically, The more quality pussy you can get without spending money or offering women materialistic gifts, for me, that's what I consider you being more alpha. Like if the only way I can get some fine pussy is by giving a woman $1,000, to me, that ain't alpha. Now I'm sure there's a lot of people, who will try to argue that and debate that based on their own reasonings, and everybody's entitled to their opinions. But for the purposes of my book, I basically I talk about my 4 archetypes in the beta male revolution and in the audiobook version of Mode 1. Yeah, so I basically say I have total alpha male with beta traits, beta male with alpha traits, and total beta. Yeah, total alpha male is a guy who could just use his looks, sex appeal, and charm, mouthpiece, to just pretty much get any piece of pussy he wants. He ain't got to take no woman out to dinner. He ain't got to buy no Rolex watch. He ain't got to help her pay her bills. None of that. She's just going to look at that dude and say, damn, you sexy. I want to give you some of this pussy. And he gets the pussy. Then alpha male with beta traits, that's the guy who's much more relationship oriented than a total alpha male. I also call him a womanizing alpha male. He has no aspirations of marriage ever. He has a total hatred of monogamy. So if he's in a relationship, it's going to be some kind of open relationship. But he ain't going to never be in a monogamous relationship.
Mm-hmm.
In my book. Then next down is alpha male beta traits. Yeah, that's the guy who he likes to get his share of casual sex pussy, but he also does aspire to either get married at maximum, or if not married, he's down for cohabitation, some type of long-term relationship. His weakness is he unless he's Mode 1, he's going to be likely to cheat. He's going to be the type of guy that's going to have like his main girlfriend or his wife, but he's going to have at least a handful of side chicks, unless he's Mode 1, adopted my philosophy. But yeah, he's much more emotionally empathetic and compromising than total alpha male, and again, more relationship oriented. But again, he still has also the look, sex appeal, and mouthpiece to generally get his fair share of casual sex. Beta male with alpha traits is a guy that without some degree of career success, financial success, and status, he gonna struggle. He either not gonna pull any women at all, or he gonna pull a bunch of average looking women. But as far as, let's say, 7s and above, he can't pull those women without career success, financial success, material possessions, and status. He has to have all of those things in order to pull women. Now, he's gonna be ultra competitive though. In many ways, he will be more competitive. And that's why a lot of guys tend to say, well, Alan, what you describe as a beta male with alpha traits, I think is alpha male because he's really ambitious and he's driven. But I'm like, yeah, but he has to be though. See, like, there's a couple times I've even admitted on this live stream before that when I was in my 30s, for example, there was one period where I was pretty much a homosexual. I had a woman just taking care of me. I had no that drive to just go out and get a 9-to-5 job to pay my bills, because I was like, shit, I'm being taken care of. The fuck I need to drive for?
But you still was pursuing like an acting and screen
career. I was pursuing a career as a screenwriter in the entertainment area. But I'm talking about, in terms of just the drive, just to get a job, to pursue that bigger goal. I didn't have that when I was a homosexual, because I was like, shit, I could just call up a woman, sweet talking, and she gonna pay my rent or pay my car note or whatever else.
Did you, hold on, let me ask you, did you used to go in with that plan, or did it just sort of happen? Or was you just, or was you looking at her the way, you know how women look at men like, ooh, I'm about to get him. I'm about to get him to pay for some stuff. Did you have that mindset, or was it like you just was trying to get some sex from her, and then if all that came, it just came?
Yeah, definitely the latter. I've never been close to like a male gold digger, where I was like, oh yeah, let me see that woman. I think I can get the bag from her.
Yeah, like, I just recently encountered a dude who was like that, and I was like, damn, because it made me think, and I actually thought about you, because I remember when you would tell the story about how you was how you was a homosexual for a little bit, and I was like, I I wonder, is that common? Like, do they plan that? Do they see a chick and they target her like, okay, she got money, she seemed gullible, I'm about to just move in on her and try. But you said
sometimes it does happen. Now it's not nearly as frequent as what, but I give you one example. I had a frat brother actually. Me and one of my other frat brothers, we was at the movies, and we ran into a frat brother from our chapter, and he was with this old chick. Now he's around our age. He's because I'm like 58 now. Now he's probably like 60. But at the time, this was probably like 15 years ago. So he's 60 now. Yeah, he's probably about 45. And he was with this chick that looked like she was about 75.
Oh,
and
shit.
Of course it raised eyebrows. And then I was talking to him on one-on-one. I was like, dude, man, I ain't trying to question your taste in women. If you like older women, you like older women. But damn, dude, she looked like she ready for the nursing home.
Yeah.
And he chuckled. He said, yeah, okay. Funny AC. My friend, they call me AC, it's the ARC. But anyway, he said, funny AC. But then he said, yeah, check this out. When she passed away, I'm going to get all her millions of dollars of assets.
Whoa.
And I said, damn. So it's like, and basically I ended up asking him the question you were asking me. I said, so you knew that going in, huh? And he looked at me basically with the dog face like, of course I knew going in. What the fuck? You think I'm just, entertaining myself with a 75-year-old? Of course I knew that she was loaded. And he said, yeah, when she passed away, I'm going to get paid. And he did. She passed away a few years later. He got her house, all her cars, I wouldn't say all her money, because some of her money went to her family, but he got a good chunk.
Yeah. That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, but mine was accidental. Like one situation with me was I was a kept man to this woman that was a top physician. She was one of the top, if not the top at the time, Black female physician in all of LA County. And we met at a mall in Los Angeles. And she actually started flirting with me. We talked. Then we ended up fucking. And see, I was ready to leave alone after about, I think, let's say 4 or 5 fucks. But then she said, no, I want you to continue fucking me. And so then that's when my business side came out. I said, well, how much is my dick worth to you? She said, oh, I'll make it worth your while. I said, because, I'm right now I'm in between jobs. I got some bills to pay. And she was like, I'll make it worth your while. And I said, okay, bet. And she started taking care of everything. And so yeah, I had to explain this to a judge. I told this story on my channel. I'm gonna try to skip on miscellaneous details, so it's not a long story. But this didn't involve me. This involved another guy. I was at this dinner in Barrington, Illinois. If anybody from Chicago knows, Barrington is like Barrington is kind of to Chicago what Beverly Hills might be to Los Angeles. It's really a lot of the Chicago Bears live in Barrington. So needless to say, I was at this dinner with a bunch of upper middle class type Black people, what most people call, of course, bougie.
Hold on, time out. Mr. Negative Man said, why his voice get low when he during that story? That's the ARC voice that I don't like to hear in my ear. I was about to say so. I was about to be like, hold on now, don't get in that "ooh, say it again" voice when you're talking to me now. I was about to stop you because
but now you started something with that, man, when you said that a while back. Because since then, I've heard at least 3 or 4 other guys say that too. I was in somebody's last year, I can't remember now, and somebody said that. He said lightheartedly, but he still said it. He said, "Hey, have you checked out ARC's books?" And the dude was like, "Oh yeah, man, Possibility Sex, man. That book is awesome, man. Love the beta male revolution." And then the guy said, "What about ooh, say it again?" Nah, man. I don't want to listen to ARC with his breathy voice and
I'm sorry.
I don't want to listen to that, man. He gonna be like, "Oh yeah, see again." He said, "No, I ain't trying to hear that."
Hey, I ain't trying to mess up your money, man. I won't say that no more. But when you was just telling that story, you was like, well, how much is my dick worth to you? I was like, hold on, man. almost yanked my shit out.
You know who got the best on a quick side note? I've told this before. You familiar with Bill Bellamy?
Yeah.
He started like a lot of black comics on Def Comedy Jam. That was like his signature bit for a long time after his first appearance on you could say that was almost the bit that made him famous. He was talking about that. He was saying, man, he said, have y'all noticed that brothers be having two different voices? Like one for when women call and one for when their boy. He's like, when your boy call, you be like, what's up, Jay? Hey, man, we playing hoops today? Yeah, man, we got to go out there and hoop, man, because them other dudes ain't got the best of it. Then he said, a couple hours later, woman call, you be like, yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then he made this joke about, what if you accidentally thought one of your women was calling as your boy? You like, yeah, what's up? Who's this? Yeah. Anyway, now going back to the story, I was at this dinner and we got to talking about social media, which of course is now big time. And MySpace was still a thing at the time of this dinner. So that tells you how many years ago that was. And this judge was upset that his daughter, he had a daughter that was dating a guy. Now, first one of my friends, a guy named Jesse, pointed out that I was a book author. So, of course, everybody at the dinner started asking me a bunch of questions about my book. Anyway, this judge, he was actually a high-ranking judge in the state of Illinois. He said, so you some kind of dating expert, relationship expert? And I said, well, I got my full body of knowledge. And he said, man, I want to ask you about a situation involving my daughter. So I said, well, let's not talk about it in front of everybody. Let's wait till we get a break. So we went to talk one-on-one. He was like, Alan, man, my daughter is really accomplished. She was an honor student in high school, graduated from undergrad, summa cum laude, she just got her master's degree. But she's living with this guy that used to be a top basketball player at her high school. She living with him. He ain't got no job. And he said, I just don't understand that. Alan, maybe you can explain to me why she would even be attracted to a guy that doesn't have anything to offer in the way of money and education and careers. And I said, let's call him Judge Williams. I said, Judge Williams, you want me to speak candidly to you, or you want me to keep things formal? He said, oh, you can be candid. I said, because that dude your daughter's living with, he giving us some good dick. And then he just kind of paused. He said, well, okay. I said, yeah, I don't really want to disrespect your daughter and talking in explicit terms, but yeah, he giving her the dick she want. And he's one of them guys. And then I kind of went on to explain alpha beta with him. I said, see, he's in a situation where he don't feel no motivation to get resources to impress your daughter, because he's getting all he wants from your daughter without resources. So what would be his motivation to get all that? Now I'm sure long term she probably ain't gonna let him just be a bum forever. But I said for this moment right now, yeah, he already got what she want, which is some good dick. And he said, wow, those are some really straightforward language you use there, Alan. But so anyway, here's the thing. He writes me about a month later, and he said, Alan, I'll be damned. You were right on top of things. You knew what you were talking about. Me and my daughter had an argument. And then at one point in the argument, she said, Dad, I'm tired of you. And this is a microcosm of second wave feminism and how things unfolded after that. That I talk about. But remember what she said to her father. She said, Dad, I'm tired of you trying to pick my man for me, which a lot of fathers did in the early half of the 20th century. She said, number one, she said, I'm tired of you trying to pick my man for me. All you want me to hook up with is boring beta male nerds. And I had already used alpha and beta with him. And she said her own daughter used that term. She said, you want me to hook up with boring beta male nerds with a bunch of degrees, but that I'm not attracted to. She said, you want to know the reason why I'm with, I'll call him Byron. Byron, because he fucks me the way I need to be fucked. She told her father that. She said, because he fucks me the way I need to be fucked. And he said he would have been more freaked out by her response if he hadn't had the conversation with me. But he said my conversation with him kind of at least halfway prepared him for that reaction. He was just like, he said in his mind, he was saying, damn, this Ellen guy, the author guy, was right. Everything he said was right. And he said he still didn't approve of his daughter's relationship with this guy, but at least he had a better understanding. Because before talking to me, he said he just literally didn't understand it at all. His attitude was, why would any woman who got a good career, a high-level education, even look at a guy who's broke and unemployed? That didn't compute in his mind. But once I broke shit down to him, he was like, oh, okay. And anyway, yeah, it was interesting that, yeah, he ended up writing me later, and he thanked me for that conversation we had. But anyway, this was a long digression from beta male with alpha traits. Yeah, beta male with alpha traits, he needs all that stuff. Like, say he got it going on financially, got a good job, and he runs into a rough spot where he loses his job and becomes bankrupt, he losing that fine bitch. That fine bitch ain't gonna be around no more. She's gonna dash, if not immediately, within a matter of weeks. Whereas a guy who's in my category of a total alpha male, he ain't gonna never lose no woman because of lack of money. He would lose a woman because he let himself get fat and out of shape, or something with his dick went wrong. He got eating problems or something like that. But it ain't gonna never have to do with his career success or his money.
I was just about to ask you about that to some degree, because yeah, the beta male with the alpha traits, he'll you know, if he somehow fell off financially, then yeah, whatever he had going on with women is going to just start falling by the wayside. But the guys who are in that category that you would put yourself in, the total alpha, where it didn't matter if you had a job or not, you still had all the access in the world, basically, to some attractive women. So now, fortunately for you, I mean, well, you was out chasing your dreams, trying to be a screenwriter or an actor, and you ended up, being an author and dating coach. So you found success. To the ones who are in that category that you were in, if they never find that type of success, how long of a shelf life do you say that them being that alpha and having the ladies? I mean, you think at some point, it got to run out, where eventually you do got to be able to provide something. Because here you are, a married man, and shout out to you, married. I think she was 29 when you was 56 or something like that. Or
28 when I was 56, and now I'm 58 and she's 30.
Okay, yeah. So shout out to you for that. And but in the reality is that you put yourself in position later in life to where you can provide something. So, but the guys that don't figure it out, but they did have that, what you would consider the alpha swag, the masculine sex appeal. I'm trying to remember the exact terms to use. They got the masculine sex appeal. In your experience with guys you talk to, like how long is the shelf life on that? I think you got to run out at some point.
Yeah, and it does. As a matter of fact, I actually did at least one video about that. It was called, now I can't remember the title, but it's something to the effect of, I said, you can be a trick or a sugar daddy well into your 50s, 60s, even 70s and 80s. But I said, a womanizer, you're trying to be because I always have to emphasize that some guys, because there's some guys here on YouTube that try to conflate the two. If you're a masterful trick, that is not the same thing as being a womanizer. And again, the biggest issue has to do with resources. A womanizer is a motherfucker getting a lot of pussy for free. Trick is motherfucker getting a lot of pussy because he's paying for it. And as it relates to age, now, again, I basically said that you can be a trick or a sugar daddy whatever age. But I said, usually your time as a womanizer, the main decade I would say is going to begin to expire is somewhere between 40 and 49. There might be exceptions here and there, but generally, I would say once a guy gets to no older than around roughly 49, his ability to fuck not only women in general, but specifically younger women for free is going to slowly but surely run out. Now, I have to toot my horn. In 2017, when I was in Orlando for the 21 convention, I was 54. And I fucked my youngest woman to date. She was 22. I was 54, she was 22. And I didn't whine and dine her or nothing like that. It was purely on mouthpiece game.
Did she know about you though? Was it or was this just some fresh chick that never heard of you?
No, she never heard. Here was the kicker. Originally, I wasn't trying to fuck her. What it was, I had met a coworker of hers who was 41. And actually, the 41-year-old had the better looking face. If I had had the 1 to 10 scale from face body, the 41-year-old was probably like an 8 facially, but probably a 5 body-wise. And then the second time I met up with the 41-year-old, she brought her 22-year-old coworker. Now, 21-year-old coworker was like a 5.5 facially, but she was like a 9 body-wise.
I ain't gonna lie. I'll take that over. I'll take a 9 body with a 5 face over a 5 face. I mean, over a hold on, wait. You said
I think most guys would for casual sex. Most guys gonna take a woman with a 5 face and a 9 body than a 9 face. Like the 41-year-old, she was about an 8 face and 5 body wise.
Yeah, for me, it's all of that body gotta be right for me. More that's to me that's more important than the face. Even it's crazy as it sounds, because I get people they care more about the face when it's long term. I'm in the category. Even long term, I care more about the body. That's that small waist and wide hips and that ass. I care more about that. I'm sorry.
I saw a picture of your girl one time. So you didn't even need to tell me. I said, I know what Bernard likes.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw a picture of your girl, I said, I know what Bernard likes. But yeah, that's what happened. I was talking to both of them. Here's how it happened. I said, I was talking shit. I started talking basically X-rated shit to both of them. And I said, okay, here's the deal. I said, over the next 36 to 48 hours, whoever wants some of daddy's dick, just text me a message and say, Daddy, what you doing? I said, you got it? They nodded their head. I said, if you want to get with daddy in the next 36 or 48 hours, just text me and say, Daddy, what you doing? And at the time I said that, again, I was expecting to hear from the 41-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden, I got a daddy, what you doing from the 22-year-old. Didn't hear from the 41-year-old. So bottom line, we ended up fucking. But that's my youngest, in terms of age difference, younger. That's my biggest difference today. But I was saying that, generally speaking, though, unless a guy takes really, really good care of himself, in terms of nutrition, exercise, because see, for the total, what I describe as the total alpha male, his physique and his conversation skills are more of his currency, so to speak, than anything like money or material possessions. So he got to keep his body in shape. And a lot of guys, once they, get into their 50s and 60s, they just don't keep it up. You have some exceptional guys. Like I was actually watching a live stream yesterday, a guy called Black Man Travels.
Mm-hmm.
He had a guy on there. He was interviewing him. And I ain't gonna lie, I was even shocked when the guy said he looked young, but he was 54. He's similar to me. He's 54 and he's married. He lives in Colombia and he's married to a 27-year-old Colombian chick. And he made mention of what I just said. He said, yeah, to keep my wife excited. He said, man, I'm really about exercise. I exercise every day. I keep my body in shape. I eat the right foods, drink a lot of water and blah, 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 blah. And he did. It was paying off because If I was just looking at him, I would have thought he was maybe like 39, 40, 41, 42, but he was 54.
Mm-hmm. Casual. Okay, wait, no. Okay, now. Okay, I didn't read your other super chats because it sounded like you was trying to be somewhat insulting to ARC. So I clicked on it, then I took it down. But I see this one right here. I'm about to read this one. Hopefully you ain't clowning with this one. He says many black men who are gynocentric minded suffer from gender dysphoria. What? Gender dysphoria, playing a female gender role and claiming shortcomings as a male is defeatist and weak. I don't know what to make it. I don't know. If you can respond to that if you want to.
No, I'm not able to comprehend what he.
I think he's trying to say that how you operated, I guess, when you were younger, that you were basically being in the female role, so to speak, where you didn't have money, but you had you had some currency on the sexual mating market, and you used that currency, and that had you in situations where some people, it had you in situations where you was being taken care of by a woman, bare minimum temporarily, while you was doing your thing, trying to
So
be
he's saying that
actor.
all male strippers are playing a female role. Is that what he's saying?
I don't.
Because I mean, a lot of guys who are male strippers, man, they get women on their looks and sex appeal, man. Being able to pull women and get women in bed on your looks and sex appeal ain't got nothing to do with playing no female role. Shit, that's what, brother. That's what women know what they want. Let me just keep shit real, man. Women know who they turned on by without resources being involved. They know who they are. That's one of the reasons why you had the second wave of feminism. Because related to that story I told about the judge's daughter. A lot of women, man, they was hooking up with guys that they weren't physically and sexually attracted to because their father told them to hook up with that guy, or that was their only opportunity for financial provision. But it's just like, well, this the book Bernardo owned, but I got a quote in the book. There was a woman I used to follow on Facebook. She was pretty popular. She had a pretty popular blog. I can't remember her name. She started out bisexual, I want to say. Then she transitioned pretty much to being just a full-fledged lesbian. And back around when I first got on Facebook, I got on Facebook in 2008. So this had to be maybe 2009, 2010. She wrote this post that even I was like, ouch. And I'm going to be slightly paraphrasing words, but she basically said, some of y'all men out here are so fucking delusional. She said, y'all sexually undesirable beta males, y'all lucky there's such a thing as money and material possessions. You're lucky. Because she said, I've had many conversations with my heterosexual girlfriends, bisexual girlfriends. She said, if it wasn't for money and resources, none of y'all wouldn't be getting laid. She said, none of y'all wouldn't be getting laid. She said, because women, y'all always try to treat us like we're not visual. And I know a lot of men who do that. She said, you all try to treat us like visual. She said, we know what we like. And I can't remember the rest of the verbiage, but what she was basically saying, the guys we really want to fuck, they don't need to be rich for us to fuck them. We're going to fuck them just because they look good to us. We find them sexy and we think they're going to be satisfying in bed. They ain't got nothing to do with it. They graduate from Harvard and own a convertible Mercedes. She said that's for beta males. And she was laying it out, man. And she had at the time, a large public audience. And she had people tripping on this post. But going back to this guy's super chat, man, if he's trying to say if you pull a woman because of your looks and or mouthpiece that's playing a feminine role, then shit, that's some goofy ass shit to say. That's some goofy ass shit to say.
Yeah, well, it's two things going on here with that one. Now, it is a such thing as, if we get all deep off into the black community, it's some outright unproductive dudes with no goals or no hopes and no dreams, and they just out there just hoboing around without even an end game. Like that's worthy of criticism, but I don't like people will try to pin that on you because And I don't like that. And I back you up on that one, because it's a lot of people who move out to LA. They chasing dreams. They going to casting calls. They trying to become an actor. They trying to be a screenwriter. They trying to do all that kind of stuff. And you even said, while you were chasing your dreams, there was some moments where you was homeless, sleeping in your car while you was chasing your dreams.
Yeah, I was homeless 3 times when I was in LA.
Exactly. So while you was out chasing your dreams, whether you sleeping in your car or it was some woman because of your looks or your swag, your mouthpiece, whatever, or your sex game, she wanted to let you sleep in the house. I can't knock that and put that in the category of the useless, the useless, hopeless, bummy, hobosexual with that ain't even chasing a dream. Like, so that guy I can criticize, but I'm not gonna criticize somebody chasing their dreams out in Hollywood and they getting women off their swag, off their looks, off their style, off their sex appeal, sex game, whatever that. So I don't like when people try to lump those two in. I think that's more or less what he's doing. And then there's an element of some people do, and you touched on this. Some people like to just criticize the man just because he can get it off another form of currency that's not money. He can get it, in other ways. He has a form of currency that you may not have, so you criticizing him for using his best form of currency to get what he want out of women. And that ain't cool. That ain't cool either.
Yeah, it ain't cool. But I just wanted to say, man, I just did not my very last live stream, but it was my next to last live stream. That was a major point I made, man. Like the way you just said, some guys hate on guys who get women in a different method than them. I found that starting with my high school days, man. Particularly, like, okay, I'll start with what I said in the live stream. I said in live stream, we're on the subject of haters. And I said, you'll find that if a guy gets a lot of pussy because he's basically like doing the sugar daddy role, he spent a lot of money on women, buying women a lot of materialistic gifts, I said he won't have too many haters. Because guys be like, well, yeah, he getting a lot of pussy, but he's putting out the money. He's putting out more money than I'm willing to put out. But I said, I noticed starting with no later than my senior in high school, if you're a guy who gets a lot of pussy just based on a combination of your looks and your mouthpiece, and you got other guys who don't particularly possess those two attributes, they will hate on you, man. I said to the extreme where a lot of times they will want to fight you and maybe even kill you. And it trips me out about male nature like that, because I think you probably heard some of my stories, Bernard. Like when I was in high school, man, at least 4 or 5 times, man, I had dudes from other schools wanted to fight me because of my popularity with the girls in Gary, Indiana. Like I'd be talking to some girls, say at a football game, and I would see like 3 guys a few feet away. They'd be like, there go that pretty nigga Alan Currie, man. I ought to go over there and fuck his ass up, man. We'll go over there and beat his pretty ass up, man. Motherfucker, fuck him. And I didn't know these niggas, man. And that might trip me out because I ain't never been hated on before my senior in high school. So I used to be like, damn, these dudes they never came to blows because either people in my crew would step in, people in the dudes hating on me and their crew would step in. So it never in the incidents, it never came down to blows. But for me, it was mind-blowing just the fact that guys wanted to initiate a fight with me because they felt like, and one celebrity I talked about in one of my videos on my channel who was open about it, I'm sure you're familiar with Warren Sapp, used to play for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mm-hmm. He actually had 2 interviews where he openly said he was what he called an anti-pretty boy hater. One interview, he was talking about the interviewer was asking about sacking a quarterback. He said, Warren, you seem to have an extra something towards sacking the quarterback, man. What is it that drives you to sack quarterback other than just being a defensive player? He said, oh, well, I just want to be the best defensive tackle I can, blah, blah, blah. Then he said, but I'll be honest, man, one reason I hate quarterbacks because most of them are like pretty boys. I hate pretty boys. And the interviewer thought he was kind of saying that lightheartedly at first, so he kind of chuckled. But then Warren Sapp pretty much said, no, I'm like serious, man. I don't like them. Like he said, like Tom Brady, he's a pretty boy diva, man. He said, I don't like Tom Brady. I respect him, but he said I don't like him because he's a pretty boy diva. And then another interview I heard, they was asking about his former Miami teammate, The Rock. And he was the interviewer was asking him something about, so you played along with The Rock, and The Rock was on defense with you. Were you guys good friends? He said, well, The Rock really didn't have much football talent. That's why he's a movie star now. And the interviewer was like, dang, that's kind of cool. He said, I'm just being honest, man. He wasn't really a good college level football player, but he said he made the best of his life. But he said he made it in an industry that he was supposed to make it in. And then the interviewer was like, what does that mean? He said, well, the Hollywood industry, man, they all about, hyping up the pretty boy types, man. And he's like, man, I don't like no pretty boys, guys who could just get women just on their looks alone. He said, that's not manly to me. And I was listening to it like, wow. He said, it's along the lines of what you hear some guys on YouTube about. They believe you should be a productive man, say versus a homosexual. Now, he wasn't calling The Rock a homosexual, but he said, I believe a man's ability to put women should rely somewhat on his accomplishments, his achievements. He said, I don't believe a guy should be able to just get women because he just considers good looking. He said, I don't like that, man. And it's like, damn, Warren Sapp's a piece of work.
In a perfect world, I think that would be right, that a guy's ability to get women is based off his accomplishments. I think you could make a case that society would function a lot better if that was the case, but we don't live in a perfect world. So you can't get too amped up and animated on something like that. That's why I always say that we can criticize some outcomes. If some chick is messing with some dudes that ain't worth a damn, and she got pregnant, got a bunch of kids out of wedlock with dudes who ain't held a job in 15 years, then yeah, we could criticize that. If some dude out there serial impregnating women and they got no intention on taking care of the kids, we can criticize that. But if some dude just look good to women and they want to have sex with them and he's partaking in it, you can't pick up sword and shield and argue against that. That's when you just got to step back and leave it alone. That's why I don't like when people try to, make all the stuff we talk about in the manosphere about, we talk about, everything wrong with the community. Don't just pin that. Don't pin that on somebody just because they attractive to women. Like that's when it get goofy. That's the distinction that a lot of people need to make. But Jonathan Morgan in the building, in the building, he says, I hate how we never, let me make that bigger so I could see that a little better. He said, I hate how we never separate this conversation into two angles that concern black men. One is just about getting peace leave. Shout out to Coach Craig Adams. One just about getting peace leave, where ARC is 100% correct. The other is how these values collectively affect us. I didn't even read that super chat in advance, but you kind of made you kind of touched on what I was talking about. It is two different conversations. One of it is just getting women, and then we have a bigger, broader sociological or conversation from a sociological perspective where we're breaking that down. But I do think we will unfairly charge up somebody who's what I consider to be a responsible ladies' man. That's what I consider ARC. He ain't got a bunch of babies out there, and when he did have a baby, it was when he was married. So I have no problem with a responsible ladies' man, and that's where that's where you cross the line from giving some good social commentary to, all right, nigga, you just hating. Like that's where I draw the line with that at. But shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Now, ARC, somebody that wants to come up who
oh boy, here you go.
All right. You had some background. Oh shit. Okay, it's all right. We got a show now. I didn't even realize Obsidian was in the back. I just saw OG down there. Obsidian just popped up. Hey, J Speed, you got some hissing in the background.
I do.
Yeah, just turn your mic down. You trying to talk?
Okay. I got you.
Gain up high so you can try to. You got the gain up high so you can try to talk over ARC. I know what you're trying to do. Don't come.
Go ahead and get old man. I get that fixed up.
All right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Just turn down the gain. That's where that hissing come from.
That is.
All right. I'll mute you up while you try to figure that one out.
That's it.
Yeah. I'll mute you up while you try to figure that out. But we got Obsidian in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. You can pick it up anywhere that whatever prompted you to come on up. Go ahead. You got it.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy New Year, Alan. And I'm glad to know that you're feeling better. I heard that you were a bit ill, so I'm glad to know that you're back up and about. Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation about what constitutes an alpha male in the 21st century. That's very, very. I would like to suggest, in addition to what's been presented already, I would like to add the additional layer of a Black American cultural idiom, and that's a very interesting question. I made the case in my book, chapter 8, that in reproductive terms, Black women's mating choices were atavistic. You know, they were like a evolutionary throwback, so to speak. Black women as a group do not consider really smart guys to be sexy in and of themselves. It can be bundled into other traits. So if you're a really tall, well-built, well-dressed guy who went to school, got a good degree, which, many people, especially women, consider college education a proxy for intelligence. So you can bundle it into that. But a straight ahead brainiac, no. Black women don't consider that to be sexually attractive. Not the way Jewish women or Asian women, for example, or Indian women, Indian from India, have repeatedly demonstrated. That's just something that just doesn't work in among Black women. It just doesn't. So what Black women praise are what you talked about earlier in your presentation, Bernard: height, physical strength, or the proxy for it. So in other words, really being what I call the beefcake look, really being buffed and swole. That physically, that's what Black women look at in terms of a body type. Now, as far as facially, right now, the big trend at the moment is darker skin and bearded, both of whom obviously are closely associated in Black American society with masculinity, with the apex of masculinity. So if you're lighter skinned or at the present moment, if you're lighter skinned and or have less facial hair, as a general rule, it's not perfect. I'm not saying this is like absolute, but just in generalities, that's is seen by Black women as less masculine, therefore less sexually attractive. So it's a very interesting dynamic because all of the evolutionary psychologists and human mating scientists that have studied this, and everybody knows I lean heavily on their work. None of them has specifically taken in, and they do acknowledge the role that culture plays in all of this. None of them have actually studied that except me. So I think that's something that we do need to look at. And as you was talking, Bernard, I had to think to the Marvel films. We've all seen them. Who is the most powerful Avenger?
Depends on what you mean by
Who is the Avenger by powerful? Okay, we can go there. Okay, so by powerful, meaning the most impactful. You take him out of the equation, everything changes.
That would be Tony Stark. It was
absolutely Iron Man, the shortest guy, yeah. No superhuman ability. He's just a straight up genius. Thanos actually was kind of fearful of Stark. Thanos, who tanked the Hulk, just straight tanked him. Thanos, who just who beat down Thor, damn near took his own head off with his own combination axe hammer Stormbreaker. Thanos, who's just swept away Captain America like he was a flea, but he was fearful of Stark.
Real quick, Obsidian. I want to throw this out there. I'm sure you probably noticed this too. Is that in Infinity Wars, Thanos, when he was on his mission, he wasn't really just hell bent on killing people. He was just, it was a lot of times where he just smacked people out the way to get to where he needed to go.
That's right.
But he was specifically about to kill Iron Man because it's like he knew that I can't leave Iron Man alive. I don't even think he didn't know why, but he was about to kill Iron Man until Doctor Strange came in with that, that trade off of the stone for Iron Man. But Iron Man was the one that I can't leave him alive. He could have killed Doctor Strange. He didn't. He had a lot of people left for dead. He just walked past them. But he specifically wanted to get rid of Iron Man, and Iron Man ended up being the one who was the reason why Thanos' plan got defeated. So he was right. He was right to want to kill Iron Man. I just wanted to throw that part out there. But anyway.
Yeah. And that just goes to show you that the heavy lever that intelligence plays in things. Now, obviously, Tony Stark was something of a playboy himself. But my point is that type of skill set, if you think about Stark, that type of skill set is not really praised among Black women. It isn't. The Hulk is definitely. Thor, no doubt about it, slam dunk. Doctor Strange, yeah, you can get on. Black Panther, hands down, no argument there. But Stark among Black women, no. And definitely Captain America. But Stark among Black women, no. My personal opinion, and this is a personal opinion, so take it as whatever you think it's worth. Personal opinion only. My personal opinion is that a lot of Black women are deeply intimidated by like really bright Black men. It's really apparent they're really smart. That scares a lot of Black women. That scares them off.
But wouldn't you say he would have had money too?
Pardon?
When you would say that character was rich too?
Talking about Stark?
Yes.
Absolutely. He's brilliant.
Well, he would be number one on OnlyFans.
Absolutely. But I'm controlling for just the intelligence factor alone.
No, I'm just saying, well, how would you separate the two?
Easily. I mean, there's a lot of trust fund babies that aren't geniuses.
No, I'm just saying with him, I mean, if you wanted to break him down and do an analysis on him, how would you separate the two? Well, I mean, his money made him appealing too to other women outside the suit.
Right. So, yeah, like I said, there were other things about him that bundled into it. But I said, and you making my point, you have to bundle in other factors. I'm saying straight ahead brain power. Is that sexy to Black women? The answer is no.
I wouldn't agree along with that one. And this is my personal opinion. I wouldn't go along with that. I just like to say good morning to everybody.
Yeah, good morning. Wait, hold on for a second, OG Obsidian. Did you fully land the plane, or was it? I mean, did you?
Oh, that motherfucker about to run out of gas. Go ahead. go ahead.
I was just simply making the point that the terms alpha male and these different terms, and evolutionary psychologists do acknowledge this. Culture does play a role in human mating. That's something that I think we ought to keep in mind. Culture does matter. And I'm saying my argument, my principal argument, and now going to be soon to be my second book dropping this spring, and this is aimed at the ladies this time around. My principal argument in the soon to be 2 books will be that in a Black American cultural idiom, and we all agree, Darwin teaches us this, women, or females, I should say, because you talk about not just humans, but throughout the animal kingdom. Females are the driver of human reproduction. Female mate choice, right? I am saying in a Black American context, Black women do not see raw brain power in itself as sexy. They do not. Now, it has to be bundled into other things. For example, Jay just mentioned the fact that Stark happened to be wealthy. That's true. He was wealthy. So that's a factor. He had other traits, that he used in the dispatch of getting, but yes, that's true. I'm talking about straight ahead brain power. Just like black women will make mating decisions strictly based on appearance on a man. Nothing else. This is documented. Just standalone. They'll make a mating decision on that in the affirmative. What I'm saying is black women do not see brain power alone in a brother to be sexy. It has to be bundled in to the other things that they find attractive.
I think all other women. I think all other women.
Hold on, real quick. Before I go to OG, I want to see ARC. What's your thoughts on that statement? That Obsidian's last statement.
It's generally true. Well, number one, I
like when y'all agree. I like when you and Obsidian agree. But anyway, go ahead.
Agreed with quite a bit of stuff before.
I know.
But here's where I distinguish, though. See, I always distinguish, unlike some guys kind of blend the pursuit of casual sex in with the pursuit of long-term relationship or marriage. Whereas when it comes, I distinguish between the criteria for both men and women. And for women, I would say definitely, this is based on my interactions with them, my conversations with them. Yeah, for casual sex, most definitely, intelligence is on the low end of the totem pole. There's a few exceptions here and there, but most women generally don't care about a man's intelligence if they just want casual sex. Now, for long-term relationships, women have expressed multiple times that a man's level of intelligence does play in, but to Obsidian's point, they usually want something else. I use my wife. My wife is a sapiosexual. She said my intelligence was definitely one of the top 3 things that attracted her to me. But she, at the same time, I know my wife, she would probably never date a guy that if intelligence was the only thing that he had going for him and say nothing else, no, she wouldn't hook up with that guy. And I would probably argue that most women, they would want at least 1 or 2 other favorable, appealing attributes in addition to the intelligence. But definitely for long-term relationships or marriage, though, most college-educated women do put a certain premium on intelligence.
Okay. All right. Cool. OG.
I agree with what ARC said. By the way, I agree with him 100%. Yeah. The studies have shown to back up the Steelman ARC's point. Studies have shown. I'll cite my source. One source is Why Women Have Sex by Cindy Meston and David Buss. The latter name, many people here will know I cite quite a bit. They cite over 100 reasons why women have sex, scientifically, over 100. Another book I can cite for you is Men Behaving Badly. That's another book by Buss. There have been numerous other books. We human beings, we refer to it colloquially in the black manosphere as dual mating strategy, usually in connection with women. It's true. What the black manosphere says about women in this regard is true. Women do indeed have a dual mating strategy. What the black manosphere is not so good with, though, is acknowledging that we men have a dual mating strategy too. Mm-hmm. Both men and women have short and long-term, or I should say, long-term mateship and short-term casual sexual mating strategies. And ARC is right. When it comes to short-term mating, women have now this is broad generalization. Women have a different set of criteria for a short-term mate than they do for a long-term one. And when it comes to what I'm talking about, sheer intellect, it doesn't really rank that high on the short-term mating scale, which is interesting because we know that marriage is very low in Black American society. We know that out of wedlock births are very high in Black American society. My theory is that Black America today in the 21st century, we have at some point along the way adopted a short-term casual mating strategy as the default setting of mating in Black America. is not seen as part of a dyad, like you got short-term mating here and long-term mating here. No, it has become the default setting.
I don't think across the board. I think I cut it down, Bernard. I don't think
yeah.
across the board that women get into nerds. I mean, in any race. I mean, if you just want to start talking about sure brain power,
That's not
I
true.
don't think.
That's not true.
Okay, well, this is my opinion, old man. This is not yours. And if you got some facts that show different than that, and then I tell you that there's a purse or there's a bag to come along with that nerdy guy. I'm telling you across the board, hell, you don't want to hang around a nerdy guy. That's all he has to offer to life. I don't know. I don't want to walk in a bar with a motherfucker who just nerdy. Why? I mean, I just wouldn't. Much less a woman want to date somebody. I mean, nerdy guys don't get that much pussy unless they got money to go along with it. Let's just be honest. Across the board.
Obsidian, you said that's not true. What's your you go ahead and respond to that part right there.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we can observe with Asians, Jewish, and East Indian women. Look at the men that they choose as mates. So ARC, we're gonna go and tip our hat to his argument here. Even the men that they just consider hot. Look at the men that they consider hot. Look at the men that black women consider hot. And you tell me if they look the same.
Look at the race. You got a bunch of goddamn midgets almost. Look at the race that you just named.
Damn.
The goddamn race itself is almost midgets. Damn. So what are you talking about? That's the choices they got. I mean, they're going to look nerdy. I mean, come on now. If you put an Asian guy, come on. If you put an Asian, you just said two different races. You say Indian and Asian, right?
There are Asian men. Do you know the average height of an Asian man?
I tell you what.
Wait a minute. It comes very close to the average height of an American man overall, which is 5'10", and that's true for Jews. You look at Israel. You look at Jews and Indians.
You're talking about second generation, third generation, or you
no?
just
I'm talking about over there.
In country?
I'm talking about in country.
Come on, man.
All right. Well,
let me. Can I say what I need to say? Can I tell you?
Yeah. No. Well, what I wanted to do, because before Obsidian, through his put his thoughts on the conversation. You kind of responded to what he was saying. You wanted to come up before Obsidian was up, so I take it was something that was said that me and ARC said, or particularly ARC said, that you wanted to respond to. So I want to give you a chance to basically speak to whatever you originally wanted to come up for, and then once that gets done, then I guess you and Obsidian could can have y'all back and forth if y'all can have that. But go ahead, you got it.
And J Speed, you better not bring up either the names of El DeBarge or Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav
out the conversation, okay?
Okay, we're in a different conversation this year. But anyway, man, just to be honest, come on now. Just to be honest, any person can put almost like a hat, like a flying saucer on his head and still be cool. Look like a little person out of Robin Hood. You already know that you had something going for you. Come on, let's just be honest. You ain't the average black guy walking the street. And I got to give you all your praise, man. You say you was a carbo or something. Did you say something about you was a carbo something?
Carbo?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
A carbosexual. You was homeless one time.
Oh, hobo. That's the young brother's term for a guy who's able to bang women, but he's broke, unemployed, maybe got one or more women taking care of him. They call that a hobo. Now, in my generation, I didn't hear that. I didn't start hearing that until about 3, 4, 5 years ago. But yeah, hobosexual is what they call them.
Yeah, but if you were living in a car, you'd be a carbosexual, right?
Well, yeah. Okay. Now I see what you're saying. Okay. I was never homeless for weeks or months. So
I've been there. I've been there too.
But 3 times I was homeless for say up to 48 hours before.
There's something about being in the arts get people homeless for some reason or another. We just don't have an open door. We got to fight for everything we get. So I understand that one. Let me ask you a question. This is always I would want to ask you, and I've been catching your live screen. You've been doing a good job. Still need to get that camera angle a little bit so it won't shoot up your nose, though.
I know
you get that done.
Nose hairs, okay.
I wrote
that down. Too many nose heads. Okay.
Yeah, you got to get that camera angle. Well, just in general, and you've been a script writer. Camera angles are very important, and you don't want to look up a black man's nose. So let me ask you a question, because you seem to be very expert on this. With 80% of the women can't get climax, right? Science has proven that from penetration. Where's all this I want to fuck somebody come from then? I mean, I ain't had the problem because I know techniques, and I know that pretty much there are a lot of other guys who know techniques. But 80% of the women is not getting climax. Where we get this, all women wants to fuck all the time.
You know what a nymphomaniac is?
I understand that. I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
But I'm just saying is, if women are struggling to have climax, but we act as in the black man of spirit that women just going out there and just want to fuck, and we don't put the other things and add the other things to it. It's other than I want to fuck, because if they're not getting climax and they're going in there and using their pocket rockets in the bathroom for 2 minutes and had your ass working all night and they still didn't get a climax, but they can go in the bathroom and use it for 2 minutes and get off. So I need to know, where is this? Is it more mental than it is they getting something from it? Or is it trying, what is it? What have you seen in your life?
I would say that a lot of women, unlike most men, can still enjoy themselves sexually, even if they don't come. Now, of course, the ideal for just about all of them is usually to have an orgasm. But I've known women to still enjoy themselves sexually without orgasm, without having an orgasm. Now, if it becomes repeated, then yeah. Women, if you have sex with a woman multiple times and say you've never made her come, she's going to drop your ass at some point. But if you're talking about one episode here, one episode there, women can handle that because they like the closeness. They like that intimacy. And see, but when Obsidian was talking about dual mating strategy, see, that's so true, and I'm glad he talked about it in respect to both genders, because a lot of men sometimes tend to either forget or act like we don't. But Dr. Sigmund Freud called that out back in the 19th century, that men have, he called it the Madonna whore complex. He basically said that most men want the good girl for long-term relationships and marriage, and they want the kinky freak slut for casual sex and extramarital affairs. Well, the thing is, women have that same dual mating strategy, man. A lot of the guys that they want to fuck them, they do not want to marry them. I've had women be blunt enough to tell me that to my face. I've had women, definitely when I was in my 20s and 30s, certain women would say, Alan, I love you as a fuck buddy, but I would never want you as a boyfriend or a husband because you ain't got shit to offer. They talking about basically in the way of career success, financial. They'd be like, you ain't got nothing to offer to be my boyfriend or husband, but I like you as a fuck buddy. But yeah, here's a simple thing. This is one reason I started my adults only podcast that Bernard will never ever listen to, called the Erotic Conversationalist.
Your voice get too deep, man. He can't, and you can't listen to that shit. Because your voice is too deep, man. I mean, no man wants to listen to that. You talk like that.
Y'all funny. One of the reasons, things that contributed to me starting that show, there was a woman that some people might be familiar with named Alexis K. Tyler. And me and her used to be real. She was like this internet sensation for like about 2 years. Anyway, without getting long winded story, she was the one who convinced me to start that show. And one of the things she suggested, she said, Alan, you should talk about with women how society always wants us to present ourselves as the good girl instead of giving us a green light to openly be freaks like you men are. And I said, well, nowadays, a lot of women do choose to openly announce that they freaks, but, maybe not to the level of men yet. But that's one of the things I would discuss almost in every interview on that show with women. And what I was going to say is that a lot of women, here on Black YouTube, we as men, we want to always talk about the differences, and surely there are a lot of differences. But we rarely want to talk about the similarities. And see, women in many ways are just like men when it comes to those delineations. I pointed that out a number of times. Women pretty much have their same delineations like us men do. In the same way we have good girl versus slut, they have guys, they just want to fuck casually, and guys, they want more so as boyfriends and husbands. But they spend a lot of time trying to publicly always present just the good girl side. And that's why a lot of guys will say, well, I don't think women are as interested in sex as men. I don't think they like to fuck. No, that's what someone wants you to. Now, J Speed, I respect your intelligence. Why would most women want you to perceive them as though they're not as interested in sex as we are? Why would they want that perception out there?
Because they'll know that we gonna be thirsty. But you bring a good point.
No, you gotta go.
No. Let me finish this and let me finish this. And
wait, hold on,
wait.
Make sure you answer.
I did answer his question. I'm gonna tell you why I answered his question that way.
Okay.
All right. The reason I answer that question this way: what man do you know, KFC, that goes in the bedroom and say he's gonna have sex just to enjoy, or he go have sex to bust? Do he goes in the room and say, I don't care if I bust or not, I'm just going in there and have it? Do you know any men like that? I mean, by numbers. I mean, big numbers who actually go into a intimate sexual night and say, I'm just going to feel good. I ain't going in there to bust. When you say 99% of men, anytime they have sex, they want to ejaculate.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. Women are not the same, bro. They're not. Women, y'all don't put all these elements in: peer pressure, visual that they get from magazines or TV shows or movies or whatever. They have this fantasy in their head. It's not about a thrive that she's gonna go in the bedroom and she's gonna have 20 and 30 orgasms. The image is stuck in her head without even the orgasm. Or I like to be with him because everybody likes him. Or I like to be with that person because he's hot now. This is what People magazine say is hot. See, there's a lot of other elements come in why women do certain things that you might think they just want to fuck, but they already know you want to fuck. So now they put themselves in the position to choose the men that they consider a fantasy. Has nothing to do if they're going to have this wild orgasm party in the bedroom.
All right. ARC asked the question, and I want to make sure I get the question.
I know you didn't get that, Bernard.
I know I got what you're saying, but it's not answering his question. He said, why do you think that women want to put out that perception that they don't want sex like that? The reason
I answered
is
the question, but you didn't.
I'm giving another answer. The reason is because men who think like me, and I think the majority of men think like me. We not trying to girlfriend and or wife up some woman who has a reputation of being a slut. Therefore, they have to not wear it on their sleeves that they're a slut. They have.
But I thought we was talking about short term.
But that begs another question, though.
I was talking about short term.
Before we get to the other question, but before we get to the other question that it begs, ARC, is that more or less where you were going when you said why do women not try to put it out there that they're that they want to have sex with random partners, one night stands, weekend flings, or just casual sex? Is that more or less where you were going?
Yeah. I was going to cover 2 points.
Okay.
There's really 2 answers to my question. One, you just described. Yeah. For women, and what you described would apply to both women who are manipulative and non-manipulative women. But there's very few women who are non-manipulative, 100%. But yeah, women don't want to give off the impression that they're too enthusiastic about wanting to engage in sex because they feel like the man who's going to potentially become their next boyfriend or husband will look at them as an easy lay who can be easily seduced by any other man, and they feel like that would run guys off. And then the second reason related to more highly manipulative and materialistic women can't really manipulate men as effectively if they come across like they just as horny, if not hornier, than the man. How you gonna get a man to spend money on you if you coming at him like, damn, I want your dick so bad. Damn, I'm ready to get fucked. You know, no woman would be able to be a master manipulator if she coming off like that. So those are the two main reasons, man. While women, they gonna always play the role like they indifferent. But then when you get them in certain situations behind closed doors and you see their other side, that's when you tend to be like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, that's when a lot of women unleash that other side. And again, I had a lot of those type of conversations with women on my show, the Erotic Conversation, where basically women acknowledged that. They admitted that.
Well, let me ask you one more question.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
I got to piggyback on that.
Hold on, wait. I want to circle back to something that you keep saying, and you brought this up multiple times on the show. How most women don't orgasm from penetration. Most of them orgasm from clitoral stimulation. And you basically, like, I don't get your point why you bring that up as much. Like when people talking about sex, like oral sex is a part of sex, so like that's included in the conversation. If somebody is saying that women, just want sex or whatever, however you front loaded the argument, if we're talking about sex, yeah, we're talking about sex, penetration, and oral. Like, so I don't know why you always make that distinction.
Because I have just in my life dated women from this country. There's a lot of countries that women come from, and they don't get down with the oral sex. They don't like the oral sex. So I'm just telling you, women and men have sex for different reasons. If 80% of them, and the numbers shows that if 80% of them are not being able to have,
that was never in dispute.
I know, but it carries along to what I'm piggybacking to. If you saying things like what you're saying, Bernard, and I'm glad you brought that up, because let me tell you something. Back in the 70s, if you told a black man he went down on a woman, that was a fight. Okay? I know it's not like that today. All right? But think about this. Ask KFC about this one. White women was coming over to black men's in droves, and they was getting their pussy ate by white men. And they wouldn't even think about asking a black man to eat their pussy. So why were they coming over there?
Okay.
So that's why I say when you start bringing them kind of arguments, all that could be put under the microscope, and then we can go into why is it that way or why it's that way. So I just bring it in as a whole.
Yeah, but with the discussions that Bernard has said you participated in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, Bernard. The question on the floor wasn't whether black women have orgasms however they get them, or what way in which black women have orgasms, or are black women having orgasms important? Why are black women's orgasms important? That was never the question.
No, OG will always try to just bring that into the
y'all
conversation.
Always say
hold on, no, you will bring that into the conversation as if you've just like you showing up with the 10 Commandments or something, giving us some biblical information. I think everybody understand how the clit work and how to.
No. That ain't. See, this is where you get it twisted at, Bernard.
And hold on, real quick. And I think everybody generally understands that even though yes, women don't orgasm as much from penetration, that they still enjoy it. Like I've been with women who she just said her whole life she's just never been able to come from penetration, but she greatly enjoys it. She like a dude to give it to her until she just, I guess, tire out or just can't take no more. But at the end of the day, if she want to have an orgasm, it got to be from getting ate out.
I think you made my point. I think you make my point. I think you just made my point.
Okay. Well, let me finish making it. Let me finish making it then.
Well,
she still greatly enjoys dick. That's all I'm saying. She still greatly
and I'm trying to understand what does this have to do with what we're talking about? What makes
it has a lot to do with what we're talking about, old man, really.
What?
Because
what exactly?
Because we started off this conversation, the brother was up here early before KFC came up. He was talking about different things, what he thought alpha males and stuff like that. And We too much bend over on the animal kingdom to validate our bullshit when it comes to human beings.
All right, so what is a human alpha male in your mind?
To me,
Wait, hold on. Before he answer that question, real quick, car designer Chris in the building said, "Shout out to you, appreciate the super chat." He says, "Intelligence and power go together like beans and rice." I do agree with that statement. Shout out to BGS Itmore in the building. I miss you, BGS. You ain't been up here since Fantastic came up here clowning, man. Don't freeze me out because of Fantastic. I'm sorry for how he talked to you on my platform that day, man. I've reprimanded him about that plenty of times. You can come on back and hang out with me, BGS. but shout out to BGS. I do like when I see you come through very sporadically. You don't come through that much, but a shout out to you. Merciless Reese L Black in the building says ARC. Wait, hold on. Well, I'm gonna read this, but then we're gonna hold our thought on it because I do want OG to finish his point. But he says ARC, can women with so-called high body counts condone themselves in committed relationships, or is the argument of them being unable to pair bond straight BS from men with no game? Shout out to Merciless Reese L. We'll get into that. I'll save that one because you can actually star comments on StreamYards now. So I'll pull that one back up. But
yeah, I want to know what Jay Speeds he has. He keeps bringing up this issue of women having orgasms. I want to make sure I understand why. He seems to be of the view that's what part of being an alpha male is, being successful in bringing women to orgasm. Is that what you're saying, JC?
No, you asked a question before that, and I'm gonna answer that.
Yeah, question. What is the alpha male?
I would consider you an alpha male. I would consider myself as an alpha, Bernard and ARC. Reason why? Because he brought it up earlier. In a perfect world, that a man takes care of his business, a leader, a builder, a protector, that is an alpha male. So I would put all of us in that category. But we know we don't live in a perfect world. And just because we don't live in a perfect world, that don't mean the definition changes.
Okay, so
hold on. The definition changed as the world evolved.
Right, but there's something else going on here, Bernard.
No, Bernard.
There's something
the world changes and evolve. You still you can't separate wet from water. I'm sorry.
Hang on.
Just because you want to, just because the world says it's dry,
right.
It don't change the definition.
All right, I'm gonna pass it. Real quick. I'm gonna pass it to Obsidian, but I do want to make it very clear when you're talking about a man being industrious and business minded and all of that. You're putting a modern spin on what an alpha male is, but a modern human spin on what an alpha male is. And there's nothing wrong with that.
What do you mean modern human spin?
Okay, yeah, at its core, if we're talking about what an alpha male is and we're looking at the animal kingdom, it's raw nature. The biggest, strongest lion who can beat up and or kill the other lions is the one who is the alpha male and gets to have sex with all the women. That's what it is.
That's not true.
Okay. How is that?
Chimpanzees among well, not just primates, and to be clear, we humans are primates.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So that we're clear on this. But our cousins, our biological cousins, chimpanzees.
Mm-hmm.
Chimpanzees are smaller than gorillas and apes.
Okay.
However, they're much more effective. Why? One reason why is because of their ability to form coalitions with other chimpanzees. So if you have a chimpanzee in the mode of what you're talking about with the lion, he's just basically a brute. You know what's going to happen to that chimpanzee? The other chimpanzees are going to squat up and kill him.
Right, but see, here's the point, though. Do chimpanzees, do they have an alpha male structure in their society?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Okay, so
the alpha male is predicated not on strength. It's predicated on intelligence, consensus building, being able to form alliances, things of that nature.
And what benefits and perks comes with him being this chimpanzee alpha male in a very a de facto for animals out in the wild, they're really close to a civilized society with social norms.
Right.
So what benefits and perks come with him being this alpha male in this somewhat civilized society?
Well, among other things, no doubt. Let's be clear. The leader of any group, in this case, humans or animals, whatever, the male leader of any group is going to have best digs on mating opportunities. So we're clear on that. However, it's not in the mode that we may often make a mistake in thinking. So it's true that they have, better mating opportunities, but it's not as dictatorial or as top down as we're led to believe. Number one, the alpha status is something that is not static. It's very dynamic. You could be alpha today and beta tomorrow, depending on how you handle shit. So it's imperative for the chimpanzee, the top dog chimpanzee, so to speak. It's the top monkey. It's imperative for him to keep, a consensus among the guys. The other guys have to basically agree that you're the alpha. They have to defer to you being alpha. They have to agree. If you're not an alpha, if all the other guys don't agree to it.
Are all leaders?
Wait, hold on.
Are all leaders strong?
Hold on. I think chimpanzees, and you can let me know if there's other animals that more or less operate like that. I think chimpanzees are among the few that operate like that. For most animals, it's can you kick the other guy's ass and you're the last man standing. Now you're alpha.
Now that brings us round robin back to what I want to talk about, which is in a Black American mating context. So we're talking about this alpha male. So that brings an interesting question. So we know that Black women mate with Black men who in turn mate with an inordinate amount of women and sire children. We know that's true. We have documented evidence. The most easiest example right here on YouTube, Iyanla Fix My Life. We know that's true. Question. Do the women in those situations consider their baby daddies alpha males? Do they treat them as alpha males? Do they speak and talk about them as if they are alpha males?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Well, because it goes back to something that we was talking about earlier when I mentioned outcomes. They don't have good outcomes, and then they circle back and they criticize it in a modern context, but they were operating on their primitive Darwinian hardwiring when they got with the guy for what you call the atavistic reasons. So
right. I mean, because the argument here is, and there's a lot of discussion in the Black manosphere about sexual alpha and all the rest of it, which a lot of men mean that what they mean by that is a man is just getting a lot of sexual access. Now, for guys, that may indeed be, let me be clear, let me put a final point on that. Getting lots of sexual access with minimal investment. Right? Hence the mouthpiece and so on and so forth. Please pardon me, I'm using quasi-clinical language, but I'm doing it for a reason so that we can be as focused and clear as possible. Okay. Now, it's understandable why men might look at it that way, because that goes right to their own interests. But do women see it that way? If the argument is you're a sexual alpha, meaning you have success with women, then wouldn't it make sense to see what women have to say about it? Do they consider the men that have the most sexual access with the most minimal investment, do they believe that those men are alpha males?
If he hitting it right in the moment, yes.
In the moment. In that moment.
Yeah.
So you just said earlier about outcomes. So I'm going to tack it back to Iyanla Fix My Life. So the outcome here is you have a half a dozen men, about 50 women, and almost 100 children. And all the women are not pleased. They're not pleased. They're not satisfied with the outcomes. Nor did any of those women refer to any of the men as alpha males. They didn't defer to them. They didn't submit to them. That's a major flashpoint of discussion in the Black manosphere, is it not? The idea of submission. They don't submit to them. They don't defer to them. They don't speak to them in glowing terms. They ain't sister wives. So how can they be alpha males?
you make some good points, and they submit to them in terms of that short term sexual submission. But when I'm talking about submission, you are right that they're technically not getting that form of submission. It's just, but we'll circle it back to that.
Wait a minute, then. I mean,
okay, go ahead.
If you're gonna just label somebody alpha based on somebody's making glowing comments, I mean, like in the political world, everybody knows in the political world here in the United States, the president is the alpha. Now, does that mean everybody was singing Obama's praises? Was everybody singing Trump's praises? Fuck no. I didn't like Trump. Well, some areas I respected when he talked about grabbing the pussy, but
you would say that. You would say that. Yeah,
I like that. I respect that. But
that was Mo one all the way.
You make a good point, though, Alan. That's a fair point. My response to both Trump and Obama, they won the approval of a plurality of the American people by way of the political process. So there were dissenters, no doubt, but they didn't count because they won. And that's my point. That alpha males have to have that status conferred on them by other males. So my question becomes this: for black women, the men that they mate with, let's use Derek Jackson. We'll use him as a proxy. It's clear that black women preferred him sexually. I know firsthand that's true. We got that. But did other men defer to Derek Jackson?
No.
How would be an alpha male then?
Yeah, by the definition of being a leader of men, then no, he wouldn't be an alpha male.
Well, speaking for my,
that brings it back to my point.
Hold on, wait, OG, please hold your thoughts. I do want to bring Game Changer in here, but two people got questions on the table for ARC. So let me go to my go to the saved comments. All right, so Merciless Reese L says I want to get ARC respond to the two questions on the table for him. Then we're gonna go to Game Changer. So Merciless Reese L Black says, ARC, can women with so-called high body counts condone themselves in committed relationships, or is the argument of them being unable to pair bond straight BS for men with no game? Salute BR. Go ahead, ARC. What you got on that one?
Yeah, that's one of the most overused phrases I've seen in both the worldwide manosphere and the black manosphere. Is this unable to pair bond bullshit? I've talked about this on this very channel before. Mm-hmm. I know women who I went to high school and college with that had somewhat of a promiscuous reputation. And a lot of those women, they've been married for 15, 20, 25, 30 plus years. They had what a lot of people call a hoe phase. They sold their wild oats. Then they got married, and they've been married. And me and some of my frat brothers bring up this discussion at least once every 2 to 3 years, because a lot of the women on the flip side who I went to high school and college with, that were quote unquote good girl types, they either never got married, they spinsters, or they got married and their marriage didn't last more than 5 years. So all of that, if a woman has had X number of sex partners, she'll never be able to maintain a husband. My real life experience and observation says that's bullshit. I know a lot of women who are promiscuous or at least semi-promiscuous in both high school and college, again, that now have been married for 25 plus years. So yeah, that's in question. The second question for you, do you think it's only a handful of men that has explored the real, I don't know how to say handful, but I definitely say a small percentage. I mean, for example, I've talked about when I used to do the thing and I stopped at 38. But everybody knows when I was between 17 and 37, I banged a lot of other dudes' women. And I saw sides of those women that their own husbands, fiancés, or boyfriends had never been exposed to. One in particular, there was one married woman I used to fuck way back in the day. She was bisexual. I ended up having a threesome with her and one of her bisexual girlfriends. And she ended up telling me that her own husband didn't even know she was bisexual. She said she tried to drop hints. And I said, well, you can't drop hints. You got to be more one. But she said she tried to drop hints to let him know she was bisexual. But she, number one, on her end, she never straight up told him. He never perceived that she was bisexual. So he didn't know. So all that to say, yeah, women will show certain guys their full display of what they're about sexually. And then other guys, particularly a guy who they want to be their husband. See, this is how a lot of women feel. A lot of women feel like if they do open up completely, like 100% to their fiance or husband, that their fiance or husband's going to lose respect for them, look at them as a slut. So they play the game. And matter of fact, on my last year, somebody brought up this author that I interviewed on Blog Talk Radio named Gio Lambert. Gio Lambert, that's why his book, I don't know if y'all know about this book called Hoe Tactics.
Yeah.
That book's been selling well for a number of years. And what he basically says in that book, he encourages the women to be duplicitous. He basically tells women in his book, have your whole phase, fuck as many guys you want, but when you meet the guy you want to marry, for damn sure act like you've been a good girl all your life.
So he's antithetical to the mode one philosophy. And what see, what I'm about to say right now is just going to be interpreted as sexist, even misogynist, but I don't give a damn. See, this is the reason why I don't consider no woman equal to me, because I have a standard. All women that get with me must meet the standard. It's no, we don't change it for this woman. I'm going to change it over here for Jill, and then I'll change the standard over here for Janet. No, they all must meet the same standard. Model height, top 10 university grad, busting it wide open, plant-based diet, hit workouts every day. They all must meet that standard. See, women like to change the standard around. That's the reason why no woman is equal to me. None. I am willing to risk it all on my standard. If I don't get anything, so be it. If other people think that I'm so-and-so, so be it. But the standard is the standard. No woman is equal to me because no woman is willing to do what I do. The standard is the standard. It's equal and uniform across the board. There is no price discrimination. All women that get on with me have to meet the standard. You didn't go to Northwestern, Columbia, Princeton, Harvard, Stanford. You have nothing to say to me. Period. You're not 5'8" and above. We'll call you. Plant-based diet. Or you eat meat? Good luck with that.
All right.
I got it.
Right.
I still want to. I still want to land this topic that's running out of gas real fast.
All right.
Look, man. Can I just say this, Bernard? Because y'all keep on. Go ahead and say this.
Go ahead and say this. Say that. Then I'm pass it to.
There's
GC.
nothing, and this shows you the complexity of this conversation. There's nothing I disagree with anybody would have said it on this panel 100%. There's nothing. I believe I agree with 75%. That just shows the complexity of this conversation. Mm-hmm. That nobody can cornerstone and put things in certain perspective and say, like I was saying earlier, leaders are usually not the strongest when it comes to human beings, are not the strongest. Martin Luther King was not the strongest of the people around him. It's a lot of this stuff we talk about, we don't talk about the demographics of it. We don't talk about the culture of it and depth where we put all this stuff together. We try to put it all in one little square and try to come up with some kind of equation to go give us the answer. And that's why we're always everywhere with this, because that's exactly what it is. I mean, a lady in the black community don't have the same choices as somebody who's living in a middle class community. She don't have the same choices. She gonna choose the hero, whatever's in her community. Not too many black guys like Obsidian, just like he just got through saying, who makes it into a certain level of society, goes back in these communities and pulls somebody from that community. So she chooses her heroes, what she think is her hero. She can't touch the other heroes, bro. And I think that's what we don't bring a lot in these discussions. All these things that makes social engineering.
All right. I'm not even. I do.
I know you can't touch it. You can't touch it.
No. I could definitely touch that, because all that sounded like was you just putting the cape on for a woman for getting with.
I put the cape on for all of us, man. It had nothing to do with a woman. That's what you heard. You heard that because it's not your narrative.
OG, don't cut me off. I'm not narrative driven. I deal with the nuance. But what it sound like is you just put a cape on for a chick who sat there laid up and got knocked up by some dude who ain't shit, ain't working, and got multiple baby mamas, because that's what she see as alpha. That's the hero in her community. Like, bullshit. She bullshit. Women know that when she get knocked up and find herself over 30, overweight with a couple kids by a couple men, she know how to find that hard working, decent guy then. So cut it out.
Men do the same thing, but no, they select from their community, their demographics. What are you talking about? What did you not hear what I just said?
Hold on, wait, hold on, time out. I'm not saying that there's some high earning business titan walking around in the hood, but I'm saying there's a distinction between a reckless Negro and somebody from the hood with a regular job who's responsible and willing to commit to her. All I'm saying is at 35, at 30, or when they back or get against the wall, they can make a distinction between those two. So I'm not going to make excuses when they getting knocked up by somebody who ain't shit. That's all I'm saying. But we're gonna pass it to Game Changer. We'll circle back to this, OG. But Game Changer been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Okay. Since OG brought it up, I do want to touch on that. Many of the women that you talk about that come from one community, and they feel that they don't have access to certain men because of the community that they live in. I do think that that's something that those women say. Simply put, they're not hot enough. You see, wealthy men have basically contact with women and people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. Who else mowed a lawn? Who else served them steak and lobster at the restaurant? They do have, and they have caddies if they're golfing. They do have people that they associate with that are from a lower socioeconomic strata. Now, these women have that type of access to them that they can parlay into long-term relationships if they qualify. The sad fact is, OG, is that many and most don't qualify, to where even if they do have access to these men, they cannot turn that into long-term romantic access. They just can't. So, and also I want to point out that many of these women have access to these men before they make it. They just choose not to, exercise that. Any response, OG?
Jay
Slow fell asleep.
I think Game Changer makes a very good point.
No, I was trying to say something, but not always muting my mic and shit. But anyway, yeah, no, but he muted my mic before he stepped away. Let me tell you something, Game Changer. Let me tell you something. My aunt was a maid, all right? Mm-hmm. We was eating artichokes. We was eating a lot of different Brussels sprouts and a lot of shit that most people in our community didn't even know what the fuck they was, all right? And if she hadn't been a maid who catered to white upper class, we wouldn't have known about them foods neither. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, y'all don't put into play culture that people are living in and put into play. I'm talking about men and women. Y'all always think I'm caping for women. I cape for the community, bro. So what I'm trying to say is,
but the black community is women.
Okay, if that's the way you look at it,
that's the community.
If that's the way you look at it, Cynthia, hey, what can I say? I can't change you. I can't change you. I ain't trying to. You too damn old. You too damn old. So I'm gonna answer Game Changer. See, when you say that kind of stuff, Game Changer, yes, think about, there's what 80,000 people want to play professional football, and then only a certain small percentage of that number who really make it. Basketball, all sports. Yes, maybe some of these women did have opportunity to get some of these brothers who turned into professionals and made it. I mean, but we're still talking about the lottery, though. We're talking about the community as a whole. As a whole, we have to deal with social engineering, bro.
Wait, hold on.
It's not the lottery, brother. It's not the lottery, brother, because the lottery winner isn't always the hottest chick out there. No, it is somewhat of a meritocracy. Even though luck is a factor, it is somewhat of a meritocracy, and unfortunately, far too many of our women do not have the merit in order to land and sustain these type of guys. The fact that they wait to 35 to do it is kind of like stupid.
So you didn't
And
goof
Hold
off when
on,
you was
wait,
young.
hold on, wait.
You didn't goof off when you was young.
Wait a minute. Time out. I think y'all put in the goal too high. Okay, it's not about landing some big top killing it business titan $150,000 a year dude. Those dudes are rare. I'm talking about just the simple distinction between a guy who ain't worth a damn and a guy who's also from the same neighborhood who has a job that may not pay all that much, but he's working hard. He's generally responsible and willing to commit to her. What I'm saying is
that
she can
also
make a
falls.
what I'm saying is she can make a distinction between those two guys and not get knocked up by the first guy. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
Well, once again, Bernard, that falls into the stupid category, and here's why. Because she's not talking about that guy. She's not talking about the guy that's not reckless. However, he is productive. She is talking about the 666 guy, the
Okay.
the 6 foot plus 6 pack and 6 figure guy. Take average at best, for example, right? What is she looking for? Even though she's average, she expects exceptional. Now, no matter, and it's not a matter of access. I'm pretty sure wealthy men want their dogs groomed. It's a matter that she's too freaking average and she has a kid. So let's be clear. This is a matter of merit. Now, the fact that she didn't do so when she was younger, hotter, sexier, childless, goes into the intelligence category. So she is weak in mind of body. That's why she don't have this exceptional man that she seeks. That happens far too often in the black community. Now, you made a very good point when you said that we all make mistakes when we're younger. However, we do not expect society to correct our mistakes. If I got better grades in high school, I would have went to one of the top 10 universities that Obsidian is talking about, like Stanford. However, I didn't make those grades to get into Stanford, nor do I say that the community should allow me into Stanford in my early 40s. That is ridiculous. I don't think that Stanford should adjust its standards in order to make things fair for me because I messed up at my youth. OG, I don't think that these women are owed anything because they didn't make the cut.
I didn't say that, but what I am
Okay.
saying is, what a game change. What I am saying is, a lot of these women we talk about usually have a baby before they 17 or 18 years old.
That falls into the stupid category.
I know that. I know that. Look, I'm not giving them. Look, I'm
That
not
ain't even
giving them.
true.
I'm not giving them a pass. Okay, I'm not. Just listen to what I'm trying to say. All right. I don't know if y'all hung with guys when y'all was coming up. Did y'all hang as like 4 or 5 guys? Maybe that was something different when I was coming up. Everybody had friends they hung with. And I'm telling you, like it was 7 of us. I think it was 6 or 7 of us guys. Every one of them guys hung around me was getting laid, other than maybe one. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is, when y'all start throwing stuff around, I don't know if y'all just talking about the day or how it got that way. These discussions go everywhere. And what I'm trying to say is, you don't start with the cellular phone. And if you want to talk about the invention of the telephone, you don't start with the smartphone. And what I'm trying to say, I think that's lacking in a lot of y'all conversation, is social engineering, demographics, and a lot of other stuff. Y'all bring out all the numbers when they do this or they do that or they do that, but there's all kinds of ingredients that make that number. And I think that's where y'all miss the mark at. Because y'all think if anybody come over here to these shows and talk about that, somebody's doing bumping their chest for women. No, I'm talking about the community as a whole. You always say that, Bernard, that I come on cape for women. I cape for community.
Okay, understand this is that are the women
Game
capable
changer
of
here. You don't, Bernard.
well, right quick, Bernard, would you say a 36-year-old woman who will only mate with a guy that makes 6 figures or more is for the community, or is she for her damn self?
Good point. I would say she's definitely for her damn self and not for the community.
So,
And moreover, one thing that I was going to say when the back and forth was going on, just hold your thought, is that yeah, if they're in a situation where they will mate with the most reckless dude imaginable, but will only make a community minded decision if the guy is making a certain amount of money. Then so that's you knocking it out the park with the line of questioning.
If I can
Well,
interject
well,
real
if I may,
hold on.
ARC.
You got next. You got next, ARC.
So let's be clear. You're trying to build a community with women who don't want to. You're basically using Jello pudding as martyr to try to build a brick house. It's not going to work. They will use the community or your desire to have this functioning community against you in order to leverage you. Quite frankly, I don't want brothers, including yourself, OG, to fall for that trap.
Good point. Good point.
Thank you.
Change always is hard, game changer. You live long enough, you'll figure that shit out.
That's true. But
Right.
Game
Hold on.
Changer's point is still legitimate.
I mean, it's legitimate. It's legitimate for a person who don't want to work on that side of the street.
Hang on. How do you propose? And this is a damn good question that Game Changer just made. And God damn it, I might even write about it in addition to live streaming about it.
Please do in your
The
next book.
question is this: Black women throughout social media and within the Black manosphere itself have seen fit to upbraid Black men and demand that they do better for the community. Well, God damn it, what are you doing for the community when all you do is reproduce with losers? How is that making the community better?
All right. Let's ARC wanted to jump in here, so go ahead, ARC. Jump in at wherever you was trying to jump in at.
It's in relation to something you said earlier.
Okay.
And Game Changer just said, I forget the comment. But it's like this, and this relates to some of the content of my book, The Beta Male Revolution. Say before the 1960s, dating was pretty much all about pursuing your husband and wife.
Mm-hmm.
And in my books, if anybody read my books, I'm big on emphasizing the term social programming and cultural conditioning. And getting to the point, you were talking about, Bernard, earlier, that both men and women out there just being sexually irresponsible and whatnot. I wouldn't so much just call that intentional recklessness, although sometimes it is.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the simple deal. Women can be in the company of a guy that, because of his looks, masculine sex appeal, mouthpiece, creates a powerful lust. And I even, honestly, in my book, Who Said Again, say that's one of the objectives of seduction, is you want to get a woman to the point where her social programming and cultural conditioning is no longer impacting whether or not she has sex with you. You want her to base her decision just on her biological impulses, her sense of lust. Here's the weakness in that, though. And I've had a lot of women in conversation admit this. So this is just not my own opinion. A lot of women will open those legs for a guy that they just have pure lust for, and then say they fuck. But then when her social programming and cultural conditioning comes back into play, she says, oh shit, this nigga is a cashier at McDonald's. He ain't got no future in front of him. And he snorts cocaine. But see, in that moment that her lust overwhelmed her, she opened them legs. Now she got an unexpected pregnancy. And she like, damn, this is definitely not a dude I wanted to marry. So that's situation one when a woman's going to end up being a baby mama. And in that situation, she didn't even plan on it. Now there's another situation, and the Game Changer mentioned access. See, there's some women that they know they wouldn't have access to a certain guy if that guy was to look at them in the category of potential girlfriend or wife material. Like, you take me. If I was only fuck the women that I looked at as marriage material, I would only fuck like 3 women in my whole life. And that's not even facetious. Most of the women I fucked in my life, I just fucked them for sexual pleasure and enjoyment and satisfaction. I wasn't trying to wife them up. And to a lesser extent, most of them I wasn't trying to girlfriend. I just wanted some pussy, good pussy, to bust a nut and move on. And so some women, though, they'll say, well, I know this guy, I can never be his girlfriend, I can never be his wife, but what if I get pregnant by him? What if I get pregnant by him? I'll be able to have access. If not husband and wife, I'll always be the mama to his baby's child. And then I had women admit, I had an ex-girlfriend admit that she went, because honestly, before my current wife, and this is not the first time I admit this publicly, my college sweetheart, I got her pregnant. And she chose to have an abortion. Later on, when she was married, she told me that she wished she had that baby.
Ooh.
She said, I wish I had the baby. And I said, why? She said, because I want to be connected with you. She said, number one, 90% chance I feel like you would have married me if I would have had a baby. I said, you're wrong on that. She said, no, I really believe you. I said, no, you're wrong on that. And we went back and forth. But there's a lot of women who feel that way. They feel like if they have a baby by a guy, that's going to give them greater access. Number one, they feel like in some cases they think they could change that man's stripes when the guy already has told them basically, I'm a womanizer. I don't look at you that way. But they think they can change. I'm telling you, but now I can't tell you. I've literally had dozens of women say, yeah, Alan, I thought I could change a man with my pussy. I thought
I want to ask you something on that. I really want to ask you something.
Hold on, real quick. ARP, I didn't mean to laugh when you said she got an abortion, but the reason I laughed is because when she decided to get the abortion, I could see you jumping up like one of the dudes on Maury Povich when they find out they not the father. I can see you doing it.
I didn't jump. It was
get up and do the Snoopy dance.
Alan, can I ask you a question about that?
It was
hold on. Go ahead, ARC.
Yeah, it was intense when she made that decision because I don't know what it was. I mean, I'm
ARC. I really want to ask you a question on that because you brought it up. I want to ask you a question on it.
Let him answer my question.
I'm not I'm not the biggest fan of abortion,
right?
But at the same time, I admit the part of me that was, for lack of a better word, relieved was because I knew if she had that baby, my father was gonna make me drop out of school and get a job because he had always told me, he said, if you get a woman pregnant, I'm not supporting the kid. You're gonna have to be at that moment, you're gonna have to be a grown man and you're gonna have to support that kid. So I didn't want to drop, and actually that was the main reason why she had an abortion. She didn't want to drop out of school.
Yeah.
Even though there were some women who only dropped out for like a semester or two and came back after they had a baby. But anyway,
is she married now?
No, now she's dead. She got married to the guy she dated right after me. And we had some mess before she passed away because while she was married to the second guy, this relates to that whole the concept that people talking about the imprint. She wanted to have an affair with me. She was more one about. She called me one day. She said, I want to have an affair with you, Alan. I said, why? She said, because I miss being intimate with you. I said, but what is your husband like? Is he beating your ass? She said, no. I said, is he cheating on you left and right? She said, no. I said, is he financially irresponsible? She said, no. I said, is he a poor father to your daughters? She said, no. I said, then why the fuck you want to cheat on him then? And she said, why are you concerned about my husband? You should be just happy that I said, no, I don't want to fuck you. You get ready to cheat on a good man. You get ready to cheat on a good man because you miss being intimate with me. So here's what I did that blew some of my frat brothers away. I called him. And when I told some of my frat brothers, they said, damn, you called us? I called him. I said, what's up, man? I said, this is Alan Currie. He said, I know who you are. He said, I recognize he said, I know who you are. I said, oh, really? And I thought I was going to really raise his eyebrows. I said, well, I'm going to tell you this just man to man. I said, your wife, who's my ex-girlfriend, wants to have an affair with me. But I vetoed that idea because I don't like it. He said, yeah, I know. I said, you know. This was interesting. He said, here's what I know my wife is thinking about you, Alan. When she starts eating right and getting in shape, that means she's thinking about you. Whenever we have an argument, she say, oh, I bet I could go back to Alan. I bet he'll take me back and we can rekindle our relationship. And he said, whenever she's just into me, she just lets herself go. She's junk food. She lets herself get chunky.
Wow.
And I was just like, damn.
Wow.
And so me and him is a weird thing. Me and him ended up, at least temporarily, building a friend. We used to talk on the phone. And when she found out about it, she got upset. But he shared some stuff with me that I didn't know about her when I dated her. And I shared some stuff with him. But anyway, going back to that imprint concept, he said, man, do you know
wait, real quick. Before you say anything else, I gotta let Jesse Lee Peterson do the honors and favor for your friend that you just talked about.
Beta.
Oh no.
Beta male.
All right.
I actually like the guy who was my ex-girlfriend. I wouldn't want to just call him Beta, but he was a cool guy. He was just,
Yeah.
And but here was one more interesting
But even
thing about
but even a beta male doesn't deserve to be treated like that. And I understand what Alan.
he does.
ARC.
He
Yeah,
doesn't,
hold on,
but
real quick,
let me
real
You
quick.
finish.
ducking something. You
I'm
ducking
almost finished
something.
with
Now,
this.
y'all
Hold
won't
on,
let me
time
answer
out.
the question.
Let me
Come
finish.
on.
He's got to finish the story.
All right.
And but yeah, going back to the imprint concept, he ended up telling me something that blew me away. He said, "Man, Alan, because of you, man, I almost divorced so and so." I said, "Because of me? What do you mean?" He said, "Man, I take it you have some talent for talking dirty real good, and that your bedroom skills are above average." And I said, "Yeah, I guess." He said, "Man, she used to always compare me. She say, you're boring. You don't talk nasty like Alan. Alan's just nasty and dominant.
Wow.
He just really, really." I said, "Wait a minute. My ex-girlfriend said that to you during moments of intimacy?" He said, "Yeah, man. During the first 2 years, until I put my foot down. I said, if you talk about Alan one more time, I'm divorcing you." And he said that's when she finally stopped. But he said in the first 2 years, she would be like, "Yeah, you're pretty good in terms of your physical movements, but you're just not as kinky and nasty."
Wow.
And I was like, even though on paper some guys would say, "Well, Alan, I would think you'd be flattered by that." Related to what Obsidian said a couple minutes ago, for a woman to do that to a guy is just fucked up.
Man.
And I was like, that's fucked up. I told him that. I said, "Dude, I apologize on behalf of your." I said, "That's fucked up. I wouldn't imagine that she would have done that with you." He said, "Oh, yeah, she used to do it all the time." But he said, "Finally, I did put my foot down at around the 2-year mark of our marriage. I said, if you bring up Alan's name one more time during our intimacy, I'm divorcing your ass." And she stopped. She never did it again. But yeah, then she wanted to have an affair.
Wow.
I didn't go for it. Here's what's funny, and I know this is gonna feed in and giving guys almost more ammunition against some sisters. Some sorority women that I went to college with found out that I contacted the husband and said everything I just told.
Uh-oh.
Do you know they were upset about it? They said, "Alan, why would you do that? Why not just hook up with her, have your fun?" I said, "So you saying you would want me to fuck up this dude's marriage when he's a good dude? You would want." I mean, I had at least a half a dozen to a dozen sorority women I went to college with who ended up finding out. They said, "Oh, Alan, that was wrong." They treated me like I was the bad guy. They was like, "Alan, you was wrong for doing that. That was wrong."
Wow.
And I was just like,
I want to get this in, Bernard, because I'm gonna lose a point. I'm gonna lose a point if I don't get this
All right,
in.
go ahead. Go ahead, OG.
See, this is where these kind of conversations is way beyond anybody on this panel pay grade. All right? Because he said one thing. And I don't give a damn about you putting your hands up or not. I'm just going out for the people in the goddamn chat room and everything else. When that man said that woman had an abortion, we just totally looked over that because it's social accepted. But we don't understand. But he was getting to the point of it. That imprint. See, we don't know what kind of imprint goes in a woman when she gets her abortion. Because
an abortion imprint?
Well, you
can make light of this conversation if you choose to, old man, and anybody else who want to. But if you go to anybody who deals with the mind and the brain, and then you will understand what I'm about to say. She was validating when she came back with you, Alan. She was validating, saying she would want to have the baby. That was her validation, trying to validate what had already happened with the abortion. All right? So she was trying to smooth it over, make it feel better for her by saying these things. But see, these are the conversations that people get paid to lay people on their couches, and you don't get the privileges of hearing these type of conversations that women who have had abortions, how it impact their whole life. Now, I give it to you, Alan, you probably was lizard tongue and you was smooth and everything. You said all kind of nasty shit in the bedroom. And that's why I say again, it's how you ride a motorcycle the way you want to break it in. And so men or women get into sexual relationships, and that's what they get into, and that's what they start to like. But for a man like you, Alan, who tell people to be totally upfront, I don't know why you would be surprised that she would even say something like that, husband. We do it as people all the time. We compare our mother's cooking to everybody's
That I was
goddamn cooking.
surprised she did what? Said what?
No, what I'm just saying is when you say you was surprised that she been around a person who is open as you and straightforward as you, that she wouldn't have the nerves to say that to her husband, and whatever. It might seem for us outsiders looking at it, but I'm pretty sure she picked up some shit from you. How to be straightforward. This is what I'm talking about.
She wasn't straightforward.
No. Listen, what I'm saying, Cydia. What he said was Alan was surprised that she would have this conversation with her husband in a intimate
that ain't
moment.
mode one. That is just some scallywag shit.
No. Listen, you can call it what you want to do, but I'm just saying is you don't think
That's
people
some
learn. It might be in the reality of the world. Yes, in the reality of the world, I wouldn't disagree with you. In reality of the world, I wouldn't disagree with you.
That ain't Alan Roger Curry's teaching. She's a tramp.
Listen what I just said. In
She's
reality of the world,
I would. She's passed away. God bless her soul. She passed away.
But I'm saying, Alan, in reality, when women get around us, they do get a lot of things from us. They feed, they buy into a lot of things that we do.
That ain't true.
They were getting Cydia, put your cane down, bro. Put your cane down. I'm trying to make a point here. Put your cane down. Okay? Put your cane down. I know you want to get it in, but you can wait for like 3 more seconds. What I'm saying is, when we have these conversations and we just mop over stuff like this behavior just come out of nowhere. I'm telling you, all behaviors come from somewhere. Okay? And so to overlook, anybody will tell you whoever had an abortion, a woman I have had a woman who had abortion. All right? And so it changed her whole life. So for us just to overlook that.
Yeah, that's why I said crazy. That it was an intense. I don't want to. I know Bernard had a lighthearted moment, and I didn't have a problem with that. But yeah, I mean, she admitted that to me later, man. That abortion, it negatively affected her. The rest of
and a lot of her sexual decisions.
Hold on. She had regret later on.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go to. I saw GC trying to jump in. OG, I got no problem with. Well, I mean, I can nitpick some things, but in general, I got no problem with what you said. The only problem is that you said this conversation is above the pay grade. When I myself have talked about abortion, how for some women they just look at it as a really effective form of birth control, but then I know there are women, for example, my sister for that matter, she had an abortion when she was younger, and it haunted her for a long time. Well, I haven't talked to her about it in a while. I mean, I'm 39, so that means that would make her 41. I haven't talked to her about it in a long time, but she said, damn near didn't a day go by when she thought about it. You know, it affected her. Like after 5 or so years went by, when people, getting the kids ready for school, she was like, damn, I will be getting the kid ready for preschool. When she finally did have kids, she kept thinking that, wow, my her daughter, she was thinking that, wow, she would have an older sibling right now. It's like, so it never left her mind. I haven't talked to her about it in a while, but it probably still affected her.
Well, I do apologize. I do apologize if you took it in the wrong way. When I said beyond our pay grade, I'm talking about the structure of people who handle this kind of stuff, and women don't never really tell us the in depth how it really affected them. That's what I was talking about more than that.
Actually, a lot of them do. It's a lot of conversations out there where they're talking about the long-term effects of abortion. And again, it's a mixed bag on it. There's some women who don't care, then there's women who are greatly affected by it and will never do it again. So yes, I mean, and even to the point when when a lot of people in the manosphere I'm getting some background noise from somebody, but even to the point where a lot of people in the manosphere are saying the woman is 100% in control of whether or not life comes into this world. I'd say yes, that's legally true, but we can't pretend like it's not a tough decision to make whether or not you're going to actually do what some people consider abortion outright murder.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well,
So
if I may.
I got hold on real quick. I just want to make it very clear. We have nuanced conversations about that yes, they are legally 100% responsible, but it's a tough call whether or not you're going to destroy a life growing inside you. So we
Bernard?
talk about that and we know that. But
Bernard, I don't mean no harm when I say this.
Okay.
And
Go
I
ahead.
say the same thing to ARC with regard to the lady in question. You know what, man? Cry me a river.
Oh, for her. Oh,
Black women. Hold on. Black women as a group. I'm not talking about any specific individual. Black women as a group in the 21st century. If you can't figure out as a grown fucking woman how to regulate your womb in the 21st century, cry me a river.
I agree with that too.
Cry me a river. I'm like Justin Timberlake on this. Cry me a river, man.
And your point?
How you get to be a grown woman in the 21st century and you can't figure out how to regulate your own womb? How you do that?
Hold on, OG. It ain't no reason to get. Ain't no reason.
No, I'm just asking. I mean, he said it in his way. I'm gonna say it in my way.
I know, but there's no reason to even get animated saying, "What's your point? What's your point?" His point is.
My point is saying what's your point, but not is.
Hold on. Let me say this. His simple point is that she's responsible for who she lay down with. She's responsible for whether or not she has sex without a condom. She's responsible for whether or not she has sex off of birth control. She is 100% responsible.
She gets to pick the dick. She gets to pick the dick. And she gets to pick the dick. And if she can't figure out which dick to pick, and she can't figure out where babies come from and how to prevent it, and she a grown goddamn woman in the 21st century, cry me a river.
I agree with that 100%, especially if we talking about this chick that ARC was talking about. The only thing I was saying is that after they've been irresponsible, after they fuck up, after they sitting there with that baby, it's a tough decision to kill it. But all the not so tough decisions that she made that left her in that situation, she get no sympathy for that. That's the general point.
Well,
I was trying to make.
But no, in respect to something you said earlier, though, we got to be fair in this now.
Go ahead.
Got to be fair. I'm not against anything said about women's irresponsibility, but there are men out here that say, "Oh, I don't want to get married and I don't want to have no child support problems." Then why you raw dogging, motherfucker?
Yep.
Yeah.
Raw dogging.
Yep.
There's a lot of brothers out here raw dogging, and then when they come up with an unexpected pregnancy, they all been out of shape. But it's like, bro, now if a man got tricked, I'll defend him. If a man, like a woman said to a man, "Oh, I'm on the pill," and he believed it, he fucked a raw dog, and then he finds out she actually wasn't on the pill. I mean, then yeah, the blame still goes with the woman. But there's some guys out here that be just, "Oh, baby, come on, I don't want to wear no condom. Come on, nah. Come on, let me get that. Let me get in there. I don't want to wear no condom." Then they get in there, raw dog. Next thing she makes that call.
That's right.
Hey, ARC, did you raw dog her?
Real quick, hold on. I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it to GC. But I want to say I got no sympathy for that dude. I talk about them serial impregnators all the time.
Right.
I don't believe this space is chock full of dudes like that. At least the ones that I talk to, they tend to have a good head on their shoulders, and we will make a lot of good arguments. And then, yes, we will see some reckless dudes in the chat room trying to hide behind our good arguments. But some of them, yes, it's some of them, nameless, faceless in the chat, that they out there serial impregnating, raw dogging, and the whole works. And no, I'm not in cahoots with them dudes. I have serious problems with that. It was a lot of super chats. This is a question on the table for Obsidian. I'm going to make sure I get to that. And I saw no Shannon sent the super chat. I've been clicking on them. I'm going to get to all the super chats, but GC been waiting for a minute. So go ahead, GC, and then we're going to get to the super chats.
Thank you.
Everybody got for Obsidian. Go ahead, GC.
Thank you. Real quick, ARC, did you raw dog her?
Oh,
My ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, the one
Of
you
course.
did.
Yeah, of course.
So you're including yourself in the when you talk about the men who are out raw dogging women?
Yeah, I was irresponsible. I've
Okay.
never denied that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So secondly, OG, the situation when you talk about community-minded people and you're doing for the community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you can't consider some people as a part of your community. And I think ARC's story is an example of that. You see, this woman here is a woman who calls ARC to break up her family because she doesn't care about that aspect of the community. And she says that she wished that she had the kid, not for the sake of the kid. She didn't say, you know, something. If I had a kid, that kid would be 18 years old in college, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, or going to prom or something like that. She didn't say that. She just said that I wish I had the kid because it would give me greater access to you, which means that all of her reasons is selfish.
No,
And
it's
what I'm
not.
saying, what I'm
That's
getting
what
at,
she
JC,
said. You do
right
you
quick,
know
right
what
quick,
was in
right
her
quick,
mind?
JC, if I
Do
may.
you know what was in her mind though? That's what I said from the beginning. She was
We
validating.
know what was in her mind.
She
Okay,
said
She
what
was
was in her
betrayal.
mind.
She
no,
had
just
that
because she said.
mentality.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This
She
is what
said
y'all
it.
didn't get from my conversation. Name changer. Look, just because a person says something, it's not what's really burning their ass inside.
Who
They're
you gonna
trying to
believe? Me?
validate.
Who you gonna believe? Me or your lying eyes?
I
Well, you can say
understand,
whatever you want to
but
say. You can say
the
whatever
only,
you want to say, Bernard,
okay,
but we
let's
do
put
it
it like
all the
this.
time. Men do it,
Let's put it
women
like
do
this,
it,
GC.
everybody
Or,
do it. We do it all the time. We say shit with our mouth, but it's not what's in our head.
I understand, and I do understand that you believe that inside her head is the word community, 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 community,
No,
community, community
never said that.
over and over again. I understand that. However, given on the evidence presented, her only concern was herself and her sexual gratification, as well as the other ways in which ARC gratifies her. Now, in
What would you
addition
expect her to
to,
say?
right quick,
If
OG,
she was
please,
talking to him, what
OG,
would you
please,
expect her to say?
OG, please, and
Wait,
further, and
is it a hold on? Okay, go ahead.
furthermore, the other thing, it wasn't just her words, it was her actions. Even if she had community, community, community on her mind, she still was going to act on it had ARC not stopped her. So,
That's right.
and she found that the man who she was with, who was probably community minded, was boring. You know, I'm paraphrasing what ARC,
Right.
said about how she described him.
That's right.
So, needless to say that she wasn't a community minded woman. You are attempting to create a community with people who do not care about the community you
That's right.
create. It's the equivalent to having a barbecue with people who don't respect your house, who will destroy everything. You know, you can only let certain people in, the rest you must treat with a long handled penis.
Let's
Hey,
get some.
Bernard, how
I
do
hear
we?
you with that penis word.
I'm getting
That,
old.
that
I forgot.
motherfucking
How do
penis
we
word.
get
It
down this
throws me off
path?
every time. So you've been hanging around too many white
Hold on,
people.
hold on.
Because
Wait,
we were talking
let
about
me say this.
alphas and
Let me say
betas,
this.
and then all of
You
a
don't
sudden
get to choose.
we
You,
got
wait a
down
minute,
here.
wait a minute. You can choose the people who are traveling in the same way you are traveling. But you don't get to choose who's in your fucking community. That's what we get. That's what. No. Listen, what I'm just saying.
That's what a community
Wait,
is,
no.
JC.
Listen. Listen, what I'm saying, and then you will understand the difference.
Do you know what a community is? Do you know that there are communities in this country you can't
Listen.
get into? They will
Okay,
keep
I'm
your
talking
ass
to
out?
game changer. Hang your cane up for a minute. All right, I'm talking to game changer because I think we can have a better discussion.
Well, before you go,
You already got all the
Bernard,
answers,
how
so
do we
I can't
get
talk
down
to you.
here? I
You
can't
already got
remember
the
how we got
answers.
down here.
You already got the answers, so I can't
I was
talk
like,
to you.
how did we
Okay.
get here?
Okay.
I feel you. I feel you, ARC. But just real quick, the definition for community: the people with common interest living in a particular area broadly. The area itself, problems of a large community. Okay, now shit. Hold
Yeah.
on.
So there you
See
have
how
it.
vague it
The
gets?
common interest. Common interest is
And
a
that's
part
where I
of
was getting at, Bernard.
a group of people with common
Okay.
characteristics or interests living together within a large society, a community of retired persons. Okay, it's going on. It's
It get
rambling.
vague.
But
This is what my point was. Because in a community, all right, like you have people who in one community, some might be on crack, some might be on crystal, some might be doing all kinds of things. And then you got that part of that community is moving forward to make the community as a whole better. They really have no, I would say they can speak on it, but they have no power on the people who are doing bad things in that community. It's that community.
they don't have to embrace them, though.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have to embrace you. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
You
then
find people
GC
that is moving.
GC
Wait a minute. You
is
find
talking
people
about not embracing the problematic people, and then you
I
say,
understand
no,
that.
Embrace them.
Oh, okay. Well,
they're
I
black
understand
too.
that. But that could be. Listen, what I'm finna say, Bernard. that can be very, very a sticky situation.
Look, we
Like
don't want no
love,
trans
hate.
in the
Let's put it
community.
like
The
this.
reason why it
All
can be a
right,
sticky
all right.
situation is because none of
Trans
us on
are
this panel,
prohibited.
none of us
Let
on
me
this
ask
panel
this.
right now, including you, old man, has been perfect in any fucking community you
I have
ever
never
been
been
in.
a tramp.
Let me ask this. Are you
None
part
of us.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Are you
I
We
part
never
of
all
told women I was
learned.
with
All
that she
right,
was
wait,
are
one at a
born.
time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a
are you
time.
part of the crack or crystal community?
It's within the community that
No,
I
I understand
thrive
that.
in.
Are you a part of the crack or
I'm not
crystal
part of
community?
it, and then why you didn't hear that in my conversation? Why would you even have to ask me
The
that
reason why
question?
I
You the
asked
smart one. Why
is
did you
because
have to ask me that question? I
yeah,
just broke that down.
I'll answer your question.
Okay,
The
I
reason
can't
that
I can't
the
tell
reason
people
that
what to
I
do in the
asked that
community.
question,
All right,
you're
all
I
right.
damn sure can tell
interrupting
not
the
to be a
answer.
tramp.
Come on,
You're
Go
interrupting
ahead,
the
DC.
answer. The reason why I asked that question, OG, is because you chose to not be a part of a dysfunctional community.
Most certainly.
So why are
But
you
I'm
choosing
still
to
in that
be a
community
Hold
part?
on,
as a
hold on.
whole.
Let him finish. Let him finish the question.
So again,
Okay.
why are you choosing to be a part of another dysfunctional community?
I'm not choosing to look. Just
Well, you
because
just like you
just,
choose
wait a
not
minute,
to.
okay.
Well,
Just
right quick,
because
OG,
I'm
just like you
moving, wait a minute.
choose not to be a
I'm
part of
living
the
in
crack
that
or crystal
wait,
community.
wait a minute. I'm living in a community
Just
right
like
now,
you
right?
choose to not be a part of the crack or crystal community,
I
you can also
understand.
choose to not be a part of the cheating ass bitches community. Like
Okay.
you could also choose to not be a part of the derelict women community. Like you
Okay.
can choose to not be a part of the fucked up fat bitch community. You can choose
Okay.
not to.
Okay. And what?
That's
You
it.
said the same thing I said.
And the female meat eaters.
Then make that choice. Actually, I
Okay.
did. And I said the
You
exact
said
opposite.
yes, you
Because
did. You said the
you
same
can't
thing I
choose.
said.
No,
I
I
said
said the exact opposite.
in
You
any
said you
community,
can't
you got to
choose.
find out
You
who's
said
moving
you
in your
can't choose the
lane.
communities you're a part of. I'm saying
You
that
find out
you
who's
can,
moving
and
in
you
your
should.
lane,
Hold on.
and you move with that.
Oh my God! Every time we try to do that, you try to pull us back into the fuckery.
I'm not trying to put you in the fucking, but I'm just saying you can't have blinders on your eyes that this shit is not happening around you.
Back
All right,
into the
all right,
effery.
all right. All right. ARC.
Like a big
Hold
Starlight.
on, wait. ARC was asking a good question. How do we get all the way down here? We was talking about alpha and beta. I don't know.
I'll
I don't.
answer that question.
I don't.
So,
Okay, but hold on. But real quick, before we answer that question, let me get to some super chats. I don't know if this one was already on the table. Yeah, that one already been answered. Casual Observer says, male femininity coach. Huh? Male femininity coach. Black women want beta to dominate. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. My man Shannon Rose in the building with a $20 super chat. He said, I don't have anything to say, just supporting my guy Bernard. Thank you very much for that, Shannon Rose. I do appreciate you. Jonathan Morgan says, question for ARC. If black men had to form a military to fight or die, what effect would these sexual dynamics have on our ability to unify for war? That is
Very good question.
It's a lot. It's a lot in there. ARC could tackle that with if he want to. It was directed at him. But before you do that, shout out to Maurice November, one of my day ones, sent me a cash app. He just said, "Thank you, man. I appreciate you sending the cash app." And well, before I'll pull that one back up in a second. He says, "There's no such thing as an abortion imprint. You effing idiot." Okay, just let that one ride, OG. Let that one ride. And if somebody does have a question for Obsidian, I'll do that when. I'll do that one next, but we're gonna get this one that was put on the table. But ARC, go ahead, you got it.
What effect would these sexual dynamics have on our ability to unify for war? I don't get that question when you're talking about. I'm assuming you're talking about all men, although they do have women in the military these days. But unless you're talking about a homosexual relationship, sexual dynamics would have nothing to do with providing leadership to unify men to go into to combat. One thing I've always said, number one, my definitions of alpha, beta, and my hybrid categories, I specifically say in my books that they're specifically related to dealing with women in a sexually intimate manner. And I basically say that you have different criteria for who's alpha in the business world, who's alpha when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, who's alpha, whatever other aspect of life. So that you can have different people who have different criteria that make them alpha. But with just simply within the teachings of my books, I define an alpha male as a man who can get the highest quantity and highest quality of sex while not expressing any long-term commitment and not offering any valuable resources such as money or material possessions. That's simply my idea. I've never proposed that that's the universal definition of what it means to be alpha. You can always have debates when it comes, because again, for me, you can have different alphas in different areas. But as it relates to getting women in bed, yeah, my definition is an alpha can get beautiful, sexy.
I'm trying to mute somebody. It sounds like somebody was having an argument in the background with somebody. I don't know. I muted GC and OG. One of them in the hood. I don't know which one.
But yeah, my definition is simply what I mean. We could, for argument's sake, and I've done this a couple times before. You could take away those specific titles. Like I remember one time I was having a debate with Big Mike. I don't know if Bernard, are you familiar with these guys? Big Mike and Tony.
Yeah. I interviewed.
I don't know.
I interviewed Big Mike, and I spoke to Tony Maceo a few times on some panels, but I actually did a one-on-one with Big Mike. Yeah.
Okay, well, they were one of the first guys after I got on YouTube that I remember having a lengthy debate with, because Tony in particular, he didn't believe in the titles of alpha beta. He just, like some guys, he just thought it was ridiculous. But here's where I got him though. I said, okay, if you take away those two titles, or really my 4 titles, because I get technically 4 titles. Mm-hmm. I said, can you argue with the description though? Can you argue with the fact that there's some men who can get pussy quicker, easier, and less expensively than other men? He said, oh yeah, of course there's guys like that. I said, bingo. There's always for centuries been guys who have been able to get pussy just based on their looks, their charm, what we now call their mouthpiece, their masculine sex appeal, and other guys had to divvy up more resources to get either that same quality of pussy or that same quantity of pussy. And I said there's always been a delineation. So you can argue on the titles of the delineations,
right?
But you can't argue on the delineations themselves,
right? So, but in this discussion, we're not having that debate that you just referred to with regard to Tony Maceo in particular. We all agree on the alpha beta paradigm. So with that being said, and we also agree with what you said, we all agree, I use the example of Derek Jackson. We all agree that there are men that black women in particular, find sexually attractive and would be, if they had the opportunity to do so, have a casual sexual encounter with them. No argument there. My question is, do those women themselves consider those men alpha males out of anything else than the possibility of a roll in the hay?
100% no. Here's what I would say. A lot of women are going to have different opinions about a guy before they lay up with him than they will after. So, that's one thing. So as far as like, say, women criticize a guy, even though he's supposed to be alpha, there's a lot of women who will lust heavily on a guy. And then I know for a fact, I was alluding to it earlier, when women tend to change their opinion on a guy the most, is when they slept with a guy and they thought their pussy was going to motivate that guy to be a more monogamy-oriented, relationship-oriented type guy, and they failed. All of a sudden, they'll say, that guy's an asshole. Oh, that guy's an asshole.
Right.
I can't believe I slept with him. That guy's an asshole.
So we have an example of this with the Iyanla Vanzant Fix My Life. You got 6 men, 50 women, nearly 100 children. All of those women thought that their magical vajayjay was going to work the black girl magic and change these guys into dads. And they all failed. All of them. So what we really got going on in Black America is this. It's not that black women are going for the alpha males, no. Because those black women themselves don't consider the guys alpha males. What they're going for, there's a dysgenic breeding pattern. We're going for the worst type of men to mate with and reproduce with as a general proposition. We even found that out with Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson ain't no man to emulate. He ain't no Captain America. He ain't no Steve Rogers. He damn sure ain't no Tony Stark. He ain't nobody to be following and deferring to. Black women don't want to own that now because they got egg on their face behind that, and they want to act like that the whole thing never happened. But we know the real deal. Black women like to deal with dudes who are losers. And it's high time that we said it full-throated in the public square, put it right there on the table. Bang, there it is. They ain't alphas. Ain't none of these dudes leading no men. Ain't none of these dudes got no men deferring to them. Ain't none of these dudes got no men saying with their name in their mouth. And the men that do, black women hate. Case in point, Kevin Samuels. Name the black men that black men defer to, and black women are falling in line with that. Yes, we agree with that. Hey, he's out. You name a brother that black men all kind of universally refer to and defer to, black women will be almost guaranteed to run counter to it.
Well, I have two disagreements. One, this goes back to what I just said a few minutes ago. You said an alpha is somebody that other men have to defer to. As it relates to sexual intimacy, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, these are parameters of my book. A man having other men defer to him ain't got shit to do with my labels of alpha. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
But even with your own
aspect of life,
But even with your own schema, black women don't consider those guys alpha males because you just got finished saying it yourself. As soon as y'all stand back up and shit go left, now all of a sudden he a fuck boy.
Well, I was going to say, it's funny you bring that term up because I know you favor that term. I was going to say that's what a lot of women, mainly in the more younger generation, what I would generally call like a womanizing alpha male, they call a fuck boy. And based on what I've heard anyway. But in second disagreement, something you said, I don't think any woman, there might be a few here and there. I don't think any woman says herself, well, I know JoJo in the neighborhood is a loser, but I'm gonna have sex with him. They're not thinking that way.
We gotta help them with that. We need to remind them of that. You're fucking losers, and you're fucking up the community as a result. You selfish tramp.
Is who they
you selfish tramp. That's what you do. That's what black men, that's what leadership is. Leadership is calling people onto the carpet. We got to stop letting black women off the hook on this thing, man. No, you're fucking the worst of us, and you're fucking up the community, you tramp.
What you don't think black men on YouTube don't emphasize that?
No. We talking to each other. No. We need to bring it to that. That's the reason why I got my book getting ready to drop. I don't know if you noticed. I got a book of Obsidian for the ladies this time. Okay. It's about to drop in the spring. And I'm telling them to their face, no. Look at me. You're fucking up the community because you're dealing with the worst type of men. You're screwing it up. You tramp. That's what you are. You're screwing it up. You claim to care about the community. You're tearing it up. You need to be told that to your face. You tramp.
Okay, based on what you just said, and based on your knowledge of my books, what's the one problem at minimum you think I have with what you just said?
I have no idea. You tell me.
I already said it in regards to something else somebody else said earlier, is that I don't totally disagree with what you just said about women as far as them needed to be accountable for all their bad decisions. But the problem I have, and this is why I get into a lot of debates and arguments with a lot of guys in this space, they want to hold women to a certain standard for their bad decisions and fuck ups and irresponsible behavior, which I'm not against, but they don't have that same standard with their own gender. And
wait a minute. Well, hold on. Since you're talking to me, let the record show what I think about black men who cheat on their wife. Let the record show what I think about that.
Okay.
Let the record show.
Well, let's speak on that. I have heard you criticize before, so I know you do have credit. But I've heard guys literally as recently as within the last 2 weeks, I was in somebody's live stream, somebody in the chat room said, there's no such thing as cheating for men. Only women can cheat. Men, there's no such thing. We're born to have sex with. I was like, that's some bullshit.
That's punk.
Anytime you lying to a woman, sneaking by in the back, you cheating. You a fucking cheating. That ain't manly. That's cowardly. Right. You a punk for doing that shit.
That's right. And by the way, I remember with a warm smile on my face the day you called Derek Jackson a verbal coward. I was cheering you on from the sidelines. That's right, because he is a verbal coward. If the guys in the chat room saying, "Where's my track record?" You obviously don't have my book. I talked about Antoine Fuqua, how he cheated on his wife. No, man, this shit ain't cool, man. It's not cool. If you got any type of balls about you, you would be balls out and mold one with it and let the chips fall where they may. No, you're a verbal coward.
Because I feel like this. There are a lot of men who have their appetite is for multiple lovers. So I want to make it clear, I don't have nothing against a man having multiple lovers, but I'm just saying, have the balls to be straight up about this. I have. For people who think it's not possible, every woman before my wife I met, I told them up front, I said, I am not guaranteeing you any long-term monogamy. I told them up front, I didn't say I definitely was going to be fucking other women, but with each woman, including actually my wife, with me and my wife, and she'll tell you, when we first got together, I basically told my wife I wasn't guaranteeing her. Now, up to this point, we have been monogamous with each other, and it's worked out for us, but I did not promise her monogamy at the beginning of I never had. Starting with the age of roughly 22, up until now, every woman I've dealt with in a long-term relationship, I told them basically that there was at least a 50% chance that I was going to be fucking other women. And I was basically like, either you down or you're not down. A lot of women were down. There was a few women that did tell me up front. They said, no, I wouldn't be able to handle that. I was like, okay, we'll go our separate ways. But as far, again, going back to guys saying, I've seen it be said by whether it was in a chat room or verbally on some guys will say, well, men and women are different, man. Men, no, when you're talking about cheating, again, that's unethical, man. That's lying. That's cowardly behavior. That is cowardly behavior, man. That is not the behavior of a man with balls and backbone. I got mad at you. I think we talked about this on one of your live streams way back when. I'll tell you another guy. You mentioned Antoine Fuqua, who had problems with this. Was when Tiger Woods got busted.
Absolutely. I will never defend Tiger Woods. I remember when that the whole thing happened, and the manosphere at the time. He got hit upside the head with a golf club. He lucky he didn't get ran the fuck over.
Yeah, I was like, man, when you that famous and making the type of money that Tiger was making, you should lay down the law to you. You should be like, hey, I'm gonna make sure you living a quality lifestyle. I'm gonna take care of all your bills. You're gonna live in a beautiful house. But I'm just letting you know, when I travel, I'm going to be fucking other women. I'm going to be fucking other women. Or at least there's a chance I'm going to be fucking other women. I'm letting you know that. That's the program. Like Magic Johnson, he got a wife named Cookie. He's one of the guys that said he told his wife that. When he first got with Cookie, Magic Johnson said he told his wife, I love you. You're the woman I'm going to marry, but I'm going to be fucking other women.
Oh, yeah. And the thing about it, with Kevin talking about the high-value men, don't cheat their exercise options. Black women have all this smoke for Kevin, but they ain't got nothing to say about Derek, who done trying to vie with Tiger Woods when they break his record. They ain't got nothing to say about that. And I write about all this in the book about cheating because, by the way, people talking trash about your anecdote that you relayed about the tramp in your life, that the lady that was married was going to cheat on the good beta guy. Let me tell you something, Alan Roger Currie. The science backs you up. I have it in the book. I have specific chapters about cheating because that's the number one thing that black women complain about in black love circles is black men cheating, and they be right. It's true, but they ain't the only ones that's cheating. Black women cheat too. I have the receipts. It's going to be in the book. Everything you said is right in the book. Everything is in the book. Everything.
All right. Shout out to SKC. He's advertising what's going down on Brother Xavier's channel. Tommy Sotomayor will be over there. He said the battle happens tonight at 9 p.m. EST on Teapot. There's a link. Y'all can re-spam. Y'all can spam that out through the chat room so people can make sure that they're not.
Who is Sotomayor battling against?
TVA. That's the Village Arsonist. That's the Village Arsonist. That will be interesting. That will be interesting. So make sure y'all go over there and check that out. I see a lot of super chats. I starred all of them, so I'm going to be reading them out right now. Uncle Stu, the old man on the block, says, "In alpha, do not talk it, they walk it." Most women do not know what an alpha man is because many women are love bombed. Thank you for the super chat.
Okay, y'all gonna have to clue me in on lingo. I don't know what love bombed means.
Love bombed. I think that refers to a guy who who just talks a big game, says all the right things at first, all the sweet stuff, all but he ain't really got no action or no long-term intentions behind it. He just bombing them with everything that they want to hear at the beginning. I think that, if my understanding, that's what love bombing a chick is.
Like a liar manipulator type dude.
Yeah. More or less, that's what love bombing is. TD, tell him in the building with a super chat. He says, no, what dudes keep missing is that women have never been that damn hard to bag. Okay. Then them high standards they claim to have are imaginary at best. Yeah, there's a general truth to that. I don't think guys are missing that. I mean, it's some nuance to it, because for some guys they do.
I do disagree with that.
Well, let me just say what I was going to say to that. For some guys, it's some nuance. Some guys have to put in more work than others to get it done. So I'll just say that. But for some guys, depending on a number of different factors, they got it easier, and the women can be easier to bag. I'll just say that. That was my general takeaway from that. But go ahead. I'm gonna get the rest of these super chats. But go ahead real quick on this one.
I disagree with both of those. Number one, I've heard a lot of guys in this space will say something to the effect of, usually when they're attacking my profession, which is a dating coach, some guys will say, I don't know why guys need dating coach. Pussy out here is easy to get. If it was
I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement too.
If it was easy to get, you wouldn't have incels. You wouldn't have rapists and date rapists out here if pussy. Now, if you're talking about for certain guys, yeah, of course. But if you're saying as a blanket statement for all guys, no. For some men, pussy is the hardest thing for them, like, ever. I know guys who they've had an easy time making good grades in school, easy time getting a good job, easy time being active in their community. But when it comes to getting good looking, sexy pussy, that's been the hardest fucking thing for them in their entire life. So you can never say that all guys have an equally easy time getting pussy. Yeah. Again, that's just too much evidence. And then on imagine, I don't know if I would say it's imaginary, but it's what we already talked about, or at least what I talked about. I said that some women create standards based on their social programming and cultural conditioning. In other words, what the mother told them to look for in a man, what their father told them to look for in a man, the people at their church told them to look for in a man. But then they might meet another man who doesn't have any of that criteria that was recommended by their mom, dad, church members, whatever. But they just say, damn, he just sexy.
Right.
I want him to fuck me. And then it usually isn't until afterwards they'll say, oh shit, he don't meet the standards that my mom man my mom wanted me to hook up with.
Right.
And then they have regret. So anyway, those are my two disagreements with that guy's super chat.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Barnard.
Well, yeah, Ian Simmons in the building. He says, again, the term alpha and beta are purely subjective and arbitrary, and thus should not be taken seriously.
Well, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but this is where we are. Everybody accepts those terms. So the shoulda, coulda, woulda, you know what I mean? Hey, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't really help anything.
Yeah. It says there's no such thing. Okay, wait, hold on. I read that one. Okay, yeah, this was the one I was looking for. Somebody had put a question on the table for Obsidian. Shout out to JJ. He says a lot can be said. Let me make that bigger. Okay, he said a lot can be said for a woman who is willing to change under your guidance. And he's asking Obsidian, would you be open to that, or does she have to come ready-made?
The latter. If black women ain't trying to build a boo, I ain't trying to build a babe either.
Build a babe. All right.
I'm ready to roll. You eat meat? Oh, gross. You went to where? Prairie View. Oh. We'll call you.
Sir Tyson in the building says random has ARC read or owns O-Man's book.
Yes, I own the Kindle version of O-Man's book.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Thanks.
Yep.
And you know I have one of his books.
All right.
He signed it.
I think that's it on the super chats. Shout out to everybody who sent one. Shout out to Uncle Stu, the old man on the block. Moderators, y'all could drop the link to Uncle Stu's channel in there, in the chat room. Oh, and Shannon as well. Drop Shannon's in there as well. Shout out to Shannon and Uncle Stu. I think those are the only people that got channels that super chatted me. But all right. Where we at? And again, make sure y'all swing by Brother Xavier's channel tonight at 9 p.m. EST. Tommy Sotomayor is going to be over there, so make sure that you definitely swing by there. All right.
Allie made a really good point. I just wanted to jump back. If I
could. Go ahead.
Alan made a really good point about the infidelity piece. Now, everybody knows my position on it, but just hang with me on the thought experiment. You know what? He made a really good point. He talked to the lady's husband in question on the phone. He called him up. He said, listen, broke down the situation to him. The lady wanted him to resume an affair with him, and so on and so forth. And he asked her a series of questions. And on every question, she answered in the negative. Did he beat on you? Did he cheat on you? He's not paying the bills? So. Really what it broke down to was he wasn't sexually satisfying to her. Okay, now I'm not knocking that, because I don't believe that everybody is a sexual fit for everybody. So I'm not knocking her for that. What I knock her for is, well, why you married a man if you're not sexually satisfied by him? Or how about this? I can go along with, things change. Okay, fine. Why don't you get a divorce? Because you clearly hitting me up. Why don't you get a divorce and move on? See, I can go along with the cheating piece if a wife, her husband is beating on her, cheating on her, ain't treating her right, ain't paying the bill, ain't handling his business. And, I can go along with that type of stuff. But just because y'all not sexually compatible, no, fuck that. No, if that's the case, divorce him.
Well, it's actually worse than what you described, because if I recall what ARC said correctly, he said that that he physically wasn't bad. It was just that she just was missing. I guess
he wasn't sexually satisfying.
Well, hold on. ARC corrected. Didn't she say that she enjoyed him sexually? She just was missing the dirty talk or something like that.
It was mainly in respect to the she ended up saying he wasn't like just a horrible lover in terms of
he was okay
physical.
He was okay, but she wasn't satisfied.
Would you have made a recording they could play in the bedroom while she was having sex?
What?
With him? No,
you said what?
You said a tape of you talking while he's operating on his wife. And you're doing the talking part. Yeah, come on, man.
The point is, man, I'm bullshit.
The point is, and ARC knows this. Casanova, we all know that name. Casanova once famously said that the language of love is reduced. If you take speech out of it, the language of love is reduced by 2/3. For women, that's very important. Alan is living proof of that. The mouthpiece being able to speak that talk, as they say back in the day, that's very important for women. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is, why are you with a man that does not sexually satisfy you?
Well, since you're talking about this, as you know, because you've read this book of mine, I remember within the first year and a half, 2 years after I came out with The Possibility of Sex, I broke that down in chapter 9, the very last chapter of that book. Man, I had a lot of guys of many races write me. Chapter 9, more than any other single chapter in that book, left a lot of guys depressed because, and see, that's why I hate, on a quick side note, some people like to assume that everybody out here has the same exact degree of knowledge, wisdom, insight, and they just don't. And see, like somebody on my level, I would almost thought that all guys knew that women would marry a guy that they aren't necessarily physically attracted to or sexually attracted to. But I had a lot of guys write me email messages after Possibility of Sex came out. They said, Alan, man, your chapter 9, man, I was depressed, man. I didn't know women were that scandalous. I didn't know they would just marry a guy that they have an almost 0% sexual attraction to. I didn't know that they would have a baby with a guy, even though they're really not that attracted to him, just because he's, a great financial provider. They was like, Alan, that chapter kind of traumatized me and left me very dejected. Some guys are saying in a lighthearted way. Other guys were more extreme. They were basically like, Alan, chapter 9 in that book has pretty much made me a misogynist. I can't stand bitches. I already have my problems with them, but after reading, because that was a chapter where I let guys know that, what Obsidian was just talking about is that women can be totally unsatisfied by a man But if that guy's a good financial provider and a reasonably decent conversationalist, they'll stay with him and they'll just cheat on him on the side as much as it's available, instead of just saying to that guy straightforwardly, hey, I'm not attracted to you.
Just break it
You
up.
don't do anything for me sexually. Now, here's the exception. There are most, if not all, sugar daddy, sugar baby relationships. Those relationships tend to be more open in that respect. Like the sugar baby will usually tell a sugar daddy, like, hey, you ain't my first preference for physical attraction and sexual satisfaction. But because you're willing to upgrade my lifestyle, I'll go ahead and hang with you. And the sugar daddy says, okay, cool.
But won't she still have a guy on the side?
If the sugar baby, I mean, the sugar daddy dictates that she doesn't, then she won't. And if she gets caught, he'll cut off everything. He'll cut off all his, whatever his financial protection.
Exactly. So that's my point. And by the way, like I said, my upcoming book, everything you just said, the women cheated on guys who were decent guys, treated them well, but they just had to have that old thing back. So listen, all I'm simply saying is, and I'm being fair on both sides, because I said this about Antoine Fuqua too, when he cheated on Layla Rashawn and she was no longer looking the way she was looking and waiting to exhale. I get it. If the woman, and in Black America, sex plays a very important role in things. We can debate why it should be like that. It just is. Fine. If they're not doing it for you sexually, leave him.
Well, let me say this to go back to what ARC was talking about when he was saying women marrying men that don't really get them off sexually. I mean, listen, I understand not marrying him if he's just completely just horrible, just don't know left from right in the bedroom. But if he's not just the best, just dynamite sexual, lover to you, but he does other things correctly that you need, I don't think nothing wrong with that, because I mean, men have to sacrifice too. It's a lot of men who
No, they don't.
They don't have. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's a lot of men who they would probably rather be single for the rest of their life. I mean, or they enjoy the single life. They enjoy having a lot of having random sex with a lot of random women. And yes, maybe they could negotiate the deal to where she understand that, like ARC was talking about, he's not promising monogamy. But in some situations, some men do get in monogamous marriages and they hang it up. So it's nothing wrong with it. A guy in that situation, he is sacrificing something for the greater good and family. So I'm not going to say 100% that a woman shouldn't marry a guy unless he just completely knocking it out the park sexually. She should be able to get something out of it sexually.
I'll send you the chapters in my book that directly relates to that, and we'll see if you still feel the same way.
Okay, fine. That's cool. That's cool. But overall, if a woman looks at the greater good, she's thinking about the future of her children. She may not be able to find a guy that's going to secure the best future for her and her children in the same guy that's going to make her have a legs shaking orgasm every night. She may not be able to get that. So if she sacrifices for the greater good, I'm not going to say that no, she should marry somebody who's not just knocking it out the park sexually. I think people can make sacrifices for the greater good. Well, within reason. Hold on, but within reason, though. Within reason.
To your point, if you go co-sign with the line of traditional legal marriages, that was the whole point of vows. The whole point of exchanging vows, among other things, was for the man. I'm going to translate all the language instead of the formal way they usually exchange vows. But the essence was you were supposed to be saying to your wife, hey, I know I might meet some women better looking than you, sexier than you, more of a fat ass, tighter pussy, but I'm willing to sacrifice that because I love you. And then the woman in return would say, yeah, I know I might meet a guy with a bigger dick, more money than you, sexy than you, whatever else got going on, might be better than you, but I'm willing to sacrifice that because I love you. And so what you said was basically kind of built in that both parties were supposed to be willing to sacrifice for the sake of, building their family. But then as modern day sexual morals took over, both men and women basically said, oh, fuck that. I ain't go, man, all these bad bitches I got throwing out pussy shit. I don't care if I'm married. I'm fucking that bitch. And then the woman said the same thing. Shoot, this guy at work, he's my work husband, and he said he got a big dick,
Yep.
so I'm gonna give him some pussy. I don't care if I'm married. It's like basically people said, man, fuck these vows and shit when they really shouldn't be. But that's the nature of the beast,
And that raises another question in the black community, with black women being the least married women in the country, and of course we all know about the strong, independent black woman. Why do they care so much about getting married? I mean, they got their own education, their own car, their own house, they pay for it. Why don't you just get with the sexy guys? They work their job, get with the sexy guy, and that's that.
Well,
I can give
Well,
you
good
one
question.
A lot of them do.
Gina answers it in the chat room. She says that, if the guy upgrades her lifestyle, then she will not cheat on him. So that's what many of them.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, I know. But that's the reason that many women look to get married, is to simply upgrade their lifestyle.
Yeah,
but they got their own car and they got their own education. They can upgrade their own lifestyle.
Yeah, but will upgrade, meaning that a more expensive car or two cars, or basically somebody who can increase their socioeconomic.
Yeah, but they got it going on themselves. They go to college. They got their own businesses. They doing the damn thing.
Well, I'll give you one other reason.
Hold on, but that's why a lot of them, that when we've seen this bear out on Kevin Samuels. I mean, other areas too, but I mean, Kevin Samuels is a shining example of it, where a lot of women that, because they can be functional and have a place to stay with food, water, electricity, and a car, even if they ain't knocking it all the way out the park, a lot of them have just came right out and said they only want to get married if it's going to be a major lifestyle change. Whereas before, the married life was the lifestyle change, even if it didn't come with luxury or more stuff. It was just, being married, being a wife, being a mother. That was the change in lifestyle. But now they're looking for a major upgrade in lifestyle, because again, they can have their own kids by themselves and get by and put food on the table. Nobody's going to starve to death, so they're good. So a lot of them are good and only want to get married if there's some great benefit. Some great financial.
I want to ask this, Bernard and Obsidian. Do you think these women give a damn about community?
Oh no,
absolutely not.
Would it be in your best interest to attempt to build a community?
Nope. I ain't building no community with no tramps.
Okay. Here's one more benefit for a lot of women to get married that doesn't have to do with, like say resources and stuff. I've talked about it quite a bit over the last 15, 20 years. See, a lot of women, I'm probably most well-known in for making that distinction between the appeal of someone's sexual companionship versus their non-sexual companionship. A lot of women, if for no other reason, this is what marriage does for a lot of women. It says at the wedding and beyond to their friends, relatives, and everybody who's either in attendance or knows about it, that you found at least one man who values your non-sexual companionship just as much, if not more, than your sexual companionship. Because I've had women say to me over the years that in one way or another, they would say, well, I got married because my parents wanted me to get married. And they said if I never get married, I would probably always have the label of a discreet slut. And I didn't want that. And marriage shows that, some guy does look at me as more good girl material. There's a lot of women who bank on that. They look at that as an announcement, like to their friends, like, hey, for all y'all that call me a slut, I found one dude who loves my conversation, my food, my non-sexual companionship. So y'all need to shut up. That's basically how a lot of women feel about marriage. Whereas men, we don't have that feeling of wanting to get married to validate that we're, a gentleman. We don't have that same type of equivalent.
So sometimes I think that is very true what you said. Often and far too often with women like that, who, say to other women and perhaps even men that I'm not a slut. Look, I got married. Sometimes people just say, no, you're a slut and he's an idiot. I think that is a fair conclusion. So it backfires once again.
Well, no, not always. Sometimes, yes. But see, there's some women, again, it's based on some conversations I've had. Some women, in regards to that specific point, there's some women basically have attitude. They don't care if some of their friends, college classmates or whatever, call them a slut after they got a ring on their finger. Their attitude is like, they can call me all the names they want to now. I'm married. You said I couldn't get married. I got married, bitch. So shut the fuck up. Seriously, I've had women literally say it essentially like that. Their attitude is they don't care if people call them a slut once they get married, once they get that ring on their finger, because they said their attitude is, well, shit, you can call me a slut, but it didn't prevent me from getting a husband. It didn't prevent me from getting a... Matter of fact, again, going back to the portion in my book, Debating My Revolution, when I talk about the second wave of feminism, that was one of the motivating factors behind a lot of women who were attached to that movement. Beyond equal pay and higher salaries, women at that time, they were kind of doing a rebuttal of sorts. See, if you go back to the Victorian era, the permeating message in Europe was, if you're not a virgin, you're not worthy of marriage. That's what the uppity women of the Victorian era basically asserted. If you ain't a virgin, you ain't worthy of marriage. If you've already had sex with a guy, then you're a slut for life. You ain't worthy of being no man's husband. And then fast forward to around the late 50s, early 60s, a lot of women was like, oh, fuck that. So you saying because I engaged in premarital sex and casual sex that I shouldn't be able to get a husband at some point? Oh, fuck you, uppity bitch. I wrote an article. I know Obsidian read some of my old... I used to write for this site called examiner.com. And that was actually one of my articles. I said, one of the things that a lot of people miss about feminism is they kind of look at it as this male versus female philosophical battle. And I said that was prominent. But I said underneath and overlooked was it was a female versus female battle too. And it's related to what I'm talking about. The female versus female battle was women who were more sexually liberated and free-spirited and basically don't have a problem being promiscuous, they were in battle with uppity and more prudish women who believe you should only be having sex with your husband. And these women's argument was, shit, even if I've had sex with outside the context of marriage, I don't mean I shouldn't be able to get a husband in the future. And the thing is, a lot of those women have proved that in the years since. You got porno stars who've gotten married. I've interviewed a porno star who was married. You know, back in the day, you would think a porno star wouldn't have a 1% chance to get married. There's strippers who give lap dances all the time that are married. There's even some former call girls and former escorts who later on got married. So no woman, there's always going to be some guy who basically says, I don't care about... You just interviewed a guy. Didn't he have that attitude? He said, I don't care about a woman's sexual past. So some guys, they just don't. They don't give a fuck.
So
Listen,
would that
I'm married
be
that
the
woman.
evolution of social engineering? I mean, you went back to Victoria. I know my mic is real low. KFC. You went back to the Victorian, all right? And see, this is why I love the comedian that I used to hang with over in Crenshaw. He always used the term "who raised you." All right, we always talking about the black community, but we don't talk about the environment we live in this country as a whole. Because we don't need to go back to Victorian. We can go back way past the 19th dynasty, the 18th dynasty. We can go way back. The principles of how men and women reacted to each other when it came to marriage. And so that's what I'm saying is this conversation we have, we limited ourselves so many times that we don't understand all the ingredients and go in to have this this community that is uproared and fucked up and all that other stuff. We try to narrow it down to one or two things, but there's a lot of things comes into play with this shit, man. And until we start having them serious conversation, we can sit up there and play the blame game all we want to. We ain't gonna change shit. If you ain't ready to get in there and get to work, you can't be a better basketball team by saying how sorry you are. You gotta get in there and do the work. And for you, the ones who don't want to do the work, yeah, that's fine. Ain't nobody gonna be pointing fingers at you. You know what I mean? But for the ones who want a better community, hey, you got to get in there and do the work. And not everybody can do this job. Not everybody can get in the service. Not everybody can be a basketball player. Not everybody can be a box. Not everybody can be a IA specials or I mean, we just got different levels of where people are at. But to throw it out the window and say it's not worth trying, to me, that's a weak man.
Who said it's not worth trying?
I'm just saying from the conversation, that's what I get, not from just in general this conversation, but I say when you take out all the other ingredients and you just want to deal with just the bad parts, and then you have to
Who
ask
does
yourself,
that?
huh?
Who does that?
All up and down these YouTube streets.
Well, to your point, JG, are you familiar with this black male YouTuber who goes by the pseudonym The Saint in the Center?
I think I heard of him. Y'all brought him up a couple times on here.
Yeah,
we know.
He came after my Mode 1 approach, but then he wrote me a note saying,
"Oh yeah, I seen your last broadcast. You was talking about that."
And then I did a response. I happened to watch most of his. He did a live stream on New Year's Eve, and I was saying on one of my live streams that he said some things that I agree with, and he said at least one notable thing that I vehemently, I called him out on some hypocrisy, but I'll leave that to the side. But to your point, he went in on the theme of his live stream. He went in on a lot of guys in the manosphere in general, both worldwide and black manosphere, and guys, he said, who called himself red pill enthusiasts. Because he said, the problem I have with these, I'm slightly paraphrasing some of his words, but he said, problem I have with a lot of these red pill guys, they get on a podcast or live stream and they do all this fire and brimstone talking. But he said, what are they really doing though? He said, for example, you got guys who be bitching about the divorce laws, but are they trying to become a divorce attorney and change some laws? Are they trying to become a lawmaker? He said, I'm tired of listening to motherfuckers talking all this shit and call themselves red pill, but he said they ain't getting out in the community and they ain't really doing shit. He said, I have no respect for them guys that just talking, but they ain't doing shit. And I was like, okay, I'm listening. Yeah, he that was, and it sounded like that's your same point.
Right.
Yeah,
I like how you did your video.
Doing a lot of talking. You want them to actually be getting involved with
be about it. Not talk about it. Be about it.
Here's my problem when Saint in the Center do that. He's talked a lot about feminism. He's talked a lot about, maybe not a lot about the laws. My general problem with him is that he'll title a video, "The Manosphere is wrong about everything." He'll point out some things that most people in the Manosphere would agree that, oh yeah, that element of it is wrong. But then when he go to, saying what he thinks, he will basically say a whole bunch of stuff that everybody in the Manosphere generally agree with. You're wrong about everything, but you're saying a lot of the same shit that people in the Manosphere say. So really, it's just a tagline to just position himself as, I'm that dude. Listen to me. They over there on some bullshit, but I'm getting it right over here. But the information is generally the same. You know what I mean? Like he came through the door criticizing alpha male strategies, Kevin Samuels, and even ARC. Well, later he got on ARC. I guarantee if all y'all sat down and talked and compared notes, y'all agree on 90% of everything. So again, it's just a marketing strategy.
It's funny.
Question with that,
I don't even knock the marketing strategy that much. I think it's, well, I mean, I do knock it, but it's whatever. But I know a content strategy and a marketing strategy when I see it. He getting to the point he closing in on 100,000 subs, and I predicted that once he get up there like that, he gonna stop doing all that stuff. But that was just part of his way of, siphoning as many subscribers from other people that were already who are already successful in the YouTube game. I don't want to say successful in general, because he'll correct me on that. He was successful outside of YouTube. As far as getting that YouTube success, that's just a marketing campaign strategy to siphon the audience of ARC, the audience of AMS, the audience of Kevin Samuels, the audience of this person or that person. So I'm not even, I don't even take it that serious.
Interesting, Bernard, quickly on that point, you say he will criticize a person, then basically say something the same. That was what I said in my last live stream where I called him out. as you know, he came after my Mode 1 approach and said an ultra direct approach is ineffective and unnecessary. But then during the same New Year's live stream, at one point, he said, when it comes to dealing with women, he said, I'm all about speaking truth. I speak real hardcore truth. He said, I don't like to waste time and I don't like to play games. I speak truth and get to the point. And then a couple of his own chat room members was like, that sounds like Mo 1 to me.
Exactly.
And that's what I pointed out my last year. I said, this brother came after me talking about Mo 1 was ineffective. Then he gonna say, I'm all about when I deal with women, speaking the truth, getting to the point, and not wasting time with head games. That's the essence of fucking Mo 1. So I don't think, like, dude.
I don't think.
Go ahead, GC. Go ahead, GC. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, OG, you brought up the analogy of a basketball team and how it doesn't really help the team to sit around and talk about how sorry they are. And that I agree is demoralizing at best. What it does help, what good coaches would do is identify sorry members of the team that refuse to change or improve and cut them from the team. I think that that's a necessary thing. So when your analogy of the community comes about, basically what we need to do is we need to cut sorry members of the community. And if you do not have the ability to do that, then just take the functioning members of the team and create your own basketball team.
I think what you make a good point, and I think what you don't understand what I'm saying is you think that I'm thinking we all go grab hands and saying kumbaya and and bullshit. No, I think if you take everybody on this panel, we all know what's the problem in our community. We do. Yeah. We get it. It's been talked about it so long. We get it. I think the problem we have is how we go about it with solutions. And that's where we get out the rail. Because some of you want to go west, some of you want to go south, some of you want to go north, and that's not to say anybody's wrong.
OG, we offer solutions. You don't like our solutions.
Yeah. Listen. Listen. That ain't what I just said, but no, you always try to put shit in my mouth. I know you try to do a show, but let me speak for myself. I fuck up my own conversation by myself. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is, look, we're not all going to agree on the solution of the community or the community or you left it or whatever. What we have to agree on, we can't just keep going on and saying the problems. Sooner or later, like ARC said, most legislation are done in this country are done locally. If you're having problems in the court system, then won't you get a bill sponsored? You understand what I'm saying? I mean, won't you get a petition and get a bill sponsored? And so I'm just saying is, all talk and no work, you end up with the same shit over and over.
Yeah, with the upcoming, hold on real quick, GC. But with the upcoming round 2, the second Black Manosphere meetup, there will be political agendas on the table with that. So we are gradually moving in that direction. I do think the Manosphere has grown, the Black Manosphere has grown to the point to where we can start really digging in on stuff like that. But overall, we do offer non-legal, non-political solutions. We do. Yeah, but we do offer that. But work in a society. It's driven by. Hold on. Wait a minute. I think it works for the people who listen and apply it. So I do think at some level, I think this was Game Changer was getting into. You're seeking to stop a movement at its early galvanizing phase and say, oh no, that ain't gonna work, stop that, don't do that, that ain't, it's like no, don't there you go again, put words in my mouth. Okay, but if people are talking about the problem and talking about things that can be done, if they're talking about that, then you're trying to derail. Okay, I mean, not put words in your mouth. If you're saying that, if you're saying what it is that you're saying, I don't even want to repeat what you're saying because you're gonna say you didn't say it, but if you're saying the things that you're saying, yeah, in some way, yeah, you are trying to de facto get in the way or demoralize the growth of said movement. And I just don't, I don't get that. You're saying
I
that
know
there's
you
no
don't get it, Bernard, because you
you're
didn't have enough
saying that no
experience.
solutions are being offered, even though solutions are being offered. And when we offer the solutions, you say, wait, hold on. We gotta go back and get to the root of the problem. What happened? Why that person did so and so and A, B, and C, and then you take us back to slavery and Jim Crow. And but no, we be talking
that's
about
what you want to hear.
Hey, can I interject real quick?
We be talking about solutions and ways to move forward and right a situation. Game Changer just talked about cutting certain people from the team who refuse to play the way the game need to be played, and then the people who want to play the game the right way, we can grow and build with there. And those who didn't want to play the right way, they can probably try to come back to the team when they're ready to lace it up and play the right way. But you say that's no solution, but it is a solution.
No,
hey, Bernard, real quick,
real quick.
I gotta drop off because I'm hungry.
Hold on. ARC do gotta leave. So hold on. ARC gotta leave. Go ahead. Let me get ARC his last words in.
Oh yeah, I don't really have any last word other than everything I've already expressed. But
okay.
Yeah, I would just simply say on the main topic. Yeah, different people. I'm realistic about the fact that when you throw out the term alpha male to say 10 different guys, you're gonna get at least 5 different definitions and specific descriptions. So that's why I make it clear in my book that my definition of alpha male is just my definition as it relates to, again, getting women in bed. But I've enjoyed the conversation, but I got to get some in my stomach. I'm like, my stomach over here growling and shit. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening.
All right, make sure you're eating something. Make sure you're eating something healthy too, ARC.
Stay up KLC.
I'm talking to May. You've been sick. You've been sick a couple times lately. I just came off some sickness too, where I think I may have had the C word too, man. So I'm been a little scared lately, man.
Now, you know how I took it, Bernard, like you were saying, ARC. You know you got a long-standing reputation for eating double cheeseburgers and ice cream, man.
No, so I got that long-standing reputation. But I just know you've been sick a couple times lately, so I'm worried about your health, man. When you go missing for 2 weeks, I be thinking I'm gonna see some bad news on your community tab or your Facebook page or something. So yeah, I'm just saying, stay healthy, ARC. We don't want to lose you. That's all.
Brother.
That's
I
all.
appreciate that. Thank you so much, man.
We need you
all
around,
right,
brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, Bernard, listen to this.
All right.
Is there a difference between a board meeting and a think tank? A group of guys who come in as a think tank and a board meeting.
I don't know.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think I would say it's the same,
not.
but
no, it's not.
All right, educate us. Okay.
Pretty much in a board meeting, they come up and they give figures, give numbers and status, how the corporation is going. And after that meeting, they assign people to do certain tasks to come up with solutions. And that's that. And when they do assign these people coming to the solution, they get experts on every level of what they're continuing to try to improve, and they call that a think tank. And that's the difference between a board meeting. You see, that's what I see the Black Manosphere most of the time as a board meeting. Yeah, you throw a lot of things out there, and you do a lot of things this way, and you give a lot of good information. I have never denied the Black Manosphere as a whole don't give out good information. I wouldn't even be hanging over here if you didn't give out good information. The problem, it's time, and as you said, to move forward. And then I'm saying too, again, see, this
not
is
move forward, but to add to it.
Yeah, add to it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe it's a bad choice of words. Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you have a person who's been on this earth about as long as the 10 Commandments, you got to understand that we seen things. I mean, you just don't get to be old. I mean, most people don't get to be old who have challenged life and don't know something. And when I'm saying, I guess how I be speaking sometime, I'm speaking in a years and years of experience and wisdom, where it'd be different for me raising my first child versus raising my 4th child. And so maybe I'll be speaking sometime and raising my 4th child, and I should just, lay back a little bit and try to explain myself a lot better. I just like shit to be done. Damn all the talk. Let's just get the shit done.
Yeah. What you're describing, OG, is called impatience. is essentially what it is. You see, like when you have something, let's just take the American Revolution for example. Like there's dozens, maybe even hundreds of examples we can use in American history. But let's take the American Revolution for example, right? You had a bunch of people who was disgruntled about British rule. Now, maybe it started off with one guy, maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30, and they said, something, we need to revolt against the British. And if you were a part of that 30, you would say, yeah, let's go get our muskets and kill those niggas right now. And it would be you and 29 other people that get slaughtered by the British. Now, what other people did was they
That's not a
gave
good
their
analogy
rhetoric.
of me.
Excuse me.
That's not a
They
good analogy
shared
of me.
their
Hold on.
excuse me. They shared the reason that they were disgruntled with all of the 13 colonies. They galvanized thousands of people, created a continental army, created allies with France. Excuse me, right quick.
Hold on, wait, no, that's
Created-
Obsidian background noise. Hold on, let me
Okay.
just temporarily mute Obsidian. Go ahead.
Okay. Create alliances with places like France, and then made the Declaration of Independence. They didn't just, get together on the 3rd of July and say, "Oh yeah, we need to do something tomorrow." That's not how things change. Another of the many examples you can give in any developing culture's history is the unionism. You see, somebody would say, something, I don't like this job because last week I lost a finger in a can of soup, and then somebody opened it and ate it in front of me and said, finger looking good. So I think that this is a bad job. I want all of you other fingerless factory workers to get together and we should form a union. And then while you are secretly talking and trying to get other members to join the union, you would be the person that says, no, we need to strike tomorrow. And then it'll be 3 people that strike and get fired. You see, it's very important to galvanize before you actually move. It falls under the category of thinking before you act.
I'm saying your explanation and the way you're explaining it is well, but who the fuck are you talking about? You ain't talking about me.
Yes,
Because
I
y'all been in
am.
the manosphere ever since what? 2000 and what? 2000 and what?
I don't know.
The
How long have
it's
I been in there?
2015, as far back as
2015.
I take it.
Oh, 2015.
As far as I understand it, when the
I
Black
know some guys
Manosphere,
have beat
No,
their
some
chest
people-
and say they was way back before 215.
I know. Well, I mean, there was a manosphere. I mean, it was a early galvanizing phase of it. But far as when the Black Manosphere started, 2015. But far as it growing to the point to where it is now, where a lot of the thoughts, ideas, views, and perspective of the Manosphere is reaching, of the Black Manosphere is reaching a really broad audience. Everybody is hearing it. That's
2009.
that's as recent as 2020. Like really, it didn't really start hitting the ears of everybody. Truthfully, into Kevin Samuels. When Kevin Samuels blew up, that's when we're seeing an entire sea change in content and the way that people just generally talk online. That's all changed after Kevin Samuels blew up. And then let me make it clear, if I don't want to trigger nobody, he wasn't the first one that said all that he said, but he's the one who popularized it because he's the one that broke through with a 1 million sub platform. And when that happened, now we're in a different ball game now. What Game Changer was talking about, like we just got in this different ball game. That's new.
Okay,
that just recently happened. So you can't go back to 2006. You really got to go back to mid 2020 when Kevin Samuels blew up.
Well, if you want to start from there, if you want to start that race from there, okay, go at it. You can have it. Okay, but I know that race started way before.
Wait a minute. When did he? See, I forgot now. When did
No.
When did Kevin Samuels start blowing up? Was that about mid 2020?
Yeah, that was around there. Maybe 2019.
No, because I know I was going live. I didn't start going live on YouTube until January 2020. So yeah, it would have been about mid 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in 20. Okay, so
okay, when O'Shea started.
O'Shea probably started doing his thing about 2015ish. Got popular probably about 2017 about 2017 when he got 2017 2018 is when he started getting real popular. But even then his channel was still kind of in the hood. You know, he was doing Sunday Rumbles to get the majority of his views.
I was on a couple. So, man, when you started doing your broadcast early in the morning, is he still there? He got somebody. He probably eating something.
Hit-
But
hit-
anyway,
hit-
I say that to say this
Obsidian.
game changer. I say this a
Okay.
game changer. When you try to qualify what I said and always try to put it in this small little fucking box like I ain't got no fucking sense, that I just jump off the goddamn ledge and want to do it now, I have never said that. But see, when you try to answer my question, try to understand or try to relate to people what I'm saying, you are so fucking wrong. It don't even make sense. All right, that's number one. I have never said that you should do it. I'm in one of the biggest union in the United States, AFL-CIO. I know how they got started. I know how unions get started. I'm in the biggest fucking union in the United States today. So when you start talking the way you talking, you're belittling my conversation, bro. And you need to up your chest game.
Do you want me to grow breasts? I don't.
Whatever you do, penis, breast, a dick in the forehead, I don't give a damn what you grow. But I'm just saying,
What
when
do
you
mean
start
say
to
up your
try to have
chest game? I'm
conversation with
curious.
me.
Oh, you're talking about the game chest.
No, I'm talking to game changers right now. Name change, game changer. What I'm saying is, you don't belittle my conversation by saying that I'm just so glowing ho. Every time I hear some fireworks, I just want to jump out in the street and start shooting at people. That's not what I'm saying. And I think anybody with any small intelligence would know exactly what I'm saying.
Well, what you were saying exactly was that it's too much talk and not enough action.
No, what I'm saying is it's been too long of talk. It's time to go into action.
Okay, let's do this.
There's a difference.
You used the manosphere as an example. Let me bring up another example. Christianity. How many centuries of talk before it actually took off with Constantine? 500 years, OG. And not only did it take 500 years of talk, it took 500 years of lion feeding and crap like that. It took 500 years of torture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It took a very long time. But you're saying, oh, it's been 5 years. Oh, it's been 10 years.
No, it took 425 AD the council to come together and to draw up the damn plans. That's what it took.
So a sign of a person being impatient is to say something is taking too long. Like, that is a sign of being impatient. Now
why can't you see?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Now, I use this. Thank you. I use this analogy on my show when I talk about the Brothers Keepers initiative by Barack Obama. Basically, he wanted to do something for the black men and boys of the community, and it was the black men who petitioned against it.
No. You mean black women? You accidentally said men.
No. Barack Obama wanted to do something for the black men of the community, and it was black men who petitioned against it.
Really? I thought it was the women.
Well, in addition to women, of course.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and rock.
It was a large number of black men who had a separate petition against it. Why? Because the mindset of black men was not sound. And because they were not galvanized yet. They weren't quote unquote red pilled yet in 2008 or somewhere thereabouts. Therefore, the initiative didn't pass. And perhaps we should have waited until the mindset of the people that you're trying to help was proper before you acted. Even if it takes more than 5 or 10 years or however long it takes before somebody's attention span starts to dwindle, we need to be patient and work on getting the mindset of the men to a proper place before we move forward.
All right, real quick before OG respond to that, I missed. I starred these super chats, but I didn't read them off. So my bad on that. These ones are kind of old. He says, ARC, would you say your ex, despite being married, was successfully pair bonded with her husband? That was one that I wish I would have been able to read when OG was here. I missed that one. I mean, not when OG, but when ARC was here, I missed that one. I'm not real big. I don't know what the evidence is on the pair bonding thing. I know a lot of people talk about it, but I don't really got that much of a response to that. I wish ARC was still here to respond to it. But Per New in the building with the super chat says, first you have goals, then you have a hierarchy of men's demonstrated ability to achieve those goals. The men on the top of the hierarchy would be deemed alpha. My question is, what are the goals of black people? Good good question and good way to word that. We may circle back to that one and get a solid answer to that one. But I want GC and OG to stay down the rabbit hole that they're going down right now before we dig back into that. But oh yeah, Gail, I did check the IG messages. Thank you for that, and thank you for being the bestest moderator out there. RBR Network in the building. He says our reputation as black men precedes us. It makes black women leery of black men, but you can overcome that if you pursue black women you love. Okay, thank you, RBR. We needed to hear that. Thank you. Sir Tyson in the building.
What
says,
if you don't love any of them?
Easy, Pablo. Easy,
Pablo.
Easy. Sir Tyson in the building says, "Whole logic, what is what ARC described." I don't know what part of what ARC said that you was calling whole logic. I'm sorry. I'm just now getting to these super chats. I do apologize for not reading them sooner because the conversation moves so far past it. I barely can answer it, but we may circle back to what Pernu said because he did. Ask some good questions. So we may go back that way. But all right.
Except my mama black.
Right. GC and OG. I mean, I don't know if y'all even put a final bow on what y'all were talking about there.
I wanted to retort what he said.
Okay, go ahead.
Obviously, he has never invented anything but talk. Because anybody who invents something knows the steps you have to do to accomplish your goals. Yeah, he put some descriptions in what he was saying, a prescription in what he was saying. That's part of the prescription. And I have never been lack of saying that. But I'm just saying is, when you invent something, you find out what you want. Then you go into to apply certain things to get your objective. You don't talk about it for 15 and 20 years, and you don't even worry about if you got the numbers that you need. What you do is get your objective. Because I do know about civilization that everybody loves success. That's why we have commercials. That's why we have social engineering. Because once you become successful, you become the target. So what I'm saying is, we can talk about this for, how many times can you talk about how to get a piece of pussy? How many times can you talk about how to know good women in the world? How many times can you talk about how our community is so down and all the numbers? How many times can you talk about all the stacks of our community? How many times can you just keep talking and talking and talking? And wait, let me finish, Pablo, before you get your goddamn third world ass in here, because we know you don't see any good black women in our community. So let me finish and let me land this chapter, okay? So, and all that said is, this is why I say I don't disagree with a lot of things that said by none of these guys up here. What I do say is that some of us crash when it comes to solution. It's not that you don't offer a solution, how to put it all together and get to the point.
OG, this conversation, hold on, I'm going right to you, GC, but I do got to say this. This conversation was a very much a layered conversation with a lot of nuance, a lot of information, and a lot of intellect, and all kind of things going on. So I don't like when you minimize the content and what we discuss here as how many times you just gonna talk about pussy and this and that. I hate when people do that. Don't minimize the don't come on my channel.
About your show.
Oh, come on. Yeah, okay. Right.
No, I wasn't talking about I wasn't talking about this show per se. I wasn't talking about this show. I was talking about it as a whole. I wasn't talking about this show, man. I respect your show. I come over here. I respect your show.
Yeah, no, he's belittling the whole, Bernard. Okay, so now let me respond to that. When people invent something, they do talk. It's called planning. What are you talking about? It's called design. It's called specs. It's called blueprints. It's called, like, when you see a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of math on a board that you don't understand talking to others, that's what that is. It's preparation for the thing that's about to. Hold on right quick. It's preparation for the thing that's about to get.
Don't try to make yourself smarter than what you are, man. It's think tank. I said that a long time ago. You don't have to explain that.
Okay.
I have invented over 47 fucking things. I invented something over 47 different things.
I'm just trying to make it clear that I'm smarter than you. Now,
Shit,
it
you'll
is
never be able to
called-
do that. In your
it
dreams,
is
you couldn't do
called
that
talk.
shit.
All right.
In
I
your
didn't interrupt-
dreams, you couldn't do
I
that. Yeah,
did
you
not
make it
interrupt
speak
you. I
better
would
than me,
thank you to
but you
not
can never
interrupt me.
outsmart
Hold
me,
on,
and you
hold
can
on.
never
Let GC
outthink
rock.
me.
I did not
Hold on. Let
interrupt
GC
you.
rock.
So
Let
I would
GC rock.
Thank you. Now, that is what you do before you invent anything. That's what all the stuff on the board is. That's what like all the notes
Hold
with the
on.
little stickers
All right,
on
all
it.
right, all right, all right.
That
Hold on, real quick. And I can't even hear because I don't even got my earpiece in. So hopefully y'all not talking right now. Let GC make his full point. You made your full point. You said a lot of stuff we disagree with, but we let you finish. All right. So let GC finish his whole point.
I didn't say anything,
before you interrupt. All right, go ahead, GC.
Thank you. But yeah, people before inventing stuff, they plan to do this for quite some time. They talk about doing this. They even discuss on if it should be done, and if so, how it should be done. That's how every complicated thing was invented. I mean, maybe there was very little conversation about the wheel. Maybe it just would, and then the wheel came, but there was still a couple of before it happened. So let's not pretend like people don't talk about something, talk about a problem and then create the solution. I know that you want the jetpack tomorrow, and then you see a bunch of guys in lab coats talking to each other, trying to figure out the propulsion and the technique on how to make the jetpack tomorrow, and you would be the one in the meeting saying, hurry the hell up, I want to fly. I understand that you feel that way. However, in order to invent anything or make any effective change, it requires planning, galvanizing, discussion, etc., etc., etc. Jesus.
Okay.
Like what you
can I
just said. Wait a minute. What you just said.
on a filibuster with that
Wait a
line.
minute. What you just said don't have a damn thing to do with me because I explained the protocol. I explained the protocol before you even got started.
Okay, I'm done.
So for you to go in and say I want it right then and right now, that's not what I said, brother. You're not listening to me. See, this is your problem. You want to be smarter than everybody in the fucking room. And that's your problem. That's your major problem. I don't forget more shit than you will ever know. Let's just get that started, all right? And so in your worstest, best dream, you can be smarter than me. And you cannot strategy me in shit other than conversation. Let's just get that on the table. Let's make that more one of conversation.
So, J Speed, it is your contention that the manosphere in general, not everybody, but in general, are just talking and they haven't done anything or accomplished anything, and therefore, what?
Hell no, that ain't what I said. I enjoyed that y'all had a meetup, man. Shit.
Well,
I'm a cheerleader of that because I know that's part of progress. That's part of getting things right.
But that contradicts what. Well,
No, it don't.
Right.
No, I'm talking about.
Hold on. If you seeing us in the early stages of getting it right, why are you coming up here saying y'all
No,
just talking?
no, that ain't what I'm saying, Bernard. I'm saying is I think old man has said this, and y'all took it in a different way. He said that we got to get past and start having the conversation, moving toward the solutions. He said it many a time, but y'all don't attack him when he said.
Okay, J Speed.
Y'all do not attack him when he said. You can make up faces all you want to. But
that's we disagree. I think me and Game Changer have had a similar conversation with Obsidian that we having with you when Obsidian has went down that route because it's been plenty of times where we've talked about, let's say we were talking about family court issues, and then Obsidian came in. Well, what are you doing about it? What are you doing? Blah blah blah. He's done that whole thing, and then I'm sitting here saying that we can't even get black men to not vote Democrat. Part of it is what Game Changer talked about, just the galvanizing stage of it. The getting the word out, getting the message out. That is a part of it. I always reference Steven Crowder. Hold on, wait, stop. Steven Crowder has not changed any laws, but he has changed a lot of minds with that little segment that he do on his show called Change My Mind, where he'll bring up an issue, he'll go set up at a college campus, he'll put the topic out there, and he'll say there's only, just for example, he'll say there's no grape culture on college, or there's only one gender, or there's no pay gap. Change my mind, or whatever. And then people will come in and debate him, and he would would basically break his points down, get millions of views, and look, that it's no way that nobody can say that people like him, people like Ben Shapiro, or that they haven't converted so many people to not just being so lockstep with the Democratic Party. They're very, like, people like that are important. And even if people could say, well, Stephen Crowder, why aren't you doing nothing about it? Why aren't you changing any laws? He's changing a lot of minds, and that matters. So that's why it comes off as a derailment, just trying to kick the legs out from under the table of a movement from the people that's out trying to inspire.
Let's just take this for instance, then, Bernard. Let's take this for instance. You got a brother. I've been on this show many a times, and I remember when I first came in there, I got attacked left, right, upside down, everything. Fuck child support. I know you know this brother who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Palmer, that's my guy.
Mr. Palmer, all right?
Yeah.
I went on Mr. Palmer's show, and I listened to his show for like maybe a month or 2 months, and he was pretty much, you know how he do his show, so I don't know how to tell you how he do his show. You know how he do his show. So I came in, and I laid some stuff on the table that none of them have ever thought about, and I ain't the smartest guy in the room. Success stories, man. That's why I said when you have success in something and you can offer that for solution, what would you want to hear? Keep talking about it or the solutions? And so when I gave, let me finish this right here. When I gave him the solution about going in to the court system, getting a parenting plan, right? Now his show up to that point was how unfair, the courtroom. We agreed in that. But I say a lot of things that happens in that courtroom is because brothers don't show up. If you deter a brother from showing up in that courtroom, that woman go get every damn thing she wants on that piece of paper in the letter of the law. Why not go in there? Don't attack the woman. Don't attack her character. Why not go in there and have your parenting plan together? Get with a good writer and get a parenting plan together. And when you go in that courtroom, you'll be a lot more happy than to going in there and attacking a woman's character. Now, these are the things that it was already out there, Bernard. These are the things that we did in California. What I'm trying to say is there are a lot of people who do have solutions, who do come on these platforms, and they attack. Because you know why they attack? Because they're not singing the goddamn kumbaya that people wants to hear about how bad it is. And they come there with solutions, and then the first thing that ain't gonna work. This ain't that. This ain't that. That's what I'm talking about. More than anything.
If I can respond, I just want to say that most of the time when men get custody, it's because of the woman's character, and because they attack the woman's character.
That's a lie.
Bullshit.
That's a lie.
Bullshit. No, there's
and I'll debate any attorney on it. I'll debate any attorney on it.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, GC. Let me make this very clear. There's a divorce attorney who's in the manosphere who will vouch for what Game Changer has said. I've interviewed,
and he'll be lying. I've interviewed, and I debate him any fucking time.
Hold on,
he's part of the problem.
Hey,
he's part of the problem.
OG. Will you stop interrupting me on my show, please? Okay. I've interviewed him multiple times, and I've talked to him about this, and I've experienced it. And I know firsthand how it works. You can come in there with paperwork right. Yes, that will help. Yes, I mean, as far as overall moving the needle, if more men got more organized and got more vigilant and making sure they had the paperwork right, the lawyer, the this, the that, yes, that will. I do believe that will move the needle 10 to 15%. I do. So you're right about that. But the overwhelming situation where after a divorce, where all the children were born in the marriage, and this man has been a responsible father throughout the divorce, the marriage didn't work out. The woman still get the kids 90% of the time. I'm sorry. That's not dotting I's and crossing T's on paperwork. That's a system that's biased towards the women. So to say that just proper paperwork will fix that problem 100% or make it or get parity between men and women, that's bullshit, and you know it.
Okay,
but it would help.
Why you gonna tell me I know something?
It would help. It would help.
How you gonna tell me I know something? And I was
all right. Let me know when I get jumped.
Let me get this in, but now, and I'll leave your damn show. Let me get this in before Edward get in there. All right. Listen here. If you ever want to know how the court system, stop getting fucking attorneys to come on your show. Get a fucking judge to come on your show.
A what?
A judge.
A judge.
He's the one who's presiding over the case. If you really want to know what goes on in that courtroom, stop fucking with these attorneys, because they have the ones that have fucked up family court since it's been started. Number one, they keep people fighting in the courtroom. No, they keep people fighting in the courtroom.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond. I'm sorry to mute you, but I got to respond directly to that. In my experience, what I saw with the judge looked at the report that was written up by the arbitrator. The arbitrator was a person that me and my ex-wife, I sat right here, she sat right there. She interviewed us for 2 hours. She took notes during the interview. She wrote up her report, and she was clearly 100% biased because all the facts I came in there with didn't matter. She leaned on the bullshit in the lie. I hate talking about this. My channel getting too big to be still talking about this, but she leaned on all the bullshit. I'm serious. She leaned on all the bullshit and the lies of my ex-wife, wrote up a report. It was like 9 different points. My ex-wife won 8 of them, and I only won 1. She gave it to the judge. No matter what we said in the courtroom, the judge like, yep. I'm going to just write into the paperwork what the arbitrator said. Okay. I came back a couple years later with overwhelming evidence. I can't even explain the orgy of evidence of what I had to come up with. I had to be fucking Splinter Cell, MacGyver, recording stuff, taking pictures with the date, time, and year in the lower left-hand corner of the screen when my kids were with me, when they weren't supposed to be with her. Had to go in with 2 years worth of evidence, put the shit in a spreadsheet, even record some audio and all kind of stuff that was probably damn near illegal. I had to do so much shit just to walk in there and get parody, mixed with, I hate to say this, but mixed with some shit that was a little on some stuff about her. I don't want to say dysfunction. I don't want to go into it, but mixed with some stuff about her that if I was doing it, I wouldn't. I ain't no way in hell I would have got custody. I'll just say that. Mixed with
Let's
some
put
stuff.
it this way, but
Hold on, time out. No. I'm about to put it the way that I'm going to put it.
Oh, okay.
I had to do all that mixed with some shit that was a little.
That's your experience.
That was mixed with some shit that was dysfunctional on her end, just for them to say 50-50 custody. And the judge, and what did the judge do? The judge, after the chick drew up the paperwork, the arbitrator, when I came in with that orgy of evidence and she wrote up the paperwork in my favor, the judge went in there, and now her lawyer was the one doing the damn tap dance, trying to explain this and trying to explain that, and then the judge was sitting there like, yep, yep, I'm doing what the arbitrator say. Now, who is that arbitrator? That arbitrator is in most cases a woman who's biased towards women. In most cases, she's an arbitrator. Most cases, she's a woman who think that women are better parents, and the kids should go with the mother, no matter what, either way. That's how that shit typically works.
But not okay. That's your experience.
Works.
Okay, what about somebody who had different experience, who had an arbitrator just like you, who good arbitrators take studies? The study came out of Texas in 1996, I believe. The study came out, men's was better single fathers than women. That study came out of Texas, all right? Most good arbitrators or court appointed do fall on these studies. Now, I'm not saying that maybe the one you had.
How do they fall? How can they fall on those studies, but then give the kids to the mom 90% of the time?
Well, listen what I'm just saying.
Men are fighting for 50-50 and can't even get it. So
I got physical custody. So that's your damn story. You don't get it while they tell their story. That's your story, Bernard.
My story.
That's yours.
With all the data.
That's yours. But you know what I found out when I joined this organization, my child say, Daddy, you know what I found out most important by having judges and lawyers and senators and lawmakers come in? You know what the judge sat down and told all of us? He said, he wished sometime, the judge.
Okay.
Here come the judge. He sat down and said he wished he could fire every fucking family lawyer, lawyer in his courtroom. And he could go on there, just like you said, the arbitrator, and the parents would come in and discuss the best interests of the child and stop attacking each other. And these are some pointers that listen to what I just said. Let me finish, Bernard. Let me finish, because there's a difference in what.
He's basically saying, I wish they could be just kittens and Care Bears.
No, what I'm just saying, Bernard, you can say that, you can get disappointed with that. But I'm just saying is,
cutthroat.
you
Don't matter
see
what
how
do,
you see
Mitch.
how when I start talking about a success that worked for me, and you just overshadow it with your failure and your
a
courtroom.
judge. No,
I'm
no, no.
just
I
saying.
won. Hold on.
I won too.
Wait a
I
minute.
won physically cussing. I ain't had to go through the shit you went through.
Hold on.
Because
Hold
I
on.
understand.
Because yours probably ain't fight the way that mine fought. But either way. But hold on. I won, and I talk about my success story. But the important part is what I had to do just to get parity. Just to get parity with that woman, just to get parity, just to get full equality. I had to bury her, like the amount of evidence I had to come in there with. It was overwhelming. It was overwhelming.
Can I just give you some pointers for the people who might be listening there, who might be listening to your story, and your story is 90 days from mine. Okay, so the judge told us the best thing to do is come up with a good parenting plans. Find events, schools, religion, whatever you want that child to participate in. Write them papers up how you want to raise that child. And send it, bring it in the courtroom because judges go over the cases before the next morning. Have it sent in a day or two before your trial. Let that judge look at that. He said the arbitrator is about 35%. Once she comes in there and see how the child reacts with both parents, she raised the bar to about 35%. He leans toward her or what she's seen with the two people, who she think would be the better fit parents. But that's only 35%. Now the girl I was dealing with, she had a lawyer and a CPA. I had no lawyer at all, and I did exactly what he asked me to do. And I walked out there with the Pampers and the bottle of my daughter at almost not even 2 years old. So what I'm trying to say is there are some success stories out there.
Yeah, mine.
If you learn that, you remember, if you learn the techniques. Now, I'm not saying that they're foolproof. There's nothing foolproof or not. But what I am saying is, if a judge come out and tell you what he's listening for in these type of cases, why wouldn't we take him over some damn ambulance chaser who's a lawyer who's trying to fill his bank account up and to get his children into Princeton and Harvard versus some person who's residing over the case?
No,
These are the things that we can use.
We should, but in most cases, judges don't like to make emotional decisions based off who they think is best for the emotional will. Judges tend to stay out of that, and that's normally the arbitrator. Hold on, wait a minute. Your situation was a rare situation because normally it's
not rare.
Normally you're in front of that arbitrator before you ever even see the judge, and you don't talk to the judge until the judge has the arbitrator's report in his hand, and at that point the judge just wants to be a judge. No, it's judge. It's judge.
But now I'm gonna leave you.
Wait, come on, y'all, come on. Normally the judge wants to not have to make the emotional decision. He want to put that in the hand. He want to delegate that to somebody else, and he wants to go off the report that was written and the conclusion in that report. That's what the judge wants to do, and you have to bring overwhelming evidence in there to overturn what the arbitrator sent him. That's how it works 90% of that. I mean, that's how it works a majority of the time. So my situation lines up with the data. Your situation is in the minority. And yes, sometimes a man will win, and is normally predicated on a number of different factors, whether or not the man will win. But the man dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's and being prepared and lawyering up or doing this or doing that or sending a letter to the judge or whatever the hell, all of that helps.
It's not a letter.
We can't. Hold on. Wait, either way, I'm going to you, Ed. Either way, we can't pretend like that right there would end all the bias in the court. Just making sure that we do this or do that. No, the laws, and not even the laws, got to change. The practice, the application of the laws have to change. There's bias in the system. It's bias. Like, you can't get around that. Where everything that you're describing is things we could do to fight against a bias. The fact that it's a bias. Hold on, real quick. The fact that there's a bias that I have to coach men on how to fight against, and you're trying to coach men on how to fight against it, and Mr. Palmer is trying to coach men on how to fight against it, that means that it's a fucking bias. So don't try to talk to us like it's not.
We're not. I never said it was a bias.
Man,
But
this
what I'm
is gonna
saying
be
is,
endless.
All right,
I
go
never
ahead,
said
Ed.
it was a bias. I never said it was a bias.
Let me get one thing.
I'm just saying that there are techniques that you can use. There's strategies that you can use in that courtroom to give you a better. Wait a minute. Once you, wait, I have a.
OG, yes, we sit here every day and talk about how to win a fight with one hand tied behind your back and duct tape around your feet. Yes, that's what the fuck we talking about, and that's all you describing right now. Go ahead, Ed.
Let me get one thing.
No, I'm not.
One thing before Ed, please. Ed, please. Thank you. So the initiative that you talked about, OG, My Child Say Daddy, what laws have they changed?
I'm gonna have him on the show, and he can explain his 30 years of working in this field. Why a lot of things that Jim was saying. Wait a minute, let me finish. I say I'm gonna let him speak for himself, the organization for itself. If Bernard would have him on the show, and I show you that a lot of things that Bernard just said is the talking points of the black manosphere, and we'll never go get better until we learn how to strategize in this courtroom. And it has worked for him and all his members for 30 years. Okay?
I only got 30 seconds. So
I just said I'll let the expert speak for himself. Game changer.
Okay, fair enough. J Speed. Now I want to know, this friend of yours, is he a judge?
He started an organization, My Child Says Daddy in California.
I understand, but
he's
like
no. I say he had people. I say he had people at the meeting.
That's been talking for 30 years, and you didn't.
No, he's not been talking for 30 years. He's been action for 30 years,
what's
bro.
His actions? What's the result of his actions?
I'm telling. I let him speak for himself and tell you the law that he got changed.
You don't know
right here with his member.
It.
No, I'm not gonna do that because you already don't turned off left ear in me in first place. So I let him speak for himself. If Bernard would have him on the show, Reggie on his show, who is the founder and the owner of My Child Say Daddy, the only organization, black organization in America that speaks for fathers, black fathers.
And they're talking. Go for it.
Hold on, real quick. Ed, I promise you going next after OG answered this question. Why did he have to create that organization?
Nobody disagree with you. It wasn't unfair, Bernard.
Why? Okay. So
see, but that's what you don't hear in my conversation. I always agree that it's unfair. My whole thing was we had to get better strategy when something is unfair. No more than you tell your kid when a police pull you over and you certain things you should not do. That's not me not recognizing that things is not unfair. It's preparing my goddamn child to not to lose his life.
What the hell do you think
this is a fucking
talk about it, OG?
Yo.
When Mr. Palmer is talking about it, you don't think that he's talking about
but why did he
when the lead attorney is talking about it? You don't think he's talking about what men need to do, trying to put men on game on what they need to do? When I tell my situation, come on, do you don't think that I'm doing that same thing?
But I'm just saying
stop. Whoever made that organization, My Child Says Daddy, he is somebody who realized the same shit that we see, and he's probably teaching men the same shit that we talk about on our channels. Now he's doing it in the form of an organization, and that's great. But the fact that he exists and he has to exist means that we are right and we are doing the right thing and we are on the right path when we're talking to men about how biased the system is and what they have to do to avoid the problems. The only problem is you make it seem like we don't talk about what they have to do to either avoid it or to increase their probability of getting a better outcome. That's okay. Ed,
that's what you hear. That's what you
hear.
First. That's what
nobody.
You hear,
no, Obsidian.
That's
nobody's on
I can't
third.
Change that, bro.
Nobody's
I can't change that from you.
Nobody's on third. No, nobody.
I can't change that, Bernard. That's what you hear. That's what you hear. Would you have Ed on your show? That's all I want to ask you a question before I leave. Would you have him on your show?
Yes, he's a brother in arms. Whoever this guy is you're talking about.
Okay, so
the organization. He's a champion. He's a champion for our cause. He's one of us. He's one of us. Okay. And I guarantee he agree with everything that we say. And I guarantee he's not gonna say nothing too different than what the manosphere has been saying, because if he didn't agree with us, he wouldn't have started the organization to begin with. Go ahead.
I think he's gonna say a lot different.
Go ahead, Ed.
Knowledge is power, bro.
Man, yo, yeah, while we're at it, let's solve fucking world hunger too. That's okay. First of
Won't you
all,
start with your diarrhea ass mouth?
why don't you take dude, put a bounty on his ass and make it
You can't
$5?
put a.
Go ahead, Ed.
Like straight up. All right.
Yeah.
So first of all, let me be very clear. Before there was Palmer, there was the Honorable Angry Man. That was one of his initial edicts, which was talking about, and Obsidian can vouch for this. Even O'Shea can vouch for this. Child support was his main thing. And he has a laundry list of emails and posts and phone calls of people thanking him for him taking his experience and basically because he went through a lot of shit. Because I remember when I listened to his channel early on, and he used his platform. That was one of his main things. Use his platform as a way of dealing with that and helping other brothers. He has a laundry list of testimonials and receipts to show that. So, and he's been in the game since the early days of 2.0. So we've been talking about child support for fucking 7 years. That's not. It's just because we don't like broadcast everything don't mean people don't know where to go, to get the help if they got a specific thing they're looking for. That's the first thing. And I wanted to put that out there on that. The other thing is, as far as the lead attorney is also a guardian ad litem, which means the lead attorney is very much involved in the decision-making of those emotional decisions when it comes to helping kids. He's that on top of being an attorney. And me being in foster care for a year, understanding what the power the guardian ad litems have, he's definitely one of those dudes that can write up that paperwork and fuck somebody up. By the way, I didn't go home until my mom got a black man to be a guardian ad litem.
Hold on, repeat that again, Ed, because
I didn't. My mom went through 3 guardian ad litems, and it wasn't until we got a black man 3 weeks later I was at the house, and I was gone for a year. Me and my brothers, because that was their fault. I was gone. We were gone. Domestic verbal issues. But anyway, the point is, and the lead attorney is definitely somebody that can definitely speak on this. On top of, because everybody don't know he's a guardian ad litem because he doesn't always say it. He says it maybe every once in a while, depending on if the situation arises. So he's not just a divorce attorney. Because I've watched Divorce Corp. I know what that's about. That's not just what he does. As far as yes, Divorce Corp, the documentary, Divorce Corp, CORP, the documentary. Okay. It's a very documentary. I think everybody should watch before they get married. Anyway, as far as the other topic, as far as what we do with the manosphere, our main goal in the manosphere is to get black men heard. That's our main goal. The problem is when people say that we don't have a solution, what it really is we don't have the solution they want. Even SWP said that black people are given solutions, whether it's from our space, whether it's from another space. The truth is a lot of black people don't want to do it. And it's cool, but people just need to say that and not say, well, we don't have a solution to try to make it so, I got the answer. That's a form of running game.
Well, they do that and then they make themselves look crazy and you don't want to look crazy.
Well, then what it turns into is a sand trap in which the conversation freezes because now it's us trying to prove that here's the thing. We're not begging. We don't make nobody listen to us. We're not begging nobody to listen to us. Nobody's channel, nobody's begging to listen to. These people are voluntary when it comes to listen to our commentary. And at the end of the day, if they get value from it, they get value from it. If they don't, they won't watch. What I tell people, it gets to the point, why are you here? It's certain questions that I don't need to answer because they're time wasting questions. I learned this from Tariq Nasheed. When you would sit there and talk to white people about racism and they'll try to act like, they're low key interested when the reality is no, they're not. Those are time wasting questions. It's designed to constantly put you in a situation where you got to prove yourself. And it's like, look, if you think there's a different direction that needs to be gone, you have a platform. You're more than happy to go do that and support that. But I don't need to keep, and I'm talking about even on my channel, I don't need to keep on asking the same shit over and over and over again because people want to choose to not get it. If they don't get it, they just won't get it. SYSBM is technically a solution. It's not a solution a lot of black men want, but it's a solution. I was just on yesterday. I had a stream, and in my stream, I had E Black on here, who's been on this channel. He's been on Lapiv, he's been everywhere. I had the man on there, who was on here, and the man is talking about we need to fucking take over, waterwork stuff. We need to be represented in food, water, and shelter for our women to quote unquote respect us. And I even had a woman on there talking about that shit's ridiculous. And so my point is, ultimately, one of the things that I was able to get out of E Black and the man is African American women are the only women they're going to deal with. They're not even going to deal. We took the race out of it and said, okay, what about intercultural dating? They said, no, I want to deal with African American women. And I said, if you only want to deal with African American women, then you need to meet them where they want to be met. Because at that point, you have decided that you have advocated your ability to leverage choice, numbers, or whatever, and you have decided to basically accept them where they are. So the problem is we have a lot of dudes that they don't want to really be upfront with like what their bottom lines are. And that's why it becomes this endless bullshit. Because they never want a bottom line. It was people in the chat talking about, well, we don't have the same goals in this space. And we need to be very clear on what the goals that we have. My goal ain't to fucking recreate Wakanda. Because that's not just up to black men. Hold on. That takes two parties to do that. And I'm not gonna play this game where I'm gonna play. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I'm not gonna play this game where I'm gonna say, okay, women can just move the fucking goalposts, and then men are just gonna meet them where they are. No, but that's why I've said on my platform, I don't even tell dudes to say they're gonna date out. That's a waste of time telling a female to do that. You tell them, have you considered your options dating out? Because as far as I'm concerned, if black women think they could do better than black men, they need to go demonstrate that by doing better with another group of black men or another race. And so push that onto them, because that's what they always talking, because I'm not doing nothing for them that another race won't do or another group of black men won't do. And that's how I draw the line, the bottom line, the bullshit.
She talked
you
that
make
shit
them,
to you because
you
you
make
go to the
them
same
prove,
man get hired by them, then she's going to get hired by them. That's
you make them prove they can do better. And the problem, because even when we had these endless conversations with the women and they come up, it's this, we need to meet them where they want to be met. And I'm done with that conversation, because disease are not even trying to deal. Now, we've debated that. I'll throw that out there. But disease ain't even really trying to deal with sisters like that, in my opinion, as a group. They're not even having these conversations. The millennials are going to be the last group to really have this. And so women want to pretend like that's not the case, and that's on them. But we don't have endless time to deal with this. But like I said, my goal is to get up to the 10 or 12 million black men are in America to get a communications pipeline to where we're all talking to each other. That is my goal. That my goal is not to recreate Wakanda. So anybody that comes in here on some, well, that's really what we need to do, or they're trying to judge us off of that, we're making strides doing that. Obsidian did the meetup, so people are seeing each other physically. You've got channels like Mediocre Tutorials, Poor Man. You've got obviously Kevin. You've got other stuff growing. We're making strides. And at the end of the day, if people don't want to believe that we're doing that, because I dealt with that with the man. The man kept saying, well, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? It's like, if you don't get it, you're not going to get it. I'm not about to talk about 3D to a 2D character. I'm not doing that. Anyway.
Nothing can have improvement. That's what you said.
The term.
Nothing can have improvement.
Oh,
that's what you said to say all that.
No, I didn't say that. I said I gave you the end goal. My end goal is mute him again, because I'm not gonna play. I'm not.
We're not doing. Hold on. We not. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Ed. I'll
be like 15 seconds. I promise. I said my goal was to network the 12 million black men that are in the United States, as far as a communication pipeline. That is my goal. Just like we see these Hispanics with little Spanish-speaking newspapers locally and stuff like that. I want a digital version of that. That's what my goal is.
And I like that. I like that.
All right,
damn it! I was about to say something. Well, we're gonna pass it to Pablo, because Pablo haven't formally said nothing. But shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks, saying hit the like button. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. This has turned into a mini marathon. I thought I was about to do a short show today, and we ended up on here for
whenever. I know the feeling.
Will Brown with the super chat. Do appreciate that. Saying one in the building. He says, OG, you can't insult people every time they disagree. It's the first thing you do almost every time. Come on, man. All right.
Right.
Jonathan Morgan.
He's not used to a man talking. That's your problem.
He's not used to men talking. He listens to Manosphere content.
Well, if he can say what he say, I can say what I can say. A lot of these guys are not used to men talking. Let's get to the fact. A lot of these men was raised by fucking women, and they're not used to a man talking.
Okay, you can't come to Manosphere to a Manosphere audience that listens to, I assume, been listening to Manosphere content for a while, and say they're not used to men talking.
In a certain way, Bernard.
In a certain way. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. They disagree with you, therefore they're not used to men talking. All right. Okay. All right. But okay. Let's we gonna move. I said this is called violent agreement. JSP is the violent part. I don't know what you're talking about there. Hoop Jargon in the building. Shout out to Hoop Jargon. He says latest fuck. I might as well say it. It's late in the show. We've been already cussing. Latest fuck, but showing support showing support to quality. Bernard. Shout out to you, Hoop Jargon. Do appreciate you. Gail in the building. She says, I did a whole 3-hour live stream with guys giving their real life stories about this. Men have to play dirty to even get a piece of a fair judgment. That is true. I mean, listen, I didn't tell no lies, but the stuff that I had to put out there in order to just get fairness, I'm not proud. I'm not proud. I was very uncomfortable putting that out there. The stuff that I had to put out there just to get fairness. I hated that I had to do it.
Freeman, $200.
Huh?
I was telling Freeman $200 with your $2 ass.
I mean,
it's over now.
Real quick. The Orange Pill nurse in the building with the super chat. He says Steven Crowder, the same man who constantly mocks black people. That has nothing to do with my point. Dressed as a woman to the gym still has nothing to do with my point. Clown black farmers for wanting their fair share of money from the government by saying racial slander, saying racial slander so bad. YouTube removed. Okay, that has nothing to do with my point. The only thing that I was saying is that he hasn't fought to change any laws. However, he has effectively changed minds by talking on YouTube. And I said that to say that the people who get in the way of people who talk on YouTube as if they're not stirring the pot, especially, I mean, my channel is small, but huge channels that have millions of or hundreds of thousands of subscribers that have views that are different than the norm. Yes, they stir the pot of society. They change the hearts and minds of the people. And if the hearts and minds of the people are changed, that means those people are going to vote different. So you can never say somebody is not doing something by talking. It matters.
Yeah, Fresh and Fit found, and I'm not trying to claim Fresh and Fit at all. Fresh and Fit found each other through Solo TV 84. And Solo TV 84 wouldn't have been there. Like, you can do a link to the chain if we really want to do that. But ultimately, Dr. Claude Anderson's 5 floors is economics at the bottom, politics, law, legal, media, and then education. We're in the media side of it. Okay, media is very powerful. It's very important. It's very powerful in the United States of America. It's also, I forget the elder, but the areas of activity, media is one of those as well. So this idea that what we do is irrelevant. If it was irrelevant, people wouldn't be here. We wouldn't get the kind of smoke that we get if it was irrelevant. If it wasn't making any difference. And the truth is, I'm fucking tired. My answer is anybody that says,
hold on, my bad, Pablo. My bad, Pablo. Pablo left. I'm sorry, Pablo.
Yeah, anybody that says that what we do doesn't matter, then why are you here? Why are you wasting your time? And then this idea of guiding us, we got enough elders in space. I mean, hell, a lot of motherfuckers on here are exes anyway. I'm the youngest on here right now, and I'm at 35 years. I'm 35 years old. So this idea that we like our space skews older than younger. It ain't a whole bunch of we have impact on younger people, but it ain't a whole bunch of teenagers, 20-year-olds. They're really talking. They hear the stuff from happenstance by other people that listen to us. So this idea that we're in the need of elder leadership, we got more than enough dudes that are in their 60s that are in this space. They have a variety of experience. So I just don't like the forced insertion of certain things to say this paternalistic bullshit to other men, as if there's not a wide range of experiences that are represented in this space. We got dudes that are married, dudes that are not, dudes that are cohabitating, dudes that don't have kids, dudes that have fought the child support game, dudes that are not. We got all sorts of height, look, whatever. Everything's represented in our space. If people want to play the pro-black game, as Obsidian called it, I remember that, they have a pro-black sector. That's not what our sector is. Our sector is not the Wakanda sector. We may have people with Wakanda views,
and you can't do it. That's why you say it's not, because you can't do it.
Do what?
You're on both sides of the fucking fence. You can't do it.
I'm an economic pro-black. I consider myself an economic pro-black, but economics takes precedence.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to say it. He knows exactly what I'm saying.
Do what? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And most people don't know what the fuck you talking about sometime neither.
Yeah, well, enough dudes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Lock a motherfucker in the car and drive him down the street and talk to him to death.
Okay, and I got like 200, 300 people listening to me. So you tell them
that's good, Edward.
So you tell them they're dumb.
Okay, it's a motherfucker fall of coats all the time.
What is that? So what the fuck? Okay, hold on. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I'm basically.
It has a lot to do with your ass.
You don't have to listen. I mean, that sounds like some personal shit.
Yeah, it is personal.
Yeah, you too fucking old for that shit.
Yeah, but it's personal,
How old are
bro.
you?
It's
How old
always
are you?
personal.
Nigga, I don't know you.
Hey, buttermilk man.
Ha.
Watch the N-word.
Nigger, okay. I don't know
Buttermilk man.
All right,
You're fighting against yourself.
Nobody say nothing. Nobody say nothing at all. We are going to Pablo after I read this.
You heard what I said.
Otis. Oh, come on. Everybody chill. Okay. Otis in the middle of the super chat. He said it takes time. Black men have to get on the same page before action happens. What the Black Manosphere is doing, is, I think he means they're undoing the programming. That is a big part of this thing. Got to crawl before we can walk. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Also, thank you. Freedman's Journal in here says for the Mega Sunday stream. Absolutely. Thank you. I do appreciate that. He says, what is the J Speed bounty? I can't put a bounty on him now because the show almost over, so that wouldn't be fair. But so he gonna get to ride it out today. He gonna get to ride it out. Again, Melody. Okay, I think I missed somebody who super chatted. Okay, Snuggles just came through with a super chat. If I missed you, I'll try to find you. I think I missed somebody. Snuggles in here. He says, Bernard, can you give them a rendition to quell the savage beast that is about to emerge on your panel, and keep up the wonderful work? I can't hear the Snuggles Bear voice right now. My eardrums already burning and ringing. I can't hear the Snuggles Bear voice, so I'm not playing it. Shout out to everybody. I can't even find them more. I think that's it on the super chats. All right, Pablo. Sorry for the wait, man. Thank you for your patience. You got it.
All right. So J Speed, it's your. Let me clarify. I wanna have full understanding of what you're talking about. I'm not just gonna come on to fight. It's your contention that it's not that we talk too much on the same stuff, is that we have talked too long. Is that correct?
That's some of the part. Some of it.
Well, help us to understand. We recently, a month ago, had the Black Manosphere meetup. Are you aware of what?
And I congratulate you on that.
Okay. Are you aware what happened there?
Congratulate.
I wasn't privy to everything that happened there, and I heard a lot of good feedback, and I have always supported it. Anytime a group of men get together and want to move on something, I have always supported it.
Would allow me.
Hey, whoa. Okay, sorry. I heard some music.
Okay.
Copyrighted music.
Wasn't me. If you would allow me, J Speed, I will give you a short synopsis. There was a real estate seminar. There was an career IT seminar to help men who would like to enter into high-paying jobs, multiple six-figure jobs in IT, to help them on the path to begin that.
Hold on real quick, Pablo, and we just got an update from Theo. He said about 20 of the people in the class are progressing on a path to where, in the next couple months they'll be getting jobs starting out at least $120,000 a year. So that's
wait a minute. But Bernard, are those buttermilk men?
I just know that they're black men, whether buttermilk, buttermilk, chocolate, or whatever. I don't. Okay, I don't do that.
Well, I don't know. What is a buttermilk man?
You can always tell a buttermilk man.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on, wait. I just wanted to interject on Pablo talking about the IT guy.
Yeah, Pablo has been waiting.
Pablo has the floor.
Let the pro black.
So speaking to me.
So J Speed. So there was that. There was also we had the real estate, we had the IT, we had a travel seminar as well from International Passport, who got up and talked about the benefits of of Black men traveling the world. One of the things that traveling the world does is broaden your perspective and give you new ideas on how to live and get along with others, and makes you more worldly. Okay, so with all of those three things in mind, you cannot now continue to charge us up with not doing something or enough or fast enough, because it has begun.
Okay. So I never get my point again, Pablo. Okay? My point is, there are a lot of brothers like Bernard right here on this show right now. Got 352 brothers, maybe more than that. I don't know how far as my internet is going, okay? All right, any given time he can have 4, sometimes he get up as high as 700, all right? You got other brothers who get, a good 200, 300, 400. It just varies, okay? So when I come in and you think I'm totally criticizing, I'm not. I'm just saying, in anything there's room for improvement, man. I'm glad y'all got to the meetup. But I know as a person who joined a $1 million record pool, within a year we had our first, within the next year we had our first convention. The next year we started breaking hits. So
hold on, wait, real quick, time out. You said a $1 million what?
Record pool.
What is a record pool?
A record pool is when DJs come together, 100 DJs come together, and they all are moving in the same direction, and they get free records from the record companies. They get promotion from the record companies. Back City can tell you more about this. We both come from the same background of DJing, so that's what a record pool is. Wait a minute,
hold on. Okay, so y'all goal in doing that was to make music and get it out to the people.
Okay,
right? Okay. So on YouTube, we are.
Let me finish.
This is my album right here. You 300 people listening to it. Okay, so that argument doesn't add up, because
it does add up, but no, because
people who make content on YouTube, the content itself is their album. Is their record pool that they get out to the people in the Black manosphere. Overall, when you add everybody in together, it's getting out millions of views to the people. So in that sense, just off getting the information out, it's a success. Let alone what Pablo was building on right there.
See, what I'm trying to say is, we could have went into the record pool and said, we're going to play every damn thing the radio station play. That's easy for a DJ to do. To go in the club and play what people hear on the radio station. Our requirement of the record pool was, if you're going to be in this record pool, you're going to have to break these records. A lot of you have never heard these terms like break records, all right? So the DJs in our record pool, when you go into their clubs, whatever clubs, nightclubs, radio station, whatever it was at, independent radio station, we were to play solely brand new music and mix it in with a little bit of radio play, okay? Now, that was our first mission for the first year. The second year, we had a convention. Coincided, went with the Jack the Rapper convention. Jack the Rapper was a person who came in, seen there was a problem in the industry for black men, black artists as a whole. So what he did coincide with us, that he would have a convention for a week. And what he would do was see what the problematics were, people signing contracts, not understanding contracts, not understanding what it takes when you make a video, how the record company takes that money from you off the top before sale. What I'm trying to say is, we didn't go in there and just say what the problem, we kept talking about the problem. Each year we was doing something bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's what I'm just saying is, our workflow could be a lot better, even in the entertainment sector that you are in now.
Can I
workflow? Wait. Because a lot of us want to make excuses when things ain't happen, or it's only 80% entertainment. Okay? Well, you can't have it both ways, man. You can't have it 80% better.
Let me respond. Are you aware that there are already plans in the works for another Manosphere meetup with even more people even bigger and better setup.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
and I congratulate you on that.
Wait a minute.
But I'm just saying, in the midst of that, waiting for that year, Pablo, in the midst of waiting for that year, in the midst of waiting for that whole year to come, Pablo, we can be working the minds. By the time we do get, let me finish, Pablo. We can be working the minds in a direction. In a direction. I was there, but by the time, wait, Pablo.
I want to hear this. Hold on. I want to hear what he said. We're about to say we could be doing in
the midst of that. We can be bringing the minds of
Pablo. Hold on. Wait. Just I want to hear this. I'm going right back to you.
Okay. So
in the meantime, we could be working the minds of what?
We could be working the minds up to a certain level. By the time we do get to a meetup convention, that we'll all be way beyond of what we thought before we even planned that second meetup.
In what way are we not working the minds of people?
You heard me this whole broadcast since I've been here. And I don't think I have to explain anything. I state my position. I stay in my square that we could do a lot better. Some of the things we regurgitate the same discussions, the same topics, with no solutions behind it other than discussing it.
Bullshit.
And that's why I throw everybody off.
I'm passing it back to Pablo. My translation and interpretation of that, y'all could be saying more things I agree with. That's basically the only thing I can gather from that.
Yeah.
He didn't say nothing. Okay.
Go
ahead. No, Pablo. I'm gonna let Pablo finish.
So his main thrust is that we, quote unquote, are not moving fast enough for J Speed. When we, J Speed, was not a participant at all. Do you see the insanity of such a statement?
Only when you said
we.
Number one, let me tell you something, Pablo. Let me tell you
there's
something,
no
man.
we.
No. Let me tell you something, Pablo. I don't need a fucking meetup to put the work. Wait, let me tell you something. Since you said what you said, I'm gonna get it in now. All right. For you to say what you just got to saying, Pablo. For you to say what you just got to saying, that was idiotic. That's idiotic.
All right, here we go. Okay, listen. All right,
because you.
All right. Hold on. All right. My head done exploded. Exactly. I like pushback. I like pushback, and that's why I like OG. Okay, I like a good debate, and OG is welcome. But this has just gotten to the point of just lunacy today. So I'm just gonna call. I'm just gonna call it for a seat. Thank you, OG. You my guy. A lot of my audience hate you. I like you. We cool. But I just got to move on today. I'm just moving on today. You can come back later. Come back because you can come back at a later date. But sometimes the filibuster is
because that's what, and that ain't and hold on, that's the key. There's a difference between a filibuster and a pushback and a difference of opinion. I just want to say that, and I'll follow up on that. But I know, go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah,
thank you, Sweet Melody Speak, for that super chat, by the way. Thank you.
So you see the lunacy of that exchange. Well, we this and we that and this and that. Okay, and I'm about the community and this and that. Okay. And when an opportunity presents itself for him to partner with other black men who, quote unquote, wanted to do something, he was missing in action. And then his response to it was, well, I don't need a meetup and this and that. So you don't need other men in conjunction with the same, quote unquote, community that you say that you want to belong to. See, this is the problem with a lot of black men who, if it's not their way, they don't want to participate in anything.
The term lead, follow, or get out the way is very applicable in a lot of these things.
That's in the way.
And real quick, right
He's
here.
A nigga in the way. That's
okay. Stop that shit right there. We're gonna start timing people out that say it's no solutions. The manosphere is chock full of solutions. People just don't like them. So cut that shit out. Cut that shit out, Kaya do. You cool. You cool. Don't hide her. But when people start putting out that bullshit that we don't do solutions, we better start timing that out.
Yeah, and that's what people are starting to do. They're starting to do like talking points. That's one thing that I'm getting, and rhetoric. Here's the thing, and I'm gonna try to be as concise as possible. The way that these people talk is like they're a part of the NCAACP, and their objective is to try to, or the Nation of Islam, call it whatever you want to call it. I don't have a problem with Nation of Islam, but they want to come in our shit and destroy it from within. Because it's and I'm not saying that's those groups, but I'm saying, let's say you belong. Let me take those groups out of it. Let's say you belong to a black church, because ain't nobody got a problem throwing them under the bus. And you say, okay, this is a competitive organization. Let's say you got the Nation of Islam, the black church, and you say this is a rival organization. This is a rival school of thought. And then you try now. Islam won't let you do that. But let's say you had the ability, because our stuff is very free form, because it's very loose base, and we accept all opinions, right? You come in there and you say, oh, well, y'all are doing this, but y'all can do it this way. This is what women do if you let them do it. And this is how women dismantle shit. It's just because this is why dudes are so, and I'm going to tell you something. Obsidian was on Jessica X's stuff, and that was a fucking fire stream. Obsidian, Chaz, and Jessica X. Fire stream. Obsidian definitely got to talk, got to do it. It was good. You know, Jessica X rotated the panel so couldn't see. It wasn't until that female got on there that it went off the rails. But up until that first hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, that shit was on fire. Because they were talking about like what Asian Doll was saying as far as what she said in the past on the color shit. I'm not going to derail it. My point is, you can have pushback, but that filibustering shit is what I don't like. And like yesterday, we had E Black, the man, they were saying, I'm not gonna say they were saying some crazy shit, CJ, but they were giving pushback, and Pablo was there. It was a moving conversation. Like everybody was heard, and we went to one thing, the other, and we came to a conclusion. But my point is, when he says that, go ahead.
Oh no, that was Obsidian be having feedback sometimes.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Okay. So so my point is, there's times BGS Obsidian's had debates when he's had Courtney on there, and then people have come up there, you know, Pablo, you know, talk about that. You get what I'm saying? We've like Hood Conservative. We get that, but the filibustering is the bullshit, and and the reason why it's a bad faith argument. It is saying we don't have no solution. SYSBM in and of itself is a solution. Technically, Igmore in and of itself is a solution. Getting your passport in and of itself is a solution. And we've proven that by the type of people we attract. We've got PhDs in our space. Obsidian has written a fucking book. And ain't the only one. LAR has written a book about what he dealt with as a non-custodial father, and I forgot to mention him. Another dude that has a whole library of content, like 4,000 videos. To me, it is very disrespectful when somebody comes out here and say they ain't, especially somebody that's been in the space. It's one thing you dealing with that dude like Paco that was on a breakdown, and they don't know nothing about our space, so they say that. That's the one thing. Hell, what's that video you did with the dude? I'm not gonna call him a simp, but you did in the title with the simp the other day.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
That was a moving conversation, and if you look at how I went at out him, it wasn't the same. Most people didn't probably know what the imprint was until I brought that up. He said he did, and then he said he didn't want to talk about it to his people. Even though my point is, this idea, that's just something people say when they ain't got nothing else to say. And debate is great, but that just we're talking shit. And here's the thing, I'm gonna say something. Did J Speed ever say what the goal? Did he ever say what his goal for this space is? What he envisions what this space should be? He's just talking about getting to politics, do this, do that. That shit, that's not nothing. Saying that black men need to get into politics, black men need to organize. But okay, so what to what end?
I've talked to him enough to where I know his thing is he in his mind, we put down the community. I say he be caping for women. He say he be caping for the community. And so basically he want to move us more towards, he want to move us towards a more pro blackity black.
Exactly. And that's not what we are. Like you have that space. And that's so the point is, you need.
That's my opinion. Hold on, because OG's still in the back chat. That's my opinion. OG. I'll give you that.
What I want is, I want to clear. What do you see? What is the goal you think we should be pursuing? Not no politics. I'm talking about the end result. Not because politics is a mean. And by the way, Kia, getting a passport is the beginning of a solution, because getting a passport is a step to open up your options and when it comes to the pool of women you're dealing with. Now, you don't want to hear that because that goes against what you want. So you say it's not a solution. That's a way of manipulating people that are not really aware of what our space is. It's a way of not really sounding like Cynthia G, but still undermining what we do by saying we're not a solution. Because notice these motherfuckers, and I'm not saying with Kia, but I'm talking people that say that. Because I fuck with Sub-Zero, but even Sub-Zero be saying that shit. You know, they always say we don't have a solution, but the shit that they say always leads us back to doing the shit that we're already doing. Oh, we need to raise these boys. So we need to deal with dudes that don't have kids, need to help these women that created these kids, raise these boys. And by the way, even if I agree with that, black women are going to want you to do it the way they want you to do it. Not no, give the kid to me and we all aggregate our resources and we give you a man. Now, what man we give you? Well, if you could raise them, you would have did it. No, they'll dismantle that. By the way, another solution BGS comes up with: separate the boys. Separate the boys and the girls when it comes to school. Black women go out of their way in the politics to dismantle those programs. I'm gonna say
that's a damn good point. You raised a damn good point, Ed.
All right.
Because a lot of I'm noticing online on Facebook.
To make sure that wasn't feedback.
I'm noticing a lot of black women coming up there, essentially doing the Cynthia G. I want to know why y'all ain't doing this for the community. I said, because I'm not a politician. Because I'm not in law enforcement. Because I'm not in public policy. Because I'm not, I don't work, I'm not an educator. These are problems that you need to take to those people. Why do you keep coming to black men like me? Why don't you get with black men like me that are already successful? How about answering that question? Y'all need to be helping these other black men that ain't not doing so well. Why don't you focus on black men like me that are already doing successful? And I notice every time that I raise that question, I'm doing it for a reason. I'm being strategic. I want them to say, because I'm not sexually attracted to you. You're successful. You're everything. You got everything on point, but I'm not sexually attracted to you. I want you to straighten out the men that I'm sexually attracted to. I'm going to keep needling black women until they admit it.
Yeah, and you got a lot of dudes, and I said this.
You're going to have a long career, Obsidian.
Well, he's willing to do that. I mean, he written a book and make money while he's doing it. That's why he's talking about he want to make money too, because it's a long-term plan. But it's like going to anyway. It's like going to a faraway planet. You got to figure out how you're going to grow food on the ship while you're doing it. And people don't understand that. But my thing is, if y'all want to bend the knee, fucking say that. Like, if y'all want to submit to black women, just say that, and y'all create y'all space for that, and then y'all see, and there's probably more money in it than what we do. But
hold on. You made a good point about if y'all want to bend the knee, if y'all want to submit to black women, just say that, because the black men in the black manosphere who stand on their square that's still talking about being with black women, they're talking about being black women. They're talking about being with black women, but on black men's terms. Then there are those who be talking about being with black women, but doing it on the black woman's terms.
Yeah,
and that is the key difference. And that's where people come in and they start making those simping, pandering, caving in, making every possible concession type of argument. And that's where it goes off the rails.
And here's another quick point just to add on to that. The problem with the black manosphere, which is why when I ask these people, why are you here? They can't just leave. They gotta really undermine what we do. It's very simple. It's that they want to bend the knee, but still maintain the myth of manhood. It's just like when America it's like America dealt with the USSR. We knew they had nukes. So we couldn't just go in there or undermine them directly. We had to get that red phone where we were talking, and we had to let them save face. And that went the other way too, with the Cuban Missile Crisis and stuff like that too. You had to let them save face. You know what I'm saying? And this is like politics. They want to be able to say this is, and I'm not even going to throw Danica Marie under the bus, but Danica Marie is very good at this. And this is why a lot of dudes gravitate to her, because certain women, they allow you to save space. They may have their own agenda, but they understand the need of optics. And what a lot of women are messing up on today, the younger women, is they want to put their dick on the table and tell you they run stuff versus other women in yesteryear. And I'm talking about even in the 90s, they understood that if a man is doing what you want him to do, it's in your best interest to keep that cruise control going the course that it's going. You worked hard to get it to where it's want to go. You don't sit there and then belittle a man once the man is already operating within certain parameters that you want him to operate. See, these younger women in 26, they don't understand that. Here's the thing with that,
Ed. Here's the thing with that. Why don't these guys go? They don't like Pablo brought up a brilliant point, and you backed him up on it. Mm-hmm. It's not that we're not doing anything, but there's evidence, right? There's evidence last month that we're doing stuff. And we got even more coming. We got 2 major events.
It's not what they want. You're not talking about what they want.
Let him go.
It's not what they want to do. So, okay, fair enough. Why don't they go and do their thing then? Build up their own thing. Why can't they do that?
Or if y'all want to simp, Boyce Watkins got a program he does every year. It's about 5-6 years running now.
Right. But the boys don't want to come out to the yard.
It's already built.
But the boys don't want to come out to the yard. See, Boyce Watkins has a lot of black women that'll come out. Why can't he attract a groundswell of black men and form up on him and they do the damn thing? Why can't they do that?
But they know, and that's the thing that gets on my nerves. They know what
hang on. Why can't they build their own mousetrap and attract the boys out to the yard? The guys are conferring the leadership status on us because we can do what we need to do. Why can't they do that?
Even when you look at what Aaron Ferris is doing down there in Colombia, because that's the thing they were saying about the passport bros too. Fuck the fact that Charles Tyler before the black
brother, Ed, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, okay.
Work with me on this.
All right.
The Black Manosphere pulled off a major event last month. We got 2 more in the can this year. I'm heavily involved in both. Okay. They don't want to do what we're talking about. That's fine. Why can't they build their own thing? You mentioned Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins doesn't attract black men like that.
No.
He attracts black women. Why can't he attract a groundswell of black men onto his program? Why?
Because we know what he says.
Wait a minute, Obsidian. You always ask questions that you know the answer to. So
I want to hear people say it. I want to hear people say it.
I want to hear you. Okay.
Well, in my opinion, because Boyce has said certain things, but because Boyce works for them. At the end of the day, Boyce's power base.
Because black men don't see Boyce Watkins as a leader.
No, they don't. That's why when
hold on. They don't confer the mantle of leadership onto Boyce. They don't defer to him. They don't see him as an alpha male. They don't.
Oh, brought it back to the title.
And the pro-black guys are not seen as alpha males by black men. Shit. That's why. That's why they can't go out and build their own mousetrap. That's why they can't cut a new path and do their own thing. Because black men don't see them as leaders. Black women do.
And to be honest with you, black women don't either. Black women see them as tools. And because black women are cool with the pastor being being at the top of the church in real time. Now they see the pastor more as a leader. But my point is, black women are comfortable with black men being in leadership positions as long as black men are doing exactly what the fuck they say.
Remember the Avengers 10 years ago. The Avengers came out in 2012. Remember the scene where the Chitauri went and invaded New York City? And the Avengers all squatted up together in a circle.
Yeah.
What did Tony Stark say to Captain America?
He said something like, "Cap, you make the call.
Call it, Cap."
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
Call it, Cap. He deferred to his leadership. Boyce Watkins is not a leader among men. Black men don't recognize him as a leader, but black men do recognize us as leaders with the Black Manosphere meetup.
I mean, the thing about it is, even if you want to take that off the table, you can clearly look at the timeline of the Black Manosphere. And let me tell you something, let me tell you why that's very significant in my opinion. And this is my opinion, somebody wasn't there. One of the things, and O'Shea has talked about this, one of the things that it took, and you know this because you were there when people weren't donating like that. I was there too. When, people had to cuss people out for donations. I don't think you ever did that. You just turned, do the commercial thing. But it's important is because black men need to see that we can execute something. And so now that you executed the first one, you and Lil Big Nate and everybody that went, it becomes easier and easier to do the others, because dudes are, even if, like, let's say I'm not going, but I may be more willing, or other people may be willing to donate money to it for what it means. You know what I'm saying? Because now they see that, okay, this is real. You know, so and they've done it once, they just got to do the same thing and whatever the agenda. And that's why even what Boys did, like, once you get it established, it becomes easier to reinforce. But the hardest part is to actually go and do it. And the thing about it is, even with you making a movie about the Avengers, there was a whole bunch of movies that came before that. I mean, you go all the way back to Blade, you go, like, even in the comic book stuff takes time, but it ain't even that, because I'm not even about to sit here and explain nothing to folks that are they're talking in bad faith. At the end of the day, the problem is you all are trying to, it's like you all are trying to make our shit what y'all shit is. And the issue is the pro-blacks are losing credibility, because the pro-blacks shit on the ground is not matching up to what y'all are talking about. See,
exactly. Why is it that for all of his work, I'm not taking nothing away from him, but for all of his work, why is it that Dr. Umar Johnson ain't got a whole bunch of brothers forming up on him? Why is that? It's all black women. I'll tell you why. Because black men don't see Dr. Umar as a leader. They don't.
Well, because the thing that he said he was going to do, he did not do. And you can look at other, like, and we could give an example of somebody that has. That's why Tariq Nasheed is able to get money out of black men, you know, more so than Umar. This is what you can, so it ain't just us saying everybody, but they see y'all. It's funny how pro-blacks love to talk. At the end of the day, pro-blacks have really not, like, and I'm talking about the ones on YouTube, not necessarily the ones on the ground, but we can say that too. When you look at the dynamic of black men under you all's watch, fuck the black men for a second.
Yeah.
These boys can't read. That happened under your watch. You see, you all claim that, like, and it's interesting he used that buttermilk term, because Umar, I know you did too, but I know you was fucking around. Umar did too, of another very notable pro-black that was at his level. As far as prestige, I think it was Sevi, I forget his name, because I'm not in those circles. And people got really mad to the point where he had to apologize for it. And my point is, when he was saying that, one of the things he said, you look down to the queen. No, I look down to the queen. You look up to the queen. Basically saying he's over everything. But at the end of the day, under you all's watches, when you can just look at how the boys have done, you all have demonstrated that you all cannot get the cooperation of black women any more than anybody can. So what you all are doing is basically telling black men that they need to chase what black women want. Here's the problem with that. They keep moving the goalposts. If black women could say this is what, which is what you keep saying about the attractiveness thing. If black women could be very clear about what they want, then black men can make a decision as if it's worthy of pursuing.
You know what would happen if most black women said the following? You know what? I know there's a lot of really good brothers out there. I'm just not sexually attracted to them. You know what will happen? Brothers, there will be a full-on exodus of black men, and black women know it.
Yeah, and they know the dudes with the money, and I'm not saying it's all the dudes with the money, but they know a lot of the economic capital resides in the ones that would be in the exit
And this
side.
is the reason why I ask black women when they keep coming out talking about you need to be doing this for boys and all the rest. Well, why? Why do you need me to do it? Why? I want them to admit, because Obsidian, you got the talent and the money and the ability to organize and get people to listen to you. You have the ability to do stuff that the men that I like to fucking suck don't.
Can I say something that a lot of pro-blacks don't like, but this is true? Black men are more willing to help black men that's got control of their kids. Black men, like somebody that is childless, is more likely to help another black man that we can see they have control. When I say control, they have heavy influence over their children than we are to help a single mother. You know why? Because we understand that the energy, whether it's time or something that's put into that, that's actually going somewhere.
Right. And here's something else. The argument about, because today's topic is what makes you an alpha male. Dr. Jordan Peterson, in his many conversations with Joe Rogan, said that the way it works is that the men compete and that the women fall in line behind the winners. Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, that's in the reverse.
Okay.
Black community.
But in Black America, thank you, Ed. In Black, now you see the reason why I call it Bizarro Land Black America. Okay, who has Derek Jackson competed against? Man on man. Mano a mano. Who? That's right, nobody. Dr. Umar Johnson says of the Kevin Samuels verses, oh no, I don't debate. I only debate people that are my equals. No, he's a coward. If he really was the man, he'd take all comers. Bring it.
Yeah, he's scared that he knows
he won't do it. So let's be clear about this. Black women don't fall behind. See, this is a point that Bernard has been saying for a long time, and it's true. See, a lot of black women don't really want to fall behind competent, effective, productive men. No, they don't. But they use a whole lot of subterfuge and squid ink. And see, the problem with the Black Manosphere now, since the Black Manosphere meetup, the Great Separation, see, now we're going to clear it all up. It's going to be all revealed. See, the truth is, black women don't want to fall in line behind the competent brothers who win in the competition of ideas among other men, like the Black Manosphere has done. No, they want to fall in line behind black men who ain't ever competed in the squared circle of ideas against other men.
Because those are the easiest ones to control. But
exactly. So they're not alpha males, they're losers.
Yeah, so you have a great movement called the Divester movement. And my thing is that I'm a supporter of that. I mean that. You think I'm playing. I'm not going to Game Changer. I mean that. I'm a supporter of that movement. Why isn't that if black women can't find the black men that they want to lead and do all that because according to them, they don't exist? Why isn't they just don't go and find it in another race, another group of men? Nigerians are some of the most educated men by any demographic. No, educated group by any demographic, Nigerian men in the United States. It's a small number. I understand that. But my point is, it's time for us to start saying, look, if you're a free market guy, Obsidian. We need in the sexual marketplace. It's like, look, if you can't get what you need in the black community, you need to, like I say, find another store.
I agree with that. I agree with you on that. Now, Crystal and Carrison.
Real quick. Hold your thought on Crystal and Carrison, whatever you're about to say right there. But Wizard X in the building says OG needs some insure. Thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate that. Jonathan Morgan says, I must admit, Edward called this extremely accurately. That was a complete waste of time. I think we're referring to talking to OG on the
me
panel.
saying OG was an agent. Go ahead. I said it on my other stream. Yeah.
Pareto Principle says, you guys are on it. 2022, year of we will be heard. And shout out to Darkman60 says, I want to go to the next one. Contact Little Big Nate. Obsidian, you know Little Big Nate's email off the top of your head?
No, I don't. I have it, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
I have it. Okay, I'll drop Little Big Nate's email in the chat room.
You need to start putting it on as a banner.
Yeah,
I will.
I had to learn to do that with my own email.
Yeah. But what I was gonna say? Yeah, I mean,
Crystal and Carrison failed. She ended up coming back.
I actually agree with you on that point. Ed. We do need to say we need to encourage black women to leave. Go. If you don't want to cooperate, go with our blessing. God bless you.
It solves so many problems.
Go.
White man don't build. Cool. You need to go. You need to go find a man that does.
Go. But I guarantee you they won't go. And we all know why they won't go. Because ain't nobody checking for black women en masse like that.
Well, that ain't my problem.
Exactly. Ain't my problem. You're going to be a woman without a country.
Yeah. And this also helps the women, like, people could call people certain names like comedians, all that. That's another debate. But for the females, like I am Courtney Chanel and some of these other channels that are popping up, channels you've engaged with, shout out to Chad. She's been on this platform. She has some good content. This helps them too, because a line needs to be drawn. If y'all are going to, because it's not just the women that talk that crap like Cynthia G, because I'm cool with Cynthia G having the subscribers she has, because what it establishes, it takes out the moral argument that black women want to have. But a lot of women that would defend that, they'll say they're listeners and supporters, because you had to deal with that when you were on Jessica X's stuff with that one chick, and the level of, like, you handle that better than I would. That's when
the dinner whore.
Yeah, because I would have not, well, the way she was saying, because I would have blew her. I would have fucking, you know what I probably would have did, but because the level of, you gotta hear the level of disrespect she was throwing out there. But I know she was probably a little alcoholic or whatever. But anyway, the point is, this allows if they say they don't want to deal with black men, it's like, okay, so black men have nothing to do with what you dealing with other groups. Because you already see that. You already see some of them females over there having to pull back some of the divestment stuff because you see what's going on with the unfortunate situations with some sisters when it comes to violence in that area. And so now it's starting to look bad because it's starting to happen more and more and more. And I'm not saying I don't wish nothing on that. I really hope they be happy because I personally rather black women be happy and shut the fuck up than them being in here talking all this venom. Here's the thing. When have you ever heard a black woman say, you know what, I'd rather you go get a non-black woman if you can and just stop talking about black women? You'll never hear them say that.
Oh, actually, you do. They said just date out. Yeah. Matter of fact, I got a black woman on my channel who just said that. Just the other day.
I haven't heard that. Have you heard that, Bernard?
Yeah.
Not really. Not really. I mean, I've heard them. No, not like that. No, basically, what I've heard is them saying, if you're already doing that, this really their response to SYSBM. No, they're basically saying to the brothers that are SYSBM, if you're dating out, we don't want to hear you talk about black women. Sort of like Fresh and Fit. If they don't date black women, you know, a chick came on my show and basically said that they want them to shut up. That's more or less what I've heard. I haven't heard them
happen either. That's not going to happen either. So my thinking is, what this really tells us about the idea of a alpha male in 21st century Black American mating, in that context, is that black women act completely contrary to all other women who they let the guys compete, and whoever emerges the winner, they fall behind them. Black women, whoever competes, the men who show themselves competent, black women do not choose. They consistently choose the black men who are anything but competent, ethical, effective, and productive.
And, you know, black women would have a better argument to tell black men to just shut up if they weren't hunting for dudes. Because a lot of black men that don't speak on black women, like Mark Coulter, Amari Haldrick, the dude who played Ghost, black women go out of it. Even the dude Insecure, they play Lawrence. Black women go out of their way to hunting out these dudes. They say, why ain't you showing your picture? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? The reality is black women won't shut up. The reality that's a bad faith argument. And also, this like overwhelming black Borg hive mind that just doesn't go away. That exists in our families too. It's not just dating and mating, and that's a conversation that, you know, the Prophet of Thought brought up when we were talking about the Jim Jones situation. This, y'all make it sound like this is why everybody that brings this argument, they always want to bring the argument from a sexual politicking standpoint. They don't talk about what these black boys go through. Like, they don't talk about like Kodak Black, Jim Jones, like that. Nobody is groomed more than black boys in the black community. Anybody think I'm lying? By a single mother. Anybody think I'm lying about that? Is that not true? You don't agree with that?
Explain what you mean by groom. But hold your thought though. But KP from KC5 says Umar, the gynocracy pastor, says insure for J Speed. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Appreciate.
I mean, seriously though. But, seriously, Barnard, think about it for a minute. Think about this. Hang on. This is about alpha males. Okay. I just shared what Dr. Jordan Peterson said. Think about this for a minute. Now, we had Alan Roger Currie on earlier. He's a black man. Although he doesn't write for a black audience per se, he is a black man. He comes from Gary, Indiana. Think about that for a minute. Okay. He gave his definition of what an alpha male is. Tell me, what other white peer of Alan Roger Currie has said the same thing? Has Rollo Tomasi said, well, a alpha male is sexually attracted to a woman, and that's how I define it. Has he said that?
Well, sexually attractive.
Right. Right. Yeah. Has he said that?
I don't know. I mean, you can.
Has Richard Cooper said that? I mean,
I haven't heard it.
That's my point. That's my point. The men that are peers of Allen's, that are white, they don't have such a definition. That only exists in a black American context.
Yeah, because the thing
now we have to look at something else. So, Dr. Jordan Peterson said, the men compete, and the winner, the women pick him. They fall behind the winners. The guys who are the guys who are winners, the women fall behind. That doesn't happen in Black America. Think about all of the leaders that appeal to Black women. I mentioned Derek Jackson. I mentioned Dr. Umar. I mentioned Dr. Boyce Watkins. How many of these guys have gone mano a mano against anybody in the Black manosphere or anything like that? How many of them?
They're not, because a lot of them low key agree more with us than they want to admit, and that's what I've heard. They agree with like the points that they agree with us on would kill their money. A lot of it, like they know what time it is, and I've heard Umar. And I need to get the clip. If y'all know the clip,
my point is that Black men, we have gotten to a point now, because look, this is the thing with me. We're about to come up on the King's birthday was yesterday. We're about to come up on the official holiday day after tomorrow. The thing with me is this, or tomorrow rather. The thing with me is this. We need to move the needle. We've been talking about the gynocracy for years in the Black manosphere now. I don't want to go through another year just going round and round and round. We need to move the needle. The needle is this: the Black Manosphere Meetup and its associated events, which includes mine, which I will give the official name, Bernard, for those listening right now. The event that we're going to be doing in the spring is called the Mumia Obsidian Ali Experience. It's going to be the shit. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned for more details. What we need to do is move the needle. We already know the talking points. We've already won the argument. Now we have to execute. And the situation is this. Black women don't want to fall in line behind competent leaders. We need to keep hammering that point home, that every man that they fall behind is not a man that has done it in the time-honored way of doing it, which is you compete against other men. You show that you're the better man in the squared circle, so to speak. The man in the arena. Derek Jackson never got in the arena.
I mean,
and proved that he was the better man to man. Only toward the end of the year 2020. Bernard is my experience. Bernard is my witness. Only toward the end of 2020, when he was forced to do it, did Derek actually go mano a mano, and he didn't even do it then with Kevin Samuels. Am I right?
Yeah. Well,
no, he just started responding to Kevin's videos because he ended up in a situation where he had to. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well,
that's my point. My point is that
hold on, Ed.
My point is that the gynocentric nature of Black America, the de facto matriarchy, has created a situation that has perverted the masculine principle of competition. Black men don't want to compete against each other. They want to, if they compete about anything, is they compete for Black women's attention. They don't compete against other men and find out who the better man is and beat the other man. They don't do that. We have to move the needle by bringing that time-honored principle of masculinity back into the fold.
Well,
the women are a byproduct. Remember April Mason. The women are a byproduct of you beating other men in the field. Now, remember what April Mason said. April Mason said what? Your success as a woman stands on its own. The men is just a byproduct. Let's consider why that sets so many brothers off. Because she is taking on the masculine principle. And look at April. Look at her. She has short hair like a man. She's a very attractive woman. But she has short hair like a man.
All right.
I
know. Real quick, Ed.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that when Derek Jackson had to speak up when it came to K. Michelle, he got shut the fuck down like he was a little boy, even though he stands at 6'5". If y'all remember that when he was in the radio station with her, yeah, he was a little boy, and she
very good point. Very good point.
So
very good
that's
point.
Derek Jackson with all
very
the
good
female followers that he has. So
very good
I just
point.
wanted to throw that out there.
Very good point.
All right. I'm about to say this. Hold on, wait. We about to wrap this up for a very specific reason. I want y'all to do me a favor because I didn't even realize this. Right now, Game Changer is live with Rashida Strober. I'm putting the link to it right now.
God.
He's live with Rashida Strober, and they're discussing / debating the Fresh and Fit situation where they said about their about black women. Him and Game Changer Rashida Strober live right now debating that. Y'all go over there. Go over there. I think it's like close to 100 people over there. Y'all
That's
can
gonna
make
be
it bump.
yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
can make
Y'all,
it. Y'all
I'm
need to make that. Hold on. Y'all need to make that jump up to 300 people over there right now. That's made for TV entertainment right there. Them discussing the whole fresh and
but I'm
Game Changer discussing the fresh and fit situation with Rashida Strober. Go ahead, Obsidian.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why is it important, because we know that we know what Rashida Strober's position is, and even more to the point, we know that she's not a rationally thinking person.
I know. I'm shutting this show down. I'm sending them somewhere. That's going to be that's going to be great entertainment. So I'm just sending them somewhere to go have a good time. Go support Game Changer. If you're not subscribed to him, go subscribe to him. Check it out. I'm putting the link in the chat. Shout out to Pernue in the building. He says competition towards goals that build black men up. It goes back to the goals I was talking about. And Wizard X, I saw you in the back chat, but I was trying to end the stream. So that's why I didn't bring you up, so I apologize. I got you next time. Rebel Rose in the building said we need to start calling these so-called male leaders out, force them to either go head to head with perspective and solution, or be exposed to being a simp. Absolutely. Exactly. Thank you for that, Obsidian. I am eager to see what your next few shows are going to be about, because there was so many things discussed in this stream that I think you got like a few weeks worth of content just based off a lot of stuff.
I just been focused on wrapping up this book, because I'm under a deadline here, and I'm trying to wrap it up by the end of the month, and that's the reason why you haven't seen me on the air as much as I usually would be, because I just got my book cover art from my graphics design guy. He just sent that to me the day before, yesterday, as a matter of fact, and so I've got women reading advanced chapters for the book, and they're giving me their reactions. So I'm using the blurbs for the book, praise for the ladies edition of the Book of Obsidian. And so I'm really wrapped up with that. Plus, like I said, the Mumia Obsidian Ali experience, I'm working on that as soon as I wrap this book up, then I'll be focusing my full attention to that. So I got a lot on my plate, so that's the reason why you haven't really heard me live too much these days, because I'm working with so many things behind the scenes. And there's some ladies in the chat room asking, is this the book for women? Yes, it's official. The official title is called the Book of Obsidian, the Ladies Edition. That's the official title.
Yeah, y'all are in for a treat when it comes to Rashida. So go check that out. Find out for yourself who she is, because they're asking who she is. You know what? Bernard wants to end it. Go ahead and find out for yourself and treat yourself.
I think Kaya do know who she is. Kaya do been on some bull lately, but I think Kaya knows who she is. But anyway. Y'all. Listen, I didn't even plan on doing a marathon. I thought I was just about to babble for about 45 minutes and then shut it down. ARC ended up coming up, and then it just turned into a whole show. Man, thank you to everybody. Obsidian, Edward, Game Changer, even OG, who down in the back chat still. Thank you, OG. I respect you, but I had to move on. Come again. But who else was on here? Pablo. Shout out to everybody who was in the building. Shout out to everybody who supported the stream. Shout out to KD, came through on the Cash App, and Maurice November. OG sent the Cash App too. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody who super chatted. All of you. Appreciate you very much. Go check out Game Changer. And yeah, with that said, we are out of here. Peace.